Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vietnamese Championship Series, Day 2 of summer. Saigon Buffalo taking on Cerberus in our very first game of the day. I'm Milky Cyril, joined by Quincy, and I would just love to say, Quincy, we get along as a caster duo, but I have to do this at the start. Who I recently beat in his own Sporkle quiz at guessing ability names, and I'm very proud of myself.
Okay, you are, and you should feel proud of yourself because I kind of put on a good record, I would say, with like the 8 minutes and 54 seconds, I think it was, and you made it in 52, I think. And I mean,
Yeah.
putting a record on a new quiz with also new champions being in, like, for example, like even Neela being on it as well, is of course very impressive. And I just get congratulated on that. And let's see if you can also beat me in the VCS prediction game because I have been the champion of the last time as well, together with Yue. I think we have been tied at like more than 100 points. And you had a good start about that yesterday as well, and I didn't. So maybe there is a lot of success for you to come.
Now, we'll be talking about our predictions for the series coming up shortly. But first, let's talk about our two teams. We've got Genius taking on Secret later on today. But first of all, Saigon Buffalo against Cerberus. Saigon Buffalo almost being our chosen children at this point after their performance at MSI. And I will say again and again, solo killing Kumayushi Gary at the bottom.
Definitely so. And I just not think of the Gordon Ramsay move. Like we take like a second buff. It's like, oh, you sweet child, and then we see Gary like, you donkey. But yeah, Saigon Buff is definitely our promised child right now. We are very proud of their MSI performance. I mean, you just now mentioned them to be two killing Gumayushi and Carrier, which is of course something we're very proud. And then even making that stage in the first place, right? I mean, because it was at first not really up in the air, or it was up in the air, so to say, with them having DFM in the group, with having T1 as well, and yeah, doing well against them multiple times, and also beating out the other wildcard team and making top 2 out of 4 in such a group. And not even being the first seed of your region is definitely something that's very impressive. And Cerberus, our winter split champion, definitely wants to like crack the armor a little bit today.
And actually, going on that before we go and start talking about this matchup, I promise I will stop doing it eventually. What was your favorite moment about Saigon Buffalo at MSI? Was it that duo kill? Was it beating our rivals over in Japan, DFM 2-0?
Uh, I think it was it's a very close tie between those two, and a third moment, and that was them beating G2 again because I really liked that. What I also kind of enjoyed as a European, of course, was G2 beating them, and then everyone be like, "Holy shit, that's the biggest upset of the whole tournament." But if I have to pick like one, it would be Saigon Buffalo beating DFM because they are like the direct rivals, and also that game in particular was quite a banger. It was, I think, with Froggy playing Kalista mid and them winning in the late game where Kalista isn't even the champion anymore, and I mean that's like something that really is some for the books, I would say.
Yeah, I actually got to see some Kalista bot lane yesterday and falling off late game, crazy games. Okay then, so for Saigon Buffalo against Cerberus, let's talk about Cerberus because we've spoken about Saigon. The big change for Cerberus is Drakthar going into that jungle, replacing Ego. There were some, let's say, synergistical issues with Cerberus. And now they brought Drakthar in, who probably on paper isn't as good of a jungler, but when you look at it from a whole team perspective, will be a better fit.
Yeah, that's kind of you answering your own question a little bit already. But to go into
Sorry.
more detail with that, I mean, it's of course Ego being the more individually focused player with his name already indicating that. And Draktar, the thing with him is like he's not a bottom tier jungler of the VCS anyway. He's just like maybe a mid tier jungler, I would say. And with the rest of the lanes going away from the spring split and looking more into winter split, with them performing like they did in winter, them being very strong, you don't really need that mechanically impressive jungler either way. You just need a jungler that does his job and kind of fits the team. And if Draktar does it a lot better than Ego, why not go for a player like Draktar? And maybe that will be an overall better solution to be a good team in the VCS. And of course, this time in the summer split, to aim for Worlds again, to get likely that second spot, maybe even the first spot again.
Now, while the jungle is always very important in VCS, more so than in any other region, we have to talk about the ADC spot because we all know how good Artemis is. We saw him being absolutely incredible in the winter split, but in spring he kind of petered out a bit and he wasn't really there. He wasn't bad, don't get me wrong. He was still a very good ADC, but it wasn't the Artemis that we saw in winter, which made them look bad in comparison. On the other hand, you got Shogun for Saigon Buffalo, who has been ramping up all split or all of spring split, I feel, having had his first, full split without subbing out with Arietti. And he's been getting better and better. So how do you see these two ADCs coming up against each other?
I mean, Artemis is, as you just now said, I mean, he wasn't really having a bad split. He was like, I think what he had to do is like going for unforced errors because he had to like go for those Hail Mary plays, and especially as an ADC, that's kind of hard to do. If your team is already falling apart in general and you're like the ADC player and you can make mechanical outplays, but you can also look like an absolute clown if they don't happen to work. And that's kind of, I think, what happened to him, where he was like in a situation he had to go for the outplay, and it just didn't work at times. And was ultimately, I mean, I gotta say, while we are disappointed in them being like the winter split champion, them falling off in playoffs, they at least still made playoffs, right? They weren't like a team that was like fearing for relegation or anything like that. And Artemis individually, I still highly respect and maybe a little bit fear him, especially if I would have to play against him, and that in the case of Shogun, who had a very good MSI. I mean, he is up to the task to challenge him, of course, but I wouldn't really say that Shogun is a favorite today.
Well, with that, we're heading into picks and bans. And one thing that we do know about Artemis is he has a very big champion pool in winter when everyone was pretty much playing. I think it was Jin and Caitlyn. He was pulling out the unique champions like Samira, which felt so troll at the time. We even saw a Twitch coming through. But for now, it is the ADC bans for both Saigon Buffalo and Cerberus.
Definitely is. I mean, Zeri on the red side, kind of a force ban at the current patch because Zeri is just that insane of a champion, especially if you pair her up with Enchanters and Kalista. Yeah, kind of one of the pocket picks, I would say, from Cerberus coming out, with Artemis being as versatile as you'd say. I mean, that guy was smashing Caitlyn lanes with playing Twitch, as you say, as well. And I really wonder what will happen when Neela gets released as a champion, because then maybe his arsenal gets even bigger and maybe he just gets to be an even stronger asset for the side of Cerberus. And Lucian also being taken away. Kind of more of a bot lane ban, but now because Lucian Nami is still played a lot, while the mid lane and top lane Lucians have been kind of falling off recently.
We've been seeing a lot of Senna in the meta as well. That is still open. I think yesterday, on day one of the VCS, we saw a lot of Viego getting locked in. So we'll see whether either of the junglers, BJ or Drakthar, look towards that. I know Drakthar, historically in Spring Split, played a lot of Viego.
I mean, Viego is kind of the champion that every jungler has to play. I mean, it is just such an insane asset to the team, with him being like having this reset mechanics and just being an overall good scaling jungler, which is something that is generally a bit rarer in the jungle position in general. And Corki is now the first lock-in for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Gotta say, so one of the main Corki counters in the Vex got nerfed quite significantly. So Yado, Cerberus is, I've already been a big fan of Cerberus, of course, and now just see Pos going with the hover for me. Just kidding, of course he doesn't know me. Either way, I just also see Leash is in, and it's not Drakthar as we addressed earlier. So they actually go for the Korean option and playing both Koreans in the top side of the map.
All Korean top side then for Cerberus. We'll see how well it can pan out. Just a bit of information about Leash. He used to play in Challengers Korea 2018 for a team called Reverse Gaming. But it seems that Cerberus, they want to be going for the tried and tested meta, Azir Corki meta. Some of you might already be falling asleep now in Twitch chat, but it's actually a meta that I hate to admit this sometimes, but I actually really like Corki Azir meta. But there we go.
I don't. I mean, I get why he's picking it, because it's just strong. I mean, both champions are maybe like the best builders to pick right now. But Ari is still strong. Ari is kind of good against Corki. You could still go for something like that, and they kind of just handshake the pick, as we are talking about the handshake. Renata also now getting locked in by the side of Saigon Buffalo, and Aphelios Renata is also a very versatile bot lane, I would say. And I wonder what really is the answer against it by the side of Artemis, and it might just be the center. Gotta say, the Tahm Kench, potential flex back for the side of Cerberus, because we have seen their top laners playing the Tahm Kench as their go-to weak side champion in the top lane. Although in the current meta, I would not recommend using Tahm Kench still in the top lane, and would just say that's likely just support, maybe a farming support with the center together, and them pulling off that bot lane all in the 2v2.
It's looking like it's going to be the slow style in both the mid lane and in the bottom lane. So what gets left for us is what's happening in the top lane, what's happening in the jungle. We know how good Harzmed can be for Saigon Buffalo. We've seen, some of the traditional picks or his pocket picks, like the Ken, and maybe we even get to see that Akali.
Hopefully we do get some spicy picks out of him. The Jace would also be still an option for the side of Hasmet, but him being on the blind pick side, maybe you shouldn't pick the Jace, as you could maybe get counter picked by some of the spicy picks, as maybe a Malphite would be to just round out the team composition on the side of Cerberus to really give him a strong weak side champion in the name of Pos. Or also, I mean, maybe go for the Yorick. I mean, it used to be a Jace counter, right? I mean, they were hovering it recently, and of course they probably won't do that, but Jace is something that could be picked up by the side of Saigon Buffalo. I just wonder where the jungle is really going, because there have been a lot of jungle bans in the first rotation with Wukong being out and now Trundle also being taken away. But Volibear and Vigo are still on the table, so maybe they just trade those two.
Yeah, and the Lee Sin as well with Leash's first game. No way did I actually. So, okay, I'm just going to give the reason why I said Lee Sin, right? It's Leash's first game in the VCS. If you're playing in Vietnam, you have to prove yourself as a jungler by playing Lee Sin. So that's why Cerberus have locked Lee Sin in here.
That's definitely the reason. I mean, we also have seen Lee Sin yesterday. It's kind of... we are the only region that actually plays Lee Sin at the moment, and it's kind of just maybe a tradition thing and not really this big strong thing. Speaking of strong picks, Sejuani top lane is a blind pick answer by the side of Hasmet. I see Sejuani top lane as a strong pick, but I just usually like it as a counter against something like a Gnar, and I think Gangplank would be a very good pick against it. How I see the matchup is Sejuani just goes in, and Gangplank just destroys the Sejuani in the melee matchup, giving so much damage in his arsenal, and even if the Arctic Assault is hitting by the side of Sejuani, he still has removed Scurvy and can easily counterplay whatever comes by the side of Sejuani, and the scaling isn't really favoring the Sejuani either.
Yeah, you can insta-cleanse on the permafrost, and so far, Sejuani top in the VCS, 100% loss rate. You've got Kiai to thank for that one. We'll see whether Hasmed can do a better job in the top lane on Sejuani than Kiai did yesterday. But looking at both of these drafts, which draft do you prefer? Because I think I'm siding more with Cerberus here, except for the Lee Sin, but it's VCS.
I kind of agree, I must say. I mean, I don't like the Lee Sin in particular, but I don't really like the Xin Zhao either, I must say. Xin Zhao, of course, in general, I think the pick is kind of underestimated by now, because it has been nerfed a little bit, got quite a bit out of favor, but it's still not a bad pick in every stage of the game. It's still a good early game jungler, can work together well with your mid laner there. I mean, if it's Corki, it's probably just them farming next to each other either way, but the Xin Zhao still, with the Crescent Guard ultimate, can always block projectiles and then be a strong asset against something like the Senna even. That's the pick I like more on the side of Saigon Buffalo, and I think Renata is the best support on the patch right now, so they haven't really done anything wrong in that way as well. But they focus so much on the poke aspect with the Corki in the mid lane likely, and that against Tam Kench Senna, who can very easily sustain the team back up, and also Gangplank being side laning and not being easy to answer by the side of Saigon Buffalo, is something that tells me that Cerberus came out a little bit ahead of this draft, yeah.
Now, we should also mention that it is actually Huber playing in the support role for Cerberus, so we're not seeing Ron OP, which for me, anyway, feels like a big shame, because we know how good Ron OP can be, you know, one of the 3 best supports in the league, arguably. And Huber, well, he's not terrible, but he's not at that same level as, you know, Ron OP, Taki, and B.
Definitely something I would agree with. I mean, Huber, he had a few games and he definitely hasn't looked better. He's also kind of a veteran, despite like being a substitute player by now, or maybe no longer being substitute. I mean, we just wait and see how the split really unfolds for the side of Cerberus, and we shouldn't really disrespect Huber in that regard. But he's not 1 OP, as you said, and gotta say about 1 OP. I mean, would you favor 1 OP over Taki in the current state of the league? I mean, Taki is what I would argue next to be like the best support of the VCS.
Yes. I think Taki's a little bit better than Ron OP. Not a huge amount, but a little bit better. As Froggy is being caught out here, and it's just going to take a little bit of damage. Cerberus won't go too deep on it. And to be honest, I think, you know, when you look at Taki and you look at Ron OP, mainly Taki's just very good when it comes to roaming around the map.
Definitely. So, I mean, the unique asset of Taki is that he can play literally anything, right? I mean, we have seen this playoff graphic we had before, where he was like showing off his Silas support, his Camille support, and they actually all haven't been troll picks. Neither has been the Scion support as well, and it's not just them powering it up with a Kalista or a Senna to go for like these unique things. I mean, sometimes it has been, but it's just such a strong draft asset where you can just pick him anything, and just Hasbet gets a free counter pick, something he definitely would enjoy. However, in this draft, I mean, this couldn't really happen as them being on the blue side and having to play Sejuani into the Gangplank. What I would have liked maybe would be that Hasmet gets the blind pick Gangplank here, because it's just such a hard pick to counter. Gotta say though, as the game now unfolds, we have seen no insane early game action at the level 1, which also something we shouldn't really expect here, as Renata cannot really do much.
So let's take a look then at the early game. What should we be expecting to see? Is this going to be a case of sleeper for both sides and just wait patiently and scale? Or is this a case of, hey, we've both got early game junglers in the Lee Sin and Xin Zhao. There are lanes that we need to be playing around.
I would expect both junglers to do a little bit around the bot lane because that's like where the best gank setup really is, with like the Tamkench Abyssal Dive coming out, or with like Renata handshaking two people in, or maybe even Aphelios following up with the Gravitum Snare ability. On the other hand, you also have like the Sejuani gank potential coming out, but as we just know, Yado already lost his flash, so mid lane, despite them having a Corki Azir lane, also seems to be quite the action lane right now.
Well, flash gone for Yada. So yesterday I was doing a bit of casting, and I had two Azir games. In both of the Azir games, I saw mid laners being caught out by level 6 Emperor's Divide under a tower. So we'll see whether that happens for Froggy in this game, as Leash kind of just does a walkthrough of
Yeah.
Bean J's jungle and now makes his way up to the Scuttle Crab. Bean J's not going to look to contest this.
He isn't. He's looking for the blue buff instead, but that's something that Leash can now contest because it's very much happening in his vision right now. Is he just now prepared? And also Pos is on the roam as well, and Giovanni's pushed into the turret, so this should be the blue buff for Cerberus. Good cheeky steal for them. But Binjay, he doesn't give it up, but he doesn't win it.
And now Bean J's in a very difficult scenario. Pos picks up first blood for Cerberus.
Pos picks up first blood for Cerberus, and that was very well played by them. I mean, him with the gangplank, getting the push early, being there earlier than the Sejuani to help his jungler out, and Binjay kind of not respecting that Leash had him read like a book there with the ward coming out, him going for the cheeky walk around, and then just contesting everything he tries to do there. Should have given up the blue buff maybe, but I also kind of see why he doesn't do it, because you don't really want to lose the buff as the Xinjiao here, but that was a very good start by the side of Cerberus.
Now, Leash is going to make his way straight towards the bottom side Scuttle Crab, but I think Bean J is going to have that one cleared before Leash gets there. I think, so far, a very good start to Leash's debut in the VCS for Cerberus. Very impressive, actually.
It definitely is the case. Here we see in the bot lane another gank.
Handshake onto Artemis. No flash available. Not that I would have saved him anyway, and Bean J pulls one kill back for Saigon Buffalo.
Pulls one kill back, and also Senna being down to Summoner spells definitely shouldn't be in this position here. And it was kind of a good read by Binjay to be there in the right place. And considering the farm department, it's looking really good for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Of course, the farming time Kench struggles a little bit against the range champion that the Aphelios really is. And it's to some extent expected here. But them pulling up that much of a CS lead is definitely something that works in their favor. And yeah, Adam is kind of not respecting the gank. Very unfortunate for him. The game looks still kind of fine for Cerberus, right? You have the theoretically infinitely scaling center lane, you have Azir in the mid lane, you have a Gangplank in the top lane. Here we see again what happened at the blue buff. Bean J, of course, kind of refusing to give up this blue buff. Still going for it, trying to get it. Wind becomes lightning. It was very close, to be fair, but him dying there is something that would have likely happened anyway. And now it's kind of a double loss for them, with him losing the buff and also losing his life.
I'm just wondering, if Bean J had got the smite and had secured blue buff, would that have meant that Leash couldn't smite the blue buff to get health back? Because that could have maybe impacted the fight.
Or maybe he would level up for a bit, and that was maybe his idea. Either way, a dive maybe about to happen against Hasmid.
And the cannon barrage means that Hasmid can't back away, and it's easy for Leash to set up Pos to pick up another kill onto the Sejuani. 2-1 for Cerberus.
2-1 for Cerberus, and they really played the dive well with the cannon barrage stoning him off, as you just know that, and also getting both members low, and Leash being there at the right place at the right time was also playing in the favor. Them also playing like the aggro game well, with Pos taking the first turret shot, using the remove scurvy to get the HP back, and then Leash can just walk in and just kick him in the face. Not literally, because he doesn't have level 6 yet, but then just now getting the kill. Leash with a very good early game on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Leash has been, I want to say everywhere, but he hasn't been everywhere. He's just been top lane a couple of times, or top side of the map a couple of times. But both of the times he's tried to do something, he has found success, and that is incredibly important as Cerberus find themselves with a 1k goal lead. Now, we do have our first Drake of the game up on the map. It is a Cloud Drake. We'll have Rift Herald up in 1 minute as well. And currently, Leash making his way towards that bottom side.
Maybe he wants to go for one play on the bot lane before they will maybe move up to fight a potential Herald over there. And Leash so far has just now looked top lane, fighting together with his Korean co-worker and looking for something more. On the other hand, we see that the game's kind of maybe slowing down a little bit with BJ going for his red buff and the scuttles being secured by Leash. I mean, of course, with Smite taking away the shield, that goes down pretty quickly, and the game maybe stabilizing for them. Will he start the Cloud Drake right away? I really wouldn't advise in favor of that. As the bot lane priority is still pretty hard. I mean, Senna is a strong champion, we know, also very high range, but in the early game against Aphelios Renata, it's not quite easy to Tahm Kench to find good value because it's Tahm Kench to double range, not that easy, only really works in all-in situations.
And Poss in the top lane is having a whole bunch of fun, a barrel of fun, one could say. BJ hasn't really looked towards this top side yet, which feels somewhat surprising to me because I am getting that feeling that this gangplank might start snowballing out of control.
Definitely looks to be the case, but I mean, he's 2 kills ahead, he's a full wave ahead. He also got at least 1 turret plating, as I see on the mini map, so he definitely is on his way to get a lot of gold. And I also look forward to see his item build. It looks like a Triforce first for him. Like, there have been quite some item builds. As Yado's getting ganked.
Oh, and there is the ult on the tower. BJ forced to flash away. Will the Sonic Wave land? Well, BJ, a knockback Sonic Wave. Good sidestep from BJ. No kill in the mid lane, just a flash burnt from both junglers.
Flashes burn from both junglers. And there is what you teased us about earlier with the Emperor's
Yeah,
Divide to the
actually
turret.
happened.
But it didn't happen to Froggy. It actually happened to BJ. And BJ is a little bit tankier, so it was kind of a luck out of a bad situation for the side of Sagan Buffalo, with BJ being able to survive that, and also good sidestep on the Sonic Wave, as you said. And with that Sonic Wave hitting, it would have been a kill for the side of Leash for sure.
What I didn't get is I felt like Leash almost got kicked backwards, but he's on the lead. So I want to get a replay of that because I was kind of confused
Crescent Guard.
Crescent Guard, there we go. I knew there was something that did a knockback. Now, Rift Herald has been started. We've got a 3v4. Well, it's a 5v5 because everyone is here. And Leash just gets popped instantly, but the Dawning Shadow does so much work onto the health bars of Saigon Buffalo. Shogun, Harsmed, low. Huber diving in with the Abyssal dive, but Saigon Buffalo want to take the fight. Poss diving in, looking for BJ. However, might be kept alive by the bailout, but will not. As the last embrace lands onto Harsmed. Yado looking for the kill, but can't get onto Harsmed. The Devour onto Froggy, and Froggy will fall. Cerberus get 2 for 1.
Cerberus get 2 for 1, they lose the Herald though. The fight was very, very close, really neatly played by them, with using the invisibility of the Seda's Curse of the Black Mist, and also going with some Abyssal Dive outside of Huber to really get the zoning going on. They kind of didn't walk just past Forey because they know while he can free hit, he's just a poke corky that is still trying to scale and not really a threat at the moment, and they kind of abused that fact and played well around the aggression of Sagan Buffalo. 2 for 1 for them, giving away the Herald. At the end of the day, a close call, I would say, but with them getting to Drake as well, I think Cerberus is very much fine with it, especially considering that Poss on the Gangplank got another kill and is now already on the Triforce. We are 10 minutes into the game and he's already on the Mythic item.
And that fight was so close. And here we get a replay of this. Leash just gets popped instantly.
Yeah, Leash gets popped instantly. He tries to go for the Herald's secure and also the hostile takeover, trying to buy liberal time. Here we see Huber playing very far forward with the flash tongue lash, also going with the Abyssal Dive in. And here we see over and over again how they use like the zoning of the soldiers. And also here, Curse of the Black Mist by Artemis to make it hard for the side of champions like Froggy to really fire damage off. Also Shogun on the failure struggling to really find an impact here. And with that, even being down a man, they kind of were virtually in an advantageous position here. But that cannot be said about Poss.
Poss finally targeted in the top lane, and no amount of root remove scurvy will save him. We've got a package in the mid lane as Froggy goes on to Yado. Empress Divide almost stops the Valkyrie.
Yeah, kind of a little bit late over there, or just Froggy really reacting in time. And Poss giving the shutdown over to Sejuani is, of course, something he didn't want to do. Sejuani has been struggling this whole game, I would say, and maybe she, despite getting the kill, won't really find the impact she really hoped to have initially. But her getting a little bit of a spike back is definitely something that plays in her favor. Also, her going for the Frozen Heartwash, a very cost-efficient item to really nullify anything Gangplank at least Sin can do, or maybe even Senna can do to some extent, because it's just that efficient against the physical damage. Gotta say though, Yados and his Azir will not care about that one little bit in the later stage of the game.
Cannon Barrage is going to be available momentarily. The Glacial Prison does not land. The kick straight onto Harsmed, and now the ball left with nowhere to go. They could give this kill over to Poss, but Poss says, Leash, you're giving me a couple of kills. I'll hand one back over to you, buddy.
Boss is more interested in getting the farm going and getting another turret plate over there. I mean,
True.
that's the same amount of gold basically. So why not just give Leash the kill? I mean, he worked hard for it. Gotta say, Leash has a fantastic early game. I would say overall, his only death was where he went like for the Herald flip, and that's something. I mean, that can just happen. If it goes a little bit better, he would be the hero of servers and really secure the Herald, giving his life over for it. And just now, he kind of looked like a clown in that small Herald fight, but other than
I mean,
that, he has a very clean game.
to be fair, he did die, but he forced Saigon Buffalo to use so much on him that
Especially,
Cerberus were
yes,
able
yeah.
to win the 4v5. So I don't feel like it was terribly end.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that was his worst play of the game. Like all the other
Yes.
plays look very, very good for him. He definitely has a good read on what BJ has been doing in the early game, and look just how fat he got his top lane over there. I mean, that's something that Ego and Fuquan didn't really do in the spring split so much, where they really were playing on the top side of servers, which is a rare side in general. But for Leash so far, it has been working out brilliantly.
And this might be first tower of the game going the way of Saigon Buffalo. Poss has already picked up loads of tower plates in the top lane, but he's going to have to step back and allow this tower to fall as the plates go into the hands of Shogun and BJ.
And that's exactly where you want the money to be. I
Shogun?
mean,
What was that Gale Force? Did he just
maybe
Gale Force the cannon and miss it?
I think maybe he gale forced to get the cannon and yeah, just slightly missed it on the damage department. Very unfortunate for him. Cannon barrage used to deny a second herald charge. Very good use from Poss here to not be greedy with the ultimate usage. It's a high cooldown, but I mean denying a herald charge definitely worth it in the total. And in the bot lane we see parallelly to what happened top lane. Also the bot lane from Cerberus taking a turret, so they are quite firmly ahead in gold right now, with them being almost 3k ahead, and also their scaling working brilliantly, right? I mean, it's Umbreglaive Senna, it's Frostfire Gauntlet Tam Kench. They definitely are happy with how the game progressed so far, and them not really being down in CS so much is definitely something that plays in their favor. Mid lane and top lane also working out greatly, and SGB kind of caught with their pants down in the early game overall.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about build paths because I've been seeing a fair bit of Gangplank top lately, and all of them have been going Triforce into Collector, especially when they get ahead. But looking at the comp of Saigon Buffalo, I feel like Collector may not be the best choice.
I mean, you kind of focus the Corki and the affiliates anyway, so I don't think the
Okay.
collector would be any bad in this situation. What I really like to see is maybe like going this build of the 1,000 crit cloaks, where you really get a lot of crit chance
Yes.
early and then just complete them one by one to get the infinity edge to get the other crit items. That's maybe the way he should go, but it's very slot inefficient, so it's also kind of risky to a certain degree. What I expect, of course, in the VCS is that he just goes for the collector as a total item because it's just slot efficient in that regard. And if you are snowballing, why not? You can still go that item. And I think it could be something that he chooses to do.
A bit aggressive from B&J. Audaciously charging on to Huber. But no real follow-up from either Saigon Buffalo or Cerberus. We do have a Drake up now. It would be the second Drake of the game for Cerberus if they were to take it, and then we will be finding out what Soul or what what Drake Rift we will be getting, and Cerberus are going to take this one uncontested.
Yeah, not really being contested. The vision and also the map pressure coming out for the side of servers was definitely playing their favors. And we see in the overlay it looks kind of buggy. That means to me it must be Hextech. And yeah, it is indeed Hextech.
Yeah.
We get the funny gates on the map, which is also something I really look forward to see. That maybe some flank plays with Lee Sin and Tam Kench are possible with that being on their way. And now, of course, Cerberus still in very firm control. And I really wonder what really will be the next move from Saigon Buffalo, because there's not really that much to give them an opening. I think they kind of just have to hope that the Corki will farm up and land some very good big rockets to really nullify what Cerberus can do. But even if he does that, I mean, the Senna can still heal up the lineup of Cerberus. So unless they get like a pick into Artemis and then the big rockets hit, it looks pretty doomed for Saigon Buffalo this game.
Well, they are 3k goal behind still. That being said, both teams do scale, but when you look at Cerberus and you see a Gangplank, you see an Azir, you see a Senna, you do have to think that scaling's just a little bit more on the side of Cerberus.
Yeah, and we see the collector components already by the side of the Gangplank from Paz. In the mid lane, however, a little bit of a poke war. Foggy's very far forward.
Yado just sitting just over the wall, hoping that Saigon Buffalo get greedy and try to take a fight, thinking that the Azir is not there. And now he's just standing on a ward, but he is
Yeah.
unaware of that. The sneaky but not sneaky Azir plays.
Yeah, no, not sneaky enough. Really being caught in the water. So Sagan Buffalo knows we can't step a little bit more forward there. They tried as hard as they could with like Foggy stepping up and going for the poke, but if him getting like hit by one piercing darkness meant that he has to step away again. And Sagan Buffalo now maybe trying to move towards the bot lane and getting their first chips of turret damage over there. And here we see the overall gold with Phalos being quite decently ahead of the center, but it is a fasting center, so it of course cannot really be quantified that easily in the gold department. In the mid lane being quite even, but the top lane is really like where the problems start to be really visible at the gangplank, really pulls out of the situation. And the thing is, even on even gold, you would favor the gangplank by now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gangplank scales so well, especially once they get a couple of items going. Well, mainly when they get Infinity Edge, they just become disgusting. Unlucky Huber. You know what? Credit to Shogun there for not reacting to that and just standing still and saying, "Go on, Huber. If you think you're gonna hit me, go for it."
Exactly right. And I also really want to see how many souls the Senna has really farmed so far. And that's something that, of course, really determines on which range effectively Cerberus is really playing. I mean, the longer the game goes,
Okay,
the easier it will
so
become for them.
so what? How many do you think Senna is on currently then?
Like 80 or something.
Okay,
I'm really hard at estimating stuff because really don't play bot lane that much. But I think it
You'll
should be like,
weigh.
yeah. Where you'll way? We have a
Where
Senna.
you'll
Like,
weigh.
where are the 100,000 chat messages from your way? I'm
Usually
kind of missing
he's
it.
on Twitch chat
Yeah.
on the VCS English account. As Hubert gets engaged on, flashes away from the Moonlight Vigil. The focus turns onto BJ, but Crescent Guard will keep him alive.
Yano!
Yano teleporting in, and he finds a three-man Shurima shuffle. Focus turns onto Shogun, and down goes the ADC for Saigon Buffalo. Froggy over the wall, Pass will follow, and another four. So for the Buffaloes, it's 4-0 for Cerberus.
I think it's a quarter kill coming up by the side of Leash, but Yano was really the one doing all the work there. And Yano maybe heard us talking bullcrap beforehand, and that was a very sick Azir flank, of course, coming off him. The TP into the Flash Shurima shuffle to get them all gobbled up. The bailout from Taki couldn't bail out anyone over there, and this usually would be a Baron angle, but it kind of is because Baron is not even spawning yet. So they will maybe just go for some turret pressure. And yeah, Cerberus getting very excited in that fight and just really grabbing them where they could. And that corridor really not helping SGB either, with Yado finding that insane flank on Azir.
Now, I just want to say, as a neutral, this game is very positive. I'll go on to that later because here's a replay of how this fight all broke out.
It broke out because they were trying to get Huber really with the engage here, but you see how tanky Huber already is. It is a farming Tahm Kenji in the bot lane, really hard to bring down. Here you see Yado, I mean, beautiful Emperor's Divide coming out. Also, Huber is confident in going back in because he's just that tanky, and also Artemis can heal him back up a few times. Also, Triumph really working out wonders. And this Lee Sin getting the quarter kill, this Lee Sin also a very good early game. He had the resources to really like punch everyone quite heftily in the face, and that's kind of what he did over there. And so much disruption in that skirmish. Lee Sin is still very strong, especially in the mid game if he had a good early game. And here we saw how that really ended up. BJ also kind of his engage blew off with trying to kill Huber, and the whole team of Sagan Buffalo trying to do that, but Huber was just too tanky. He wasn't having any of that.
Also, poor Yado, no kills on the Azir. 0-0-6. It truly is a support life for Cerberus. But I want to go back to the point that I was trying to make about why this game is so positive if you are a neutral fan of the VCS, because coming into this split, I feel like we had three teams with a lot of question marks around them. I think we had Team Wales with Killer Queen. Would he be performing well? We have Cerberus as well. And then we had the return of Dire 1 for SBTC. And so far, and I really hope this isn't a jinx, but so far, all of those coin flip teams are coin flipping very well. And I think that's very positive for what we can see in the VCS, because in our podcast before the split started, we thought GAN would be at the top and then we'd have maybe a 4-way battle for second. I think now we well and truly have like a 5-6-way battle for first in the VCS.
It's definitely so exciting, especially like if you're a new viewer, or if you're a viewer who only knows like VCS from like the rare appearances of MSI or Worlds, which he have been kind of lacking in the recent times. I mean, most people know like Garm from the earlier days and knows like in Buffalo from like this MSI and from the G2 memes, but we have like Garm going down 2-0 against SPTC yesterday. Maybe we have Saigon Buffalo also losing their first series, and that's just beautiful, right? You potentially have like, as you just said, really a huge pack of teams really fighting for the top spots. And if you are called a one-team region so often, you kind of get annoyed by that. And that not being the case would be very relieving for the whole VCS.
And it does seem that the VCS as a whole is stepping up. Both teams stepping up to contest Baron Vision, but it seems that no team really wants to try to rush it down. Yado on that Azir doesn't have any kills. If he did, if he had a bit more gold, Azir just shreds through Baron.
He does. He also maybe does with that item build, by the way. It's a double burn item build coming up with him being like on the Lianvis plus Demonic, which makes him surprisingly tanky for an Azir as well, where you can also like get at least like a bit of an HP extra, where you can just feel confident to really go for the engaged plays like he did earlier. And if the fight goes on longer, he doesn't really want to carry or something or chunk them out by 50% HP with a single conquering stance. But what he does is really doing sustained damage over the team fight. He just needs to chip them once and they start burning with the Liandry's Demonic burn. And that stuff really hurts. And it's also something that really burns off high HP targets, which would be the Sejuani, which would be the Xinjiao to some extent as well. And also the Baron, if they happen to really bait out the Baron fight. Yado, even without getting kills, can do that with 2 items.
So I did see how many stacks of mist Artemis had. And he's picked up 2 more. Do you want to hazard a guess?
Right now, 100?
96.
I think that was a pretty good guess.
Yeah. I mean, you're pretty much there. Artemis is pretty much at 100 now as well, which is when Senna really starts to get online. Or is it 80 when Senna starts to become a bit disgusting?
I'm not your way, but I guess the confusion is something that could happen with German color casters being around here. But here we see something very beautiful. The vision setup is really strong by the side of servers. They also snuck around the Scarlet Vision and are just now on the Baron with Saigon Buffalo really not sneezing it even out in a little bit. I mean, just Yado hitting the soldiers over the wall, and it's just a free Baron for them. Like, no contest. They didn't really have to do much aside from placing a few control wards, costing them a few hundred gold. And there was like 0 whisk play coming from servers. I really like to see more of it.
And Cerberus are playing this game so well. There were a couple of mistakes in the early stage of the game. Maybe, Poss getting caught out that one time, that gank to Artemis and Huber. But aside from that, Cerberus have looked dominant. They've looked in complete control of this game. And now they just have to close it out. They have Hextech Soul in just over a minute's time. And once they've got Hextech Soul, they can probably just look to end the game or wait for Elder.
And they are very aware of the control position, as they just know use multiple TPs in the mid lane, not even to go for a flank, but just go to for some map presence basically, and just use the Baron buff. They also have like the Shurima's Legacy passive going down, which means they can also place a turret on their own to get even more safety on their team, and this will be a very brutal siege. I would expect Saigon Buffalo to drop at least this turret, maybe even more, and not even going for a fight before. And if they go for a fight, it must be like a perfect engage angle for them. But, I mean, even on almost even gold, they were losing these fights, and now Cerberus the Baron has all these drakes, has such a big lead. It's very hard to fight for the side of SGB, and what I would expect of them is really like to drop the few turrets here and maybe have a last stand at the Soul or even later at the Elder, because they might just have to give the Soul away.
The cannon barrage was used by Poss as Cerberus secured that inner tower, so it is one ultimate down, but we know how big Leash can be with that insect play. We've seen Yado with those Shurima shuffles. I say those Shurima shuffles. We've seen one, and now Poss on the side. Hazmed going for a flank, but Leash and Cerberus are going to turn towards the ball. Hazmed runs his way out. Saigon Buffalo on the bottom side of this fight. Keep an eye on Leash. He's going to be looking to come in behind with a ward hop. Goes in behind. Froggy kicked. Dawning Shadow drop down. Moonlight Vigil onto 3 members, but it doesn't matter. Cerberus are just so far ahead. A Froggy will go gold, but Yado will claim the kill pretty much instantly. Yado flashing in, looks for Shogun, doesn't have a stopwatch, and will fall. BJ could be the focus, but Cerberus are looking towards Taki and Shogun. They've already got 3 kills. They've only lost 1 member. Can Cerberus get more? The last embrace won't land onto Taki, and Cerberus will take their winnings and turn towards the Hextech Soul.
This will definitely be the Hextech Soul claimed by the side of Cerberus. I really didn't understand what Hazmed tried to do with using the Hextech Gate as a flank option. Also, not really lucky for him that he also missed his Glacial Prism, so the field goal was coming out of him. And the big CC AoE damage ultimate not really hitting by the side of Saigon Buffalo, and with that missing, it was an easier way in for the side of Leash to get a good kick. He also kicked in the Sejuani, which isn't really the ideal target, but he was happy to kill her either way. And Yado also going for another flank play. Here we see again how it really played out. Hasmit going for the blast bomb right now and missing his ultimate. Kind of unfortunate to do. And here, Leash. Ward jump kick. Gets Hasmit in. The front line dies. Hostile takeover dealing a surprisingly high amount of damage because, of course, the members are quite fat and quite auto-attack heavy on the side of Cerberus. And them chasing into the Severum Aphelios was making it kind of hard because Shogun, despite being behind, can still heal up a decent bit on this position. And it was a 3-for-1 for them. And also getting the soul. Not the ideal fight for Cerberus considering how far ahead they really were. But still, something they are very happy to take because this Hextech Slow will just cement themselves as a team that will be leading in the damage department for the whole game. And also denying Hextech Slow for Corki is, of course, very insane because Corki could do so much with it. But gotta be honest, Saigon Buffalo was very far away from getting any Drake either way.
Now, one positive for Saigon Buffalo is it does mean that Elder will be coming earlier, which means that they could coin flip and turn the game. Because I think if Elder came later, there's a chance that Cerberus are just snowballing out. Oh my god. Taki and Froggy get blown up completely. The cannon barrage forces Saigon Buffalo to retreat under the safety of their inhibitor tower, the relative safety of their inhibitor tower. But there are no more minions left, and Cerberus will have to back away.
They will have to back away. We'll play likely around the next Baron, and as you just said, putting Elder on the map puts a slight risk to it, but I think there really won't be any play on the Elder. Gotta say, it is maybe a small chance for Saigon Buffalo to rush it down as the Elder is not that tanky, but with Baron being up beforehand, this Baron will just go to the side of Cerberus. I think there will be very low chance to contest it on the side of Saigon Buffalo, and with them having Baron and Hextech Soul, they can also secure the priority in all 3 lanes. And it could go towards a situation where maybe Saigon Buffalo gets the Elder but trades it for the Nexus, and that is something that Cerberus would also be happy with.
An 11k goal lead for Cerberus. We were joking about the prediction game earlier. I should have stuck with my guns and gone with the Cerberus 2-1 of Saigon Buffalo.
But I'm so happy to be wrong, I was very confident that Saigon Buffalo coming away from MSI, Cerberus really struggling to get an identity last split, and them having a new jungler this time, and also, half an hour ago I didn't know which top laner they're really going to play, and it was yes, easy 2-0 for the side of Saigon Buffalo. But I'm so happy to be wrong because it just means that we have strong teams in the VCS, and a closer fight for the top spots.
We didn't know which top laner would be playing, and fair enough, Huber. And we didn't know that it'd be Huber and Leash playing, and I think both Huber and Leash have played really well, Leash in particular. But I think Huber has stepped up, and Huber has looked very, very solid on the Tahm Kench this game.
Yeah, I gotta admit, if I knew beforehand that Huber is playing, I wouldn't be more confident, but also actually less confident that Cerberus would win. Huber is just really surprising us this game in a positive way, that he's playing so well, as you just not that. 1 OP, we addressed it, right? He's no B, he's no Taki, but he's still a good support, and Huber just now being in his place and just really showing up and showing that he deserves to play games against the top teams as well. And yeah, he definitely has a good game so far.
I think I've just figured out what the issue for Saigon Buffalo is. It's Shogun playing. It's not Saigon Buffalo Shogun. It's just Shogun.
Yeah, he's not really playing for them. Maybe he's just playing for the LJL again.
Huber is going to devour Artemis, keeps the Senna alive. Hostile takeover will do a fair bit of work, but Cerberus will just turn their attentions back towards the Baron, and Saigon Buffalo are forced to head to the mid lane. They could look to maybe get an outer tower, but they can't do anything more than that.
I actually think they could. I think this just now was maybe the point to strike and go for more Corki rockets. Foggy really has a ton of them, and there was poke trade from both sides. Now they maybe just get flanked themselves with a Baron up, Hextech, Soul, Cerberus.
Oh my god, the railgun is massive. Shogun on the run, but Yado will get the kill. Just ults for the kill in the end. That is one of the most disrespectful air kills I have ever seen. But Cerberus get 3 for nothing. Yado, and that's going to be game.
Yeah, Yado getting his frustration up, right? He really wanted to get 1 kill this game. It's I don't know. That's enough. I just ult for the kill. Who are you anyway? Just the 200 HP and carry. Just gotta get the kill. And yeah, Saigon Buffalo, this game not really showing up. Really clean early game by Leash. The whole team was stepping up. But Foggy has something against it. Maybe the game is not over.
I think it is probably
It
over.
is.
Froggy would have to pull off an absolute miracle. I appreciate you trying to find a way for Psycho Buffalo to get back in. BJ, okay, you know what? Credit to BJ for that play onto pass. But Cerberus are back. Your win to split champions start off Summer Split with a win.
Yeah, they start off with a win and a very good draft either way, and also like the whole team kind of clicking instantly. It was already looking better, like maybe mid of last spring split, where they had like Ego coming back shortly, and then him being individually sound but not really gelling with the team together. And just now, Leash definitely knew how to play, especially together with his Korean landsman in the top lane, and Huber stepping up. And I really like the draft, as I just now said, with the Gangplank last pick. Really not something that Saigon Buffalo had an answer for.
Well, Saigon Buffalo are going to need to find an answer if they want to take this game to game 3, or take the series to game 3. Either way, considering how good Cerberus look, they're going to be looking to take a clean 2-0. We're going to be heading into a clean break, and we will be back shortly with our second game of the series. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for staying tuned. We're going to be jumping on into our second game between Psych Buffalo and Cerberus. If you missed the first game, Cerberus took a rather dominant victory, Quincy.
Definitely a dominant victory coming out from their side, with the gameplay to Sejuani pick working beautifully. Also, Yado on Azir is something that I don't remember from neither Spring nor Winter Split, and so him showing a new face to us with that pick coming out, and he definitely looked good. I mean, also in the laning phase against Foggy, ahead in CS, of course, something that has not been a rare side against Foggy in general, but with Foggy picking up some steam, especially in the Spring Split, and definitely having some decent performances even around MSI, especially against the lower tier teams over there. Something that really can accredit to the side of Yado, who also has been struggling in the Spring Split a little bit and hasn't looked like his old Winter Split self where he dominated. And also Huber, being the substitute support coming in for 1OP this time, looked to be like he can definitely challenge the main support for the starting spot.
I just had a quick check. Yado has had 13 career games on Azir, but it is one of his lowest win rate champions. It was at 38% coming into that game. But let's take a look at this upcoming game, because Saigon Buffalo, I feel they had a lot of things to work on. And I think a lot of it starts, well, in this man's role, Leash. Oh, in the jungle for BJ.
Definitely Leash showing up in this early game. I mean, we all remember this like Rapper one play on the enemy blue buff where they got the first blood coming in, and of course the top lane player definitely playing into his favor, but also just very smart idea by him going for this ward, going for a single walk, and then just reading BJ like a book. Definitely very beautiful to see, and this kind of started a snowball for the side of Cerberus, and they never really fell down. I mean, I think the whole game it was Cerberus playing from ahead and not just how would I say it, keeping their lead alive, but also just extending their lead even further and breaking the game apart. So there was nothing Saigon Buffalo could do to come really back into this.
Well, we're heading into draft, and we'll see whether Saigon Buffalo want to adapt their draft and maybe ban away some of the picks we saw from Cerberus in Game 1, or whether we just see a run back of the 3 bans from both sides.
Looks to be at least some adaptation, because we see different sides this time, as Cerberus just now goes to the blue side with, of course, I think the loser gets to pick this as the second game. I think that's how they do it in the VCS. Either way, with the side being different, now maybe Saigon Buffalo comes up with a better plan for the draft, and maybe the R5 counter pick is something that could help in their favor, especially with them having like Taki and Hasmet over there. They had quite some draft shenanigans that really dismantled the enemy teams in the past, with Taki picking something like a Silas or Camille support up, and maybe even a Sion, and then just the top lane really getting a creative counter pick, as it would be Hasmet's Vayne, Hasmet's Akali, or Hasmet's Jace, to really cement themselves as a strong top lane. And with Na being away, it could not be an R5 Sejuani counter pick, so maybe that also plays in their favor, right?
So I think so far the bans are the same as what we saw before, but just in a slightly different order. Although I think Cerberus didn't ban away the Viego. I think they banned away a
I think
ADC.
Viego left. I think Viego got through last game and just didn't really get mentioned by either team, and that was kind of what surprised us with Viego Volleyball being traded. But now, oh, blue side
That was
Zevi
bad.
for Artemis of all people. Yeah, that was banned,
Let's
and good luck, like a Buffalo, I would say right now. But of course, they banned 380 carries. They deliberately left open the Zeri, so they must have a plan.
And Cerberus essentially saying, look, Artemis, he played Senna in game 1. You're going to ban away his Senna, but Artemis is sick and tired of playing supportive ADCs. Yes, one game was enough to make Artemis sick and tired. He's back on a hyper carry, and this is going to be banging. If you're new to the VCS, if you haven't seen Artemis, he is the best ADC in the league. Or he was until Spring Split, where he dropped off a little bit, but I think I'm optimistic we're going to see the return of Artemis dominating. Jinx picked up for Shogun and Saigon Buffalo, and Leash now looking towards the Nocturne.
Yeah, the Nocturne maybe being something that couldn't work against the Wukong with being able to spell shield, spell from him, and then just going for insane dueling potential with having very high attack speed and the Dustbringer underneath him. Jinx also pick a like into the Zeri as it can outrange the Zeri in the early game and guarantee a certain amount of early game priority. And now I want to see Cerberus going with a plan to really play around the Zeri with getting maybe like an Enchanter champion around her, or maybe getting something that can guarantee some safety. And Renata is one of those champions, of course, with the bailout mechanic. And Artemis, one player who is not afraid to go back in, even if he would be technically dead already. So maybe the bailout mechanic is something that really works greatly in his favor.
Zeri, Renat in the bottom A. I'm liking the look of this so far. What do Saigon Buffalo want to be pairing with the Jinx? They're going to lock in the Tahm Kench, so a bit of an extra protection from these diving potential that the Nocturne brings to the side of Cerberus.
What every champion on the side of Cerberus brings to the table. I mean, especially like to deny the potential bailout is a very good asset to have a Tahm Kench, because he can just devour his own teammate and delay the death long enough so the bailout cannot really be used effectively by the side of Cerberus. So the Tahm Kench also would have been a pick if Runata wouldn't be on the table, that Cerberus himself would maybe have picked up on their own. And also Tahm Kench maybe still a slight denial from maybe Pos that if he would want to go back to this. But I gotta say, Pos on the strong side Gangplank looked fantastic. I mean, why would you not just pick it again instead of Cerberus? Gangplank not a pick that you can easily counter on the blue side, so maybe Gangplank also just know what Saigon Buffalo maybe want to ban.
Well, the Ari banned away from Froggy. Saigon Buffalo going to ban away Yado's is here after that opening game. The Lissandra taken away as well. We'll see what Yado does want to go for. If he wants to go for those kind of scaling mid laners again, the Orianna is something he's very comfortable with.
There's still quite some options, but Corki's still open, Vega's still open. Maybe if Saigon Buffalo picks Vega, he could go back to something like a Silas to really like punish the Vega pick, and they choose to ban away the Swain, which is something we have seen banned a lot recently, because Swain with the Soft Reaper coming out is a very insane champion that can really scale up quite brilliantly and create a very good zone control. Silas now being hovered by the side of Saigon Buffalo. And I don't really see Silas being picked up here. I mostly see it as a counter pick. And what do you really want to steal right now in the ultimate department? I mean, you can steal the hostile takeover, but it does literally 0 damage. So the Silas ultimate isn't really any stronger in that regard. And yeah, maybe, I mean, with some sick paranoia player could come up. But is Zeri's ultimate so insane with Silas? I don't quite agree with that.
Yeah, I think if you can steal away some of those paranoias, maybe you can follow some of these roams around. I think also Cerberus, what I've been seeing a bit with Nocturne jungles lately is the Twisted Fate. So maybe it was anticipating the Twisted Fate and saying, if we take Silas and you take Twisted Fate, we can steal away the Destiny and follow you when you roam to the side lanes.
Yeah, maybe the Wise is kind of the replacement Twisted Fate, who kind of works similar to it, but doesn't get countered as much as the Twisted Fate would be. And Wise, also one of the champions with the Everfrost Fimbulwinter build, or maybe just Everfrost item build, can just deny the Silas to really get an all-in onto him. It is surprisingly well-functioning lane matchup. Gotta say though, overall, I don't really like the Wise. It's a champion that I think is not really that strong in the current meta and doesn't really come to fruition in current times. What maybe does is the Kale pickup by the side of Hazmat, that's their R5 counter pick. It is very risky to pick it though, because it will not have very much fun in the early game against the Gwen, which she is still very strong at. And I think even later stages, Gwen kind of matches the scaling of Kale to a certain extent. Of course, not level 16 Kale, but in the later mid game, I would say, you would favor the Gwen definitely. She can win the side and she can also win the team fight. And the Kale is a pickup that can work, but can also be very risky. Gotta say, the Divine Judgment used defensively against the Renata could also work wonders here.
Yeah, and you talk about the hostile takeover and the fact that Taki's bringing this extra bit of protection to Saigon Buffalo to be able to stop any potential bailouts. Well, the Kale does that as well. And this Jinx is going to have so much protection with that Tahm Kenji and Kale.
Yeah, you just now mentioned another thing that kind of reminds me of what could happen here. Hostile takeover onto the Kale. The Kale is berserk, just smashes her own team, and despite, yeah, of course, being berserk, she cannot really ultimate anyone for their safety either way. And you have Renata ultimate against Jinx plus Kale. That sounds kind of if they ever manage to get hit by it. Gotta say, the hostile takeover is a spell that's mostly used as disengage or zoning and isn't really used offensively to really hit someone. It's kind of more like a Nami wave, so to say, and you really can only land it to follow up as a follow-up CC. So will be very hard to hit. Gotta say, though, overall, I yet again like the draft from Cerberus a bit more.
Yeah, I quite like this Cerberus draft. I think for both teams, again, we've seen that same kind of identity that we saw in game one on the scaling side of things. Just I think now we've got even more scaling in the top lane, and maybe now we're going to be seeing more aggression towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I really want to see how Zeri really plays out in the VCS. We have seen it maybe banned like every game so far, and now Artemis of all ADCs gets to play it, and I think this will certainly be a banger, no matter in which direction it will go. I mean, of course, the Jinx is a champion that can punish the Zeri, as we mentioned before, but Zeri, Renata, definitely one of the stronger bot lanes, but now also new champions coming in, and I really want to see how the Vietnamese teams really can make use of the pick. We just now see Flash Ghost coming up by the side of Artemis, and I also want to see Leash on the Nocturne to really help this lane really come to fruition and really get going.
So I'm just trying to check Zeri's stats very quickly. And for some reason, it's saying that we haven't had a Zeri game in VCS Spring Split, which feels wrong because I feel like we've definitely seen a Zeri game.
We have. I remember Vid playing it for Luxury Esports, definitely, and carrying some games on it.
Okay.
So Zeri not being in Spring Split must have been some kind of bug. So we definitely have seen Zeri beforehand, but it is a kind of new pick, and also Zeri in general, not like a new in that sense, but
No.
after the recent changes to Zeri, it kind of became an S tier pick all of a sudden, and just now has been to some extent hotfix nerfed. And I want to see how Artemis really plays it out, because a well played Zeri can come to fruition quite early.
Will Cerberus be able to take it to her? Will they be able to start their summer split with a bang, taking out the MSI representatives of Saigon Buffalo? Either way, we are expecting a relatively slow start. We're seeing 2 AP hyper carries in the top lane for both teams, 2 AD hyper carries in the bottom lane. And then, well, in the mid lane, I guess there's a bit more early game presence for Froggy on that Silas.
I think that's kind of irritating thing, because Wise isn't that much of a scaling god anymore. You see the bot lane. O2v2 not really going well for Saigon Buffalo.
Huber, that was such a nice bait, flashing out and then pulling off the handshake onto Taki, forces the Tahm Kench to burn their flash as well. Huber is stepping up coming into summer.
Gotta say that they also used 3 summoner spells on their own side, so it was just a trade of summoner spells against HP bars, which is something they can also work with, and also getting the flash from the Tahm Kench is very, very valuable, and maybe the most important thing you want here. But yeah, BJ knows. BJ wants to punish this bot lane for this overstep.
And there is no ghost for Artemis. There is no flash for Huber. Taki narrowly avoiding the abyssal dive, but it doesn't matter because the flame jumpers are there and Huber can't get away. Oh, the Guardian is massive! But first blood picked up by BJ.
Leash?
Flashing forward. Can he get on top of the Wukong? And the answer to that is no. BJ able to just dash his way out to safety.
Yeah, very goody play coming up from the bot, and that is kind of the result of the aftermath of that, with BJ being there at the right place at the right time, you kind of had to expect BNJ to be around at this point of the game and trading some dust spells. Of course, in theory, we could work, but with Leash being there later, that definitely played out in the favor of Saigon Buffalo. Thus, reward them with the first kill. It also goes into the Wukong. Here we see again how it really happened. Just in the Abyssal Dives, it didn't even need to hit. It was just Tongue-Lash landing, then the zoning away with the Flame Chompers, and he survives for a surprisingly long amount of time with the Guardian, as you said, but BNJ still, with the Crushing Blow, can finish the kill, and Leash not in a position to return the kill because the clone can just tank the Unspeakable Horror and does no follow-up coming out by the side of Cerberus.
I think Taki landed a tongue lash as well onto Leash, which got enough of a slow to allow BJ to run out to safety. So one thing to note though is pretty much all the summoners have now been burnt in the bottom lane. It's just Shogun who has a cleanse available and Artemis who has a flash available. So we were expecting a lot of aggression towards this bottom side of the map, and we are seeing that. And now with summoners burnt, we should be seeing even more.
Definitely do. Although both bot laners are going for the Cull side, which means, of course, that they are kind of chilling in that regard. And the top lane not really working that much victoriously for the side of Pos on the Gwen. The Kale definitely having a decent early game with only being down a few CS and being pushed in all the time. Very safe for potential ganks that would come out for the side of Leash. And what I wanted to address before the 2v2 shenanigans started was what really Wise brings to the team. He is kind of less of a scaling pick than the Silas, I would say, because in the late game, the Silas would just smash him in the all-in department. But Wise actually kind of spikes in the mid game with his tier being stacked up and him being on 2 or 3 items, I would say. And that's kind of the point where I would expect Cerberus to strike. And here we see the bot lane. They need to be very careful.
Spark surges over the wall, and that is one benefit that Zeri can bring. You've got a lot of safety if you are nearby walls, and especially with the introduction of the alcove, it gives an extra way for Zeri to be able to escape from an engage. But BJ still hovering around this bottom side. And to go back to what you were talking about, Quincy, with regards to this mid lane, like even if Silas is, let's say, a stronger champion in the early stages of the game, Rice can very quickly shove a wave and throw it towards the Silas if Yada wants to be able to rotate to a play.
Well, that's kind of the strong point that Wise really has. He can just insta-shove the wave and then go for the side lane plays, or even in the mid game, like play a little bit more with his range and go for his tier item being fully stacked up, going for the Everforce and then just nullify what Silas wants to do, because Silas is of course a champion that's melee, wants to go in and wants to work with his mobility, and the Everforce Wise with the Rune Prison kind of denies exactly that from them. So that's kind of the point where he really wants to shine. Silas not really the champion that wants to play the 5v5 team fights. Wise a lot more so, and Silas really wants to side lane. With Wise being in the core of his own team, kind of bring the team a lot of Drake and objective control in general, and that is something that Cerberus definitely aims to take in this scenario. And with Herald being up in 19 seconds, maybe they want to use Wise together with the bot lane to really force the Herald over there and guarantee them some plating money. Froggy also just now in the mid lane VC is struggling both in CS in the HP department.
There's a realm warp. Froggy hijacking that one away, trying to make a play onto Yado as BJ and Taki were roaming up into the mid lane. Unsuccessful though for Saigon Buffalo, and now Cerberus looking for a potential play of their own in the mid lane.
Yeah, they do, and can go maybe for the plating money at least, because of course Saigon Buffalo accept that players failed and then just now take the recall out to really get away from it. Also the wave just being pushed in, nobody really taking it, but instead of Saigon Buffalo to really shows them struggling to allocate the farm probably, and no plating also taken by the side of Cerberus. They go for a top lane wraparound play though, and Husband on the Kale may be in trouble. He still has a flash, still has the ult, but can he get out?
He does have the flash available. Leash is here. Divine Judgment will buy time. Flashes away so that the fear does not come through from Leash. So both Flash and Ult burnt for Hasmid, whereas Pos just burning the Ghost.
Yeah, definitely a trade that is worthwhile for the side of Hasmet. Gotta say though, maybe it actually is worth to just die and then not use either of them, because they could just be so important in the potential Drake or Herald fight. But with a Kale, you likely don't take those either way, so it's definitely fine to just not give gold into the pockets of Leash or even Pos on the Gwen, because Pos on the Gwen so far just now has been farming, hasn't really got anything else going on for him. And oh,
unlucky Artemis. The Scots of Crab
you hate to
decided
see
to
it.
turn around at the last second.
Yeah. So the consolation prize is in, right? With the Herald being taken
Yeah.
by the side of Leash and Pos, and no fight coming up by the side of SGB. And they aren't interested to take the Drake at the same time, which is something that I would maybe expect them to do, because they likely know that Leash is on the top side of the map. He has ganked top lane just a minute ago, but they do not prefer the Drake right now. What kind of also worries me is that the Jinx is falling behind against the Zeri in the farm department. I would expect the Jinx to be at least ahead in the first few waves.
My God, Hasmed just took Leash from full health down to sub. We've got a realm up there coming
Yado?
through on the top side. These are some low members of Cerberus. Paranoia, but Hasmed just gets the kill onto Boss. This is not a tower dive you want to do. Yada's going to survive, but BJ shows up flashing forward. And it's 2 kills for Saigon Buffalo. And what does Cerberus have to show for it? Just a couple of tower plates. And now Froggy
Cerberus
shows up as well.
Cerberus going for the dive lane because they knew Kale had the Summoner spells on, but they just get outplayed on the dive. Pos dies before Kale even has to use really anything, and they also have been poked out a lot beforehand either way. And Yado being in there, of course, helps secure them 1 kill, but that is such a huge cost. They lost 3 kills in the aftermath of it and couldn't even take down Froggy or BJ, who was very happy to get another kill there. Yado also blowing his Summoner spells. Smells slight disaster by the side of Cerberus. In the gold department, they are still kind of equal because Artemis has been farming up a storm in the bot lane. But other than that, that play just has been unnecessary.
I just have no words for that. I saw Leash looking to the top side and thought, after you've been chunked to half health, there's no way you can look for a play now. And Hasma just says, thank you for a kill. BJ says, thank you for a kill. Cerberus still have a Rift Arrow, so they can still look for a potential play. And as you mentioned, the gold still even due to Yado and Artemis having those big CS discrepancies.
Definitely so. And I think this play, in theory, is a correct play, by the way. Don't get me wrong. But don't get chunked out in the first place and actually do not get hit by the Kale Starfire Spellblade, or it's actually the Radiant Blast. And here we see again how it happens. Pos just gets one shot, basically. I mean, just let Yado work forward. He's kind of the tankiest member of them. And Yado also, I mean, why is he flashing there? He was like at 50 HP and he knows BJ is around. I mean, it's very obvious you die there. To his fairness, BJ also used his flash to really secure the kill, but I think he didn't really need to do so here. We see Lee also trying to get like Foggy as a consolation prize, but couldn't get him either because Silas has such nice healing abilities with the Kingslayer coming out. And
To
now
be fair,
SGB,
to
yeah,
be fair, Leash
yes.
had no health and Froggy was full health. The fact that Leash almost got a kill there and was 1 auto away was kind of disgusting.
Yeah, it's impressive, but what does it really bring you, right? I mean, it doesn't really give you gold to the table, and you just give them another kill. The
Yeah.
fight itself is impressive, but if you don't win the fight, don't take the fight. It's easy as that. And
Okay, like
SGB,
no.
on the
Okay, in fairness, I agree about like the whole top lane play, but there was nothing that Leash could do there.
okay,
Like he
yeah,
was gonna die.
yeah, that play was kind of going the wrong way before. I give you that much. And SGB, they want some tempo, right? I mean, they also got the first Drake secured, and getting a Drake rolling when you are the competition with the Kale, definitely something you do not hate. And overall, scaling in late game, I would favor them as they have both the Jinx and the Kale working for them. Gotta say though, Artemis and Yaro in the mid game will likely find their time to strike and will make it hard for Sagan Buffalo, or at least will make them work for it.
Abyssal dive, Cyclone landing onto 2 members. Leash flashing away. Super Mega Death Rocket lands onto Yado, whose realm warping into the play. And there is a hostile takeover. Huber will fall. Yado's still alive. And Cerberus are going to turn the fight. Taki flashing over the wall. Froggy with the abscond away. And overall, it is 1-for-1 support for jungler. Now the Rift Herald going to be dropped in the mid lane, and that's going to be more gold going over onto Artemis.
And the face check kind of being saved by the side of Cerberus with the beta really working wonders and Yado staying alive. They get the kill to BJ. They trade Huber for it, which is definitely a worthwhile trade. Also, a very nice Herald push in the mid lane to get more plating money. And despite the kind of iffy looking skirmishes, Cerberus really pulls ahead in the gold department here. They kind of dropped the Drake earlier. We see again how it happened with BJ going in with the Cyclone and Leash buying a little bit of time. Yado going in with the Realm Warp and Huber here kind of has an awkward death hostile takeover coming out from both teams still though, and
Yado is so lucky.
yeah, Yado can really just clean it up.
When you realm warp in that aggressively, if it wasn't for that hostile takeover, he was absolutely dead, deader than a doornail.
He definitely was, and here in the top lane, Husband is ahead in levels against Pos. This is not looking good for the Gwen right now. also in the long lane. Poss cannot really step up to the wave and contest it. It's very, very rough. He also just now sees that BJ is around, so adding insult to injury, so to say. He maybe also just now fears that he will get dove or something and will just uh, pull the wave away from his turret a little bit and tank the minion wave a little bit. Here we see the gold department top side, of course, being down as the skirmishes we have seen earlier. But Yado almost on his own is 1k gold ahead, and Artemis also in his own right, still slight gold lead for him.
Yeah, and the difference is Artemis doesn't have any kills just yet, whereas Yada does. Although, that being said, Froggy has a couple of kills of his own. Now, let's talk a little bit about Harsmed and Kale things, because Harsmed's almost level 11, so he's almost a champion. The abduct lands onto Yado. He drops down the Everfrost, but while it locks Froggy and B&J down, he will still fall.
Still falls to the side of Silas, really letting his engage. And of course, Cyclone plus Silas in your face as a Wise is not something you're really happy with. You will see a Paranoia being popped and not being used to its fullest effect. BJ still wants to go in further though. And we also need to talk about item builds, I think, because it's a Night Harvester on the Silas. Very aggressive choice by him to really get the Magic Pen going. And it's 80 Kale in the top lane for Hasmet, so he really wants to appreciate that sustain aspect a little bit more that the Kale can really use. We see Kraken Slayer first for him.
Kraken Slayer, but I mean, that just has to be to try to get through the armor that Yado's eventually going to build, right?
I think that must be it. I mean, it's probably him assuming it will be a tank wise and him just softening up a little bit in the team fight itself, or just straight up crushing it. Because usually you would go the Rift Maker and just sustain through the fights. With an 80 heavy item build with Kraken Slayer, and then there's just maybe a lifesteal item later on, you can heal away a little bit better than the Rift Maker build, because you can just heal from the minion waves itself. But in the team fight especially, you deal so much damage with the Kraken Slayer. It's more sustained damage overall, less burst heavy, as you of course do not have any AP on your build. But it's something that can definitely work. It will spike insanely hard with like 3 items, and then will likely outshine the Gwen.
After the shutdown onto Yado, Saiga and Buffalo find themselves with a goal lead for the first time in the game. And Froggy is 3-0 on the Silas. That Night Harvester completed, as you were alluding to earlier, as Artemis being caught out by Harsmed. Spark Surge over the wall. The lightning crashes Artemis. Looking now to go back in onto Harsmed. Has to be so careful. But can he just run down the Kale? It forces Harsmed to flash. Artemis under tower.
Whoa.
Gets a kill. And he'll take down the tower before he falls as well. Artemis, with the dive, makes it work.
This is just Shieldbow gaming coming from Artemis, really working well. I think he also had to abuse the fact that the Kraken Slayer pox were running out by the side of Hasmet, so he has just bought a few seconds, and then he just needs to get the triple hit. But either way, mid lane is getting dove.
Yeah, Yada can't get out of the play. A Realm Warp from Froggy just to get the dive going. Saigon Buffalo. Well, it's not first tower of the game, but it is a tower of their own. BJ has to be careful. Handshake Leash looking to go in. Devoured by Taki. Saigon Buffalo could look to keep on going with the fight, but Poss is making his way down from the river, and Saigon Buffalo will retreat.
Saigon Buffalo will retreat, and here we see the replay again. Oh, we don't. We don't.
No, this is live. This is live, and it's a kill onto Shogun. And Poss will take their first kill of the game, and Drake is up for the taking.
Yeah, and Shogun is the main damage threat on the side of Saigon Buffalo. With him being down, they definitely have to give over this Dragon. This is Cerberus Billy biting back in the mid game and finding a good angle to Shogun. Also blew both summoner spells to try and get out of that. And either way, we likely won't see the replay again with Artemis having the great outplay against Hasmet. And it was them just both using the ultimate. And yeah, the fine detail is, of course, the Kraken Slayer procs really being waited out by Artemis, and him just going back in. He knew he had the shield bow to tank the turret, and then just finishing off the turret itself before the turret kills him. Very, very ballsy play. Renata also helping him out a little bit. That was very good to see. And this is kind of the difference that Artemis makes, because I think other AD carries just wouldn't have the guts to go for this play.
Yeah. And this is why we love Artemis. Aggressive player, and he goes for those plays. He's good enough to make those plays work. And here's that Paranoia engage from Cerberus.
Very good engage coming up with Paranoia, followed up by the needlework from Poss, and Poss getting his first kill, as you said, and also funneling some gold into the Gwen. Now the gold being very, very close to each other, the Drake score also being equalized. I think we just now have a very, very close game on our hands, and that's something that we really appreciate to see here. Artemis just now getting stopped by the Super Mega Death Rocket.
I mean, it has no impact because there are no objectives up on the map, so...
Yeah, it's just to piss him off.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how successful that was. I don't
I mean, that
know.
maybe has an impact. Maybe pissing him off is something that works. I mean, we have seen Spring Split.
Yeah. Well, maybe you've pissed off Cerberus too much because now they're engaging onto Bean J. The Devour will come through, but a Realm Warp from Cerberus to chase. No one is in the Realm Warp though. They're just going to run head first at Saigon Buffalo, but unable to get back on top of the Wukong.
Yeah, just a trade of ultimates basically, with Paranoia being used against the Devour from Tam Kench and also Binjay running for the hills with his clone. And him, of course, getting Chandler quite a bit means Cerberus can go for this tier 1 turret play. That's very hard to defend for Foggy on his own. Foggy, however, is maybe an insane man and tries to defend it. He has Husband around now.
Boss is doing a lot of damage with a snip. Boss works his way back up. Tower is secured. Super Mega Deathwork. That was already off cooldown for Shogun.
It was, I mean, he's using it very greedily too. I mean, just now that was very optimistic to get a kill out of that, but you see with things like that maybe there was a call that this might just be a fight that actually SGB plays and we're like, Shogun for your ultimate just in case.
Now Saigon Buffalo looks towards the top side. The top tower is very low. Hostile takeover will go through the members of Saigon Buffalo. Boss is surely going to fall here as the Divine Judgment keeps Froggy alive and BJ zones Hubert away from the fight. So Saigon Buffalo will get 2 kills for nothing.
And that's a very good flank coming up by the side of Saigon Buffalo to really get the kills going. Yeah, the turret not really defendable by the side of Cerberus, and also miscommunication because they had the bailout onto Yado, but Yado was still flashing out, so not really the team being on the same page. Maybe if they fully commit to one or the other, it could work better for them. But this is just 2 kills plus a turret for the side of Saigon Buffalo, and them pulling ahead slightly in the gold department now. But gotta say, 1k gold at 20 minutes doesn't really tell a full story or doesn't really mean much in the general scheme of things. And we are just now waiting what Artemis really can do in the series in the later fights because he is a star player on the side of Cerberus. He's going for the wits end of the third item, and he will just spike harder and harder with every item he can purchase. And a lot of gold for Saigon Buffalo is onto the Silas from Foggy, and not to diss Foggy or anything, but having all that gold on the melee carry can be very, very highly rewarding, but also be a very, very huge risk.
High risk, high reward. Sometimes it's what we like to see, and is a way that Froggy likes to play from time to time. We've seen his champion swamp, as I think we like to call it. Now on the Silas, not one of his more creative picks, but Silas's, as you alluded to, can be absolutely massive and can hugely turn fights, especially if Froggy can get onto the backline, if he can get onto Artemis and one-shot that Zeri, you've practically won the fight then and there.
Yeah, that's just how it works with every melee carry diving to an AD carry and getting the kill off. However, I think that will be quite hard because it is a Zeri, which is not also just a mobile champion with using the Spark Surge and having an immortal shield bow, but there's also still the Renata that will likely bail him out if that happens to be the case. So there's one way for the side of Cerberus to really have an outplay against that. And if I was Saigon Buffalo, I would rather have the kills not onto Foggy Silas, but onto the Jinx or onto the Kale, because they would just be so much safer to really get the fight going. Also, even the Wukong would be maybe better because he has that much of an AoE threat despite being a melee carry, and Silas doesn't have quite as much of it.
Now, with this unique Silas build with the Night Harvest, I think there are some mana issues. So we're seeing that Seraph's Embrace being picked up because usually I don't think that item gets picked up for Silas.
It's not as common, of course. I mean, you could definitely also go Muramana on the side of Silas, but I wouldn't really advise that in this position right now. What you could go for, what you would expect usually would be a walkable.
Engaging, needlework, slicing through the members of Saigon Buffalo, but Puss is already low. Froggy goes in, Paranoia to follow, Leash forced to flash away, hostile takeover from over the wall, but look at Artemis trying his best to Kai. My god! That zap is absolutely disgusting from the Zeri, and BJ has already fallen. Cerberus looking to take the initiative now in the fight. Husband on the run, Taki low, Froggy forced to back away, blue buff secured by Froggy, but Cerberus are on the Drake. Froggy going in, not going to be able to steal it away, and Froggy gets clipped, but will be able to make it out. It's just a 1 kill for Cerberus, and Cerberus get the Drake as well.
And one way to show why Zeri is so broken on this page, the Ultra Shock Laser really chunking people out. It is an AP spell, so to say, but still on the 80 build does like 400, 500 damage to really clip enemy champions. We just now saw also Fori tanking another one of those, and we see how aggressive Artemis plays this fight together with the Whelm Warp coming on from Yado. Yado uses the Whelm Warp, but only Artemis goes in because he's confident enough to go for these plays. And here we see again how the fight goes. It is a little bit of a back and forth initially because both Tam Kenji and Venata really buying some time for their respective carries. Here we see Pos going in first with the Needler coming in, Paranoia to really deny some vision on the side. Lightning Question now comes out, Foggy goes in, and here we see Leech going in, then out again, and baiting out the Divine Judgment. Also, Hostile Takeover really clapping them as Husband on the Kale, of course, can chunk his own team quite a fair bit, and Artemis just needs to deliver one finishing blow, goes over with the Whelm Warp, and I think maybe if Starburst is on the same page, if they all go for the Whelm Warp, a lot of members from the Buffalo die there.
I feel like Zeri is one of the biggest examples of a feast or famine kind of champion because players who are aggressive, who make risky plays like Artemis is doing, players who are very mechanically skilled, can look like absolute gods on Zeri.
And I want to see like Zeri Yumi or something played with Artemis together. Not because I would think Yumi would be good in this current meta, but just so the enchantment gets even more disgusting. I mean,
Yeah.
Venata is kind of a half enchanter, half engaged champion, kind of a Swiss knife that does everything a little bit. But imagine this Zeri like being buffed up as a complete hyper carry and being funneled to. Artemis could do so much with it, and this is just not like being the regular stage Zeri. Like, that's not even the final form.
And for both teams, again, scaling comps, Jinx, Zeri, Kale, Gwen, the rise in the mid lane. I mean, Froggy, when he gets more items as well, he becomes an absolute beast with the amount of healing that the Kingslayer provides and the sticking power from the Abscond Abduct. Again, if Froggy can get onto Artemis in these fights, it can just be won in a blink of an eye for Saigon Buffalo.
And looking further to this game, I really wonder how Cerberus will play it out. I mean, the game, despite that fight just now looking pretty one-sided, them securing both the Drake and the kill, the game is basically still that even, right? It's a
Yeah.
few hundred gold splitting these teams apart. One Drake doesn't really mean much in the great scheme of things. And it's not like Sagan Buffalo scaling poorly or anything. They have a Jinx, they have a Kale on their hand, and they are scaling anything but poorly. And Cerberus, of course, on their own, they have the Renata, they have the Gwen in the side lane potentially, which could be matched by the Kale. Here we see the gold department again, top lane super close to each other. And the only really big department, I would say, would be bot lane, but even that is kind of close. I mean, it's Froggy due to getting all the kills being ahead of Yado, and then the rest of the map on the side of Cerberus being a little bit ahead of their counterparts.
Shogun, though, is at 3 items, and that's kind of your power point for Jinx, especially now that you've got the rapid fire cannon at a little bit more range. I do wonder if Shogun's going to go towards a Guardian Angel next, or maybe go into more damage and, I don't know, even look for something like a Runan's Hurricane.
He definitely could do that to get like more AoE damage out, and he is the one who really has to deal the consistent damage on the side of Sang Buffalo, so it would make sense for him. But gotta say, on the other side, Artemis thinks similarly. He goes for the Tiamat, so he can use his alternate effect.
The R buttons have been pressed for Cerberus, Realm Warp, Paranoia. In they go with the engage, and it is Saigon Buffalo on the retreat. Yado is somehow still alive and will be able to survive the fight. Hasmed will fall as Artemis claims the first kill of the fight, and Artemis once more. Rocky will fall as well, and it's 2 for the side of Cerberus.
Cerberus is such a ballsy team, going in with every R button they could press. Their Paranoia in, Whelmop in, the Needlework, really softening up the members from the side of Sagan Buffalo. And Artemis is just that guy that just goes for the play, kills both Hasmet and Forky, gets a huge shutdown on its own. And most ADCs would likely have stopped at the first kill and be happy with that, but that is not Artemis. Artemis goes for more, gets a second kill there, and thus easily secures the Baron for Cerberus. And with that, the first maybe decisive lead for them to really go in and translate this lead to more Drakes. Here we see the play again. Paranoia plus Realm Up together. TP instantly by the side of SGB because they were scared. And rightfully so, they were scared because there's just so much damage coming out with the needlework coming out. And just Artemis getting to free fire. Very scary prospect.
And Froggy just gets burnt down. It's about 3 autos and he's killed from half health. It's the Silas. Drake is up as well now, and that will be Cerberus moving on to Soul Point. But this is the power of the Cerberus composition. You can just engage in the blink of an eye with the Realm Warp and the Paranoia.
That's definitely one part of it. Another part of it is, of course, the way just Artemis can play the team fights, while Shogun
True.
on his own kind of can't. I mean, and also I hate to harp on it too much, but Froggy's item build is not something I really like because I think usually with the
Agreed.
Rocket Belt you would at least have one more defensive tool. He just gets blown up so quickly by Artemis, as we just now saw, and he cannot really fight these fights offensively. Now he at least got the Zhonya's Hourglass, so he has one more defensive tool and also a bit more defensive stats to work with, but I think it might just be too late.
Engage again, it's on to Hazmid. Divine Judgment not yet available, and Hazmid will die just seconds before that critical ultimate would have been available for use.
Yeah, they just instantly press the trigger, and Hasmet wasn't ready for it, literally. I mean, not having the Divine Judgment ready, this of course means another side lane catch, a 5v4 push with the Baron buff still on Cerberus, and Cerberus can strike a lot with that, can threaten the dive still here, with Paranoia being down. Holy.
Handshake forces the Devour. Cerberus instantly tried to go in with the Lightning Crash, and that's going to be the first inhibitor of the game falling. Huber will use the Shurelias, and Cerberus will make their retreat.
Cerberus making their retreat, as you say, and they also need to because they probably have a lot of gold to shop. Here we see the next Super Mega Death Rocket just to annoy the crap out of Cerberus to really get the less comfortable recall on their own. But of course, with Baron Apart recall, they recall pretty quickly, can now shop their gold, and the next fights will be even harder for the side of Sagan Buffalo because, I mean, just now the fights weren't look already, and now just more map control for the side of Cerberus. And also them using this gold will mean their power spikes are even bigger now. And right now, no answer was saying Buffalo. What really is the last hope will be the level 16 for the Kale, maybe, where she can transcend and become an even more scary prospect than she is right now. But right now, I mean, as I kind of predicted, before level 16, in the later mid game, Gwen just outshines the Kale.
And Harsmith's been level 14 for a while, so should be hitting level 15 fairly soon. Question is, can Cerberus end this game before the KL gets to 16? Or if the KL gets to 16, will that be enough for Saigon Buffalo to turn this game around? It has been a close game for a very long time, but it's starting to go Cerberus's way. Paranoia and Realm Orbit to the top lane as the ultimate dropped down by the Renata as well. It's just a huge tower dive. Yado is going to fall, and maybe Cerberus have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. The hijacked hostile takeover are absolutely massive, and Leash will fall as well. That gives critical time over to the side of Saigon Buffalo to scale and get stronger and stronger in the game.
Definitely not the dive you wanted to on the side of Cerberus to give away these 2 kills and just going for the dive
Cerberus
you
and
really
dive
didn't have
top
to.
side.
Yeah, it's just a classic. I mean, that's not the first time, even in this game. And overall, of course, you just know, as you say, buy time for the Kale to scale. Gotta say that there weren't really any objectives up anyway, so you kind of have to go for the tier 2 turrets now on the side of Cerberus. But this dive kind of overforced by them. You can just play it a bit slower, can just work with multiple waves of Baron empowered minions, can just work with supers. And here we see how it started off. It was Pos getting very angry on Froggy, and Hostile Takeover coming out pretty quickly for him. And Yado going for the Zonias can of course save himself for a bit, but then he just dies anyway and cannot really do damage at all this fight. Hostile Takeover also missing by the side of Huber, and that's a main asset of the team fight not really being used to its fullest potential. And the game's still kind of close, right? It's 2k gold between those teams in the late game. Kale just now hitting level 15 on her own, and it's far from over. I mean, of course, Ocean Soul could swing it a little bit more in the side of Cerberus, but even that Ocean Soul, I wouldn't say is a free win anymore.
The other thing that I do want to bring up as well is we talked in the drafting phase about how Saigon Buffalo have a lot of tools to help themselves against the dive potential of Cerberus. We talked about the Divine Judgment, we talked about the Devour, but we have to remember, and we saw it in that last fight, Froggy hijacking the hostile takeover, and that's probably the biggest defensive tool at Saigon Buffalo's disposal.
It definitely is. Now we see last item coming up on Artemis will be a tanky option. We see him using the Warden's Mail to really block any incoming damage and maybe even slow the Jinx when the
Randuin's?
Jinx happens with it. Randuin's are frozen hard, it will be. I think it will be Randuin's because you have so much crit on the other side. With even the Kale going for an 80 build, it would kind of make sense, I would say. And him just being almost like a pseudo frontline with Randuin's and the shield bow being on him, with Titanic Hider being on him. He will just be surprisingly tanky, but still course, always be able to 1v1 the enemy ADC. Will be very hard to play against. And now I really want to see how the map control plays out, because the supers are, of course, still favoring Cerberus here. And both Baron and the Soul Drake are spawning almost simultaneously.
Sorry, for a second I thought he had sold it and bought Titanic Hydra, but he already had that. The Randuin's is now completed, so Artemis is at full build. Maybe just the elixir that he'll want to buy. But we're at a point now where Cerberus want to be ending this game as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Super minions still getting the map control, especially for the Drake. The thing is, they can easily give away one Drake, and Sagan Buffalo can't, right? I mean, for them it's just an Ocean Drake if Sagan Buffalo takes it. For Sagan Buffalo, it would be potential Ocean Soul, and Cerberus could just now play for the Baron or play for both just a little bit. They, however, choose to go for the Soul, which I think is a bit greedy because the Supers don't help that much on that side of the map, because the Supers are still pretty close to the Drake itself.
Cerberus can just play this slowly and let the minions push in the bottom lane. Eventually, Saigon Buffalo are going to have to deal with it. Paranoia a little bit too late. Saigon Buffalo have already got the Drake. Leash forced to dash away, and Saigon Buffalo get the Drake for free.
They get the Drake for free, and that really triggers me because it was really unnecessary. Cerberus could have just gone for the Baron and really forced a reaction out of Saigon Buffalo. They do it just now, but they could have done it a little bit sooner. And now there's at least a little bit of counterplay for side of Buffalo, but BJ might be too late.
Thanks for the leash, say the side of Cerberus, as the Super Mega Death Rocket does absolutely nothing. Super Minions still pushing in the bottom lane. Inhibitor has now respawned Cerberus. Are they going to be able to cancel some backs? Not really. Oh, sorry, they are. I was just thinking in opposites for a second there.
Yeah, and the minions itself just really regained the inhibitor for now. Maybe
Hit
Husband
the
is there in time to
inhibitor,
really secure.
not the other
Yeah,
minions.
stop twirling minions, man. I mean, just focus. Don't focus the tank, is what we say in solo queue when we have in silver. But
Yeah.
that's just the minions. Yeah, stop focusing the other minions. They don't do much.
They never went to minion training school. That's the issue.
That's the difference right there. You say it. And level 60 has been hit by Hasmet so far. And also, Saigon Buffalo denying another Drake means, of course, potential soul is later coming out for the side of Cerberus. And yeah, with that Kale that has been behind, you really want to scale up a little bit more to have higher chances to win this game. But the game overall is still pretty close. I would favor Cerberus still because the onus is on them to really throw the game away. And Baron and Supers really can do much for them. But the Supers right now, I mean, they aren't coming anymore. The inhibitor has been respawned and hasn't been attacked by them. And now I just want Cerberus to play it cleanly and not go for another fail dive. I think it should still be on them to close it out, as they can just use multiple Baron-empowered waves, and this should be very hard for Saigon Buffalo to defend it.
Right now, Hasmed is in mid lane trying to deal with a push from past Cerberus. Going for this 4-1 push. Huber and Leash just sitting in between the two lanes, getting ready to make a potential engage. But Cerberus playing this smart, playing this slow, just letting the super minions do their work, slowly chipping away at the inner towers.
This is exactly what happens here. Tier 2 turret in the mid lane falling right now, and Cerberus just now going for multiple pushes at the same time. Exactly what I wanted them to do, and I really wonder how Saigon Buffalo plans to defend it. They cannot really commit to one side fully, and of course Paranoia and Realm Mob will be helping out Cerberus to really then, if they manage to split up Saigon Buffalo correctly, to then go for a dive on one side of the map. And this is likely what they are preparing right now, and maybe trying to sink the Baron in part way. So far, though, they struggle to do it.
Now they're going on to the inhibitor tower. Is that a bit too early? Post already down low, and the Cyclone's going to stop Post from running away. Post just about survives Divine Judgment, hostile takeover, and both teams will be able to disengage. I don't know what Hasmed almost died from there, but Taki with the Devour made sure that the Kel would not perish.
That's definitely the case. And I think what Taki did there, he devoured the K because the K was berserk. And he literally, yeah, in a hostile way, he devoured her. So the K doesn't kill his own team. It's kind of the irony in that. Sorry, mate, I have to eat you because you are otherwise, yeah, destroying us. And could look kind of funny in that regard. And that fight was kind of a small disaster for the side of Cerberus. Luckily for them, nobody died, but Pors getting chunked out pretty much very early in this fight means he couldn't really contribute to the fight itself. And the hostile takeover coming out from Husband kind of almost turning it around on its own, but not quite so far. I mean, while defending a turret, you can get easily hit by it, and that's what happened to Husband there. And I wonder if maybe the scaling from Kale also plays in the favor of Cerberus to some extent, because if a good hostile takeover, she can just maul her own team, and that's something we addressed in the draft that could maybe happen. It is a R5 Kale counterpick. It hasn't worked for most part of the game, so maybe it will later on if she can evade the hostile takeover and win the fight on her own.
Well, you know what they say in Spider-Man, right? With great power comes even greater hostile takeovers.
Yes, that's exactly what they said. Yeah.
It was just part one of Uncle Ben teaching Peter Parker all about League of Legends. But he forgot to say, rule one, never chase a Singed. But sadly, he didn't have enough time to give that. Poor Uncle Ben. Either way, Cerberus are starting to set up vision around the bottom side of the map with that Ocean Drake in 1 minute 30. It would be sole point for Cerberus, and Cerberus pretty much handed the previous Drake on a silver platter for Saigon Buffalo, just let them take it practically uncontested.
It was a little bit of both teams doing a favor, right? I mean, it was the Drake being given away for free for the side of Saigon Buffalo, and then the Baron being rushed by the side of Cerberus with no response from BJ coming out. Then we see the Baron just getting 2 tier 2 turrets, which was kind of underwhelming for me because I expected Cerberus to really do more with that Baron and really syncing their minion waves better and then just threatening a dive on one side of either the mid lane or the top lane play. Here we see the next wave being alive and positioning looks fine for Saigon Buffalo. Cerberus, of course, though, if they win one flip, they have the soul.
Again, Saigon Buffalo just take the Drake and Cerberus don't contest it. Froggy with a hijacked paranoia now running. Sorry, Leash used a paranoia. I can't tell if it's Froggy's paranoia or Leash's paranoia. But Cerberus don't want to let Saigon Buffalo get away. The Hallowed Mist buying some time for Poss. And Cerberus just poke into Saigon Buffalo. Ultra Shock Laser. Froggy down to half health as there is the Lightning Crash. Artemis over the wall. Trying to do damage. Flashing back in. BJ goes golden. But Harsman is down. The KL has fallen for the side of Saigon Buffalo. And Cerberus have to. Now they look for Froggy. Froggy goes golden. But Froggy will die when he comes out of stasis. It's just Shogun and Taki left. But Artemis will get another. Now he looks for Shogun. Surely he gets the kill. Able to pop the Guardian's Angel. But it is a 4-on-1. And it will be Huber claiming the shutdown. Cerberus take a 4-0, and now they march into Saigon Buffalo's base.
Beautiful pins are coming by the side of Cerberus to really get them in this small corridor where Artemis could just still free fire and go away with his tanky item build where he cannot really get killed. Yado also doing a lot of work on the Wise with the Everforcing, really forcing that fight. And with the minion wave being in their favor, Cerberus can take the game and take the series. 2-0, very clean start. Welcome to the VCS. Thank you for Leash.
Your Winter Split champions have returned in the Summer Split, taking a 2-0 over Saigon Buffalo. And Game 2 was difficult. Game 1 was a stomp, but Game 2, Saigon Buffalo made them work for it. But Cerberus, they showed their mettle and they executed their team comp really well, even if they did just randomly give away a couple of Ocean Drakes.
I was about to say, it wasn't like the cleanest win overall, and you definitely saw some mid-game jitters by them, especially with them giving away 2 Drakes, and then that fail dive at the tier 2 turret top lane, that fail dive at the tier 1 turret top lane. There have been some issues, but I gotta say, it's the first series after a longer break. I think you can kind of give them a scratch on that and then just be fine. Small slap on the wrist, and it is Saigon Buffalo, the MSI representative they just now played, and they bet them to 0. I think for a start, that's more than okay for Cerberus.
Well, a very solid start to the split for Cerberus. Saigon Buffalo will be having to go back to the drawing board and working out how they want to be changing things up ahead of their game on Sunday against Team Secret, the battle, the revenge match for second place from Spring. But that is this series coming to a conclusion. We're going to be throwing in... Actually, before we do that, MVP of the series.
Wow, Leash. I think... Over both games, I think Leash was the best player. Like, Artemis wasn't that overwhelming in the first game, and Poss wasn't that overwhelming in the second game. Yado was kind of good in both, but I think Leash really stepped up, and he's the new player, and you wouldn't expect usually the least out of him, but he was arguably the best player, and I would give it to him.
He had big shoes to fill from an individual standpoint, replacing Ego, and so far he's filling in those shoes very well indeed. We're going to be jumping on into a short break, and when we return, we'll have our second series of the day between Genius and Team Secret. Go grab yourself some food. We'll see you in a short bit.
Welcome back for another series of VCS action. We have Team Secret taking on the newcomers of Genius Esports. My name is Carrix. It's my first series of VCS Spring, and I'm so excited. And with me is not the German I'm used to debuting a league with, but perhaps an upgrade. Quincy, how are you doing? It's been too long.
Yeah, it definitely has been too long. And I just noticed that I debuted at the VCS English stream before you in a split. That's also like a first time, and maybe the first time for anything, I guess. Definitely a welcome change for myself, but either way, glad to have you back. As of course, I mean, after 2 games, you kind of got tired of the Milken, you know it, and yeah, just now with Team Secret facing off against Genius Esports, also one new team we get to see. We know their players, but we do not know how they really work together.
Yeah, exactly. So Genius Esports, just to catch up anyone that maybe hasn't been following things super closely, they are a team that came out of our promotion series. Their top laner, I'll go top to bottom, obviously, Coded, Yijin, Blazers, Slater, and then Beob and Zodiac. We don't know quite who's playing. We think it's Zodiac, but we're not 100% sure on that one. These are all players we've seen before. This might be a rookie franchise, but it's not a rookie team. Quite the opposite, in fact. Yijin, for example, is a VCS champion. He was part of that Flash 2020 roster that, in my opinion, was better than Gum. I think they, up until Spring Split, if you'd asked me before Spring Split, I would have said they were the best VCS team ever. I do think Spring Split Garm was better. But it was close. So this guy is an incredible jungler. He was better than Levi in that split.
Isn't he also a multi-time champion? Because I remember Yijin was on EVOS when EVOS played MSI, so he must have been a multi-time champion. Yeah, and also Slater, also a name we have heard of before. Last split he was coming back for Team Flash and was one of the reasons why they were making some noise. And him together with Zodiac, maybe like there's like some distinct synergy translating over from the spring to summer split. Although I gotta say, Zodiac in the few games he did play, he didn't really have the best showing of, but the other players are also known quantities and not in a bad way, I would say. So definitely something that we can look out for. And I don't expect Genius Esports to be like the team that will get farmed every game, like we had with some teams in splits before. I must admit, with of course in the winter split where we had a quite distinct bottom of the barrel team. Maybe this split, this all changes, and maybe we'll have a team full of contenders, a league full of contenders, so to say.
Hopefully, of course, ASE's first showing wasn't ideal, but hey, they are actually full of rookies, so there's plenty of time for them to glow up. But as you're saying, Genius Esports, that is a star-studded team. Maybe the stars are a little bit distant, but hey, they do last a long time before they burn out. It's just going to be a question of sort of how they get across the line. And obviously, you've already cast a few games. I'm yet to cast post-durability meta. How do you think that affects these teams? How do you think it plays out in the VCS?
That's a very good question because I mean the known quantity I know mostly is of course a Team Secret coming out with the 5 players they didn't change a single thing about. What I remember distinctly from Zhuhao is that he was the first VCS support to get priority on the Renata pickup. And Renata, right now, I would say is the best support that you can play on the patch. So that's definitely something to look out for on the side of Team Secret. And what I remember Slater and the Flash bottles in general for is them very highly prioritizing Lucianami. You can still play it, but it is definitely not as highly priority as it used to be in the Spring Split.
Yeah, I also think his eternal favorite pick of Kai'Sa is not ideal, at least in my opinion. But then again, he's picked it plenty of times when it's not ideal. But is there any champions you're really looking at in particular? Maybe for Coated up in the top lane. He's obviously on a new roster. What are you looking at for him to be playing? Do you think he'll be the lane bully?
That's a hard question because I mean, it's of course going up against Hero, and I think Hero made a massive jump last split where he really kind of at the shadow of Empire, I would say, who also made maybe an arguably even bigger jump in his performance, and they both became two of the better top laners, I would say, next to Hasmit and Kiaya, of course. And I think Coded might have been kind of stagnating and kind of being let down in that regard. And maybe he shouldn't go for those lane bullies. Maybe we just see a trade off with like Camille against Gwen, so to say. But Camille not really that much of a meta pick right now. Gwen all the much so. But here we see, as we go into the first draft, that the first ban will actually be the Swain, who has received a soft rework and has been a pick that has been shining in both mid and bot lane, respectively, and also a little bit in the top lane.
The one thing I want to talk about with this Swain is I can't remember who posted it on Twitter. I would credit you if I could, but I don't remember. Someone was saying, why is Swain basically pick ban in China, but has seen very little play in NA and EU? And someone basically said, well, when a team engages and just full sends it, there's no way out, Swain is really good at catching that engage. So China loves it, while NA and EU, that perhaps are a little bit more measured and skittish, they don't love it as much. So I'm waiting for Swain in the VCS, because if you think China sends their engage, I think VCS is like with a rocket, because there is absolutely no way out of a VCS team fight.
Definitely, or something that speaks to the nature of Swain's new ultimate with the Demonic Ascension, not stopping as long as he is dealing damage to someone within it, and that's definitely something that would be strong in the VCS, but what is also strong in the VCS is the Zeri priority, and Zeri, we just now saw a series played by Artemis on the Zeri, and he was definitely like the strongest player of that individual game at least, and now Team Secret gets it as their first pick for Eddie, and Eddie also, he was I think a rookie in the winter split and kind of started to show up there, and definitely a player to watch out for, and him up against Slater, who is of course a bigger name still overall, I would say. Eddie maybe is in a position today to show that he is actually the better player.
Maybe, and yeah, we as you said, we just saw Artemis go absolutely wild on this Zeri pick. So hard to shut down. They will pick up the Corki for Blazers as well, something he played quite a lot of in the winter split. He actually played it to pretty good effect. It was one of his better champions alongside that Victor. Getting locked in this early, I'm not a huge fan of, but I guess it does leave your draft very flexible.
It leaves your draft a certain bit of flexibility, but I gotta say, Na is a champion that you can counterpick. I mean, I don't think that Hero is very assertive of the fact that he could just go for an Aurelia or for Camille. He was not hesitant to play those in the past. He could also go for the Gwen and kind of accept the fact that he will maybe lose the lane in the early game, but also as he's maybe the better individual player, would lose the lane somewhat gracefully and then just brutally outscale the Na later on. And here, of course, another VCS stable getting locked in with the Nautilus being early in for the side of Zhuhao. Gotta say though, with Zeri, I don't hate it. I mean, it's one of the supports that can really neutralize any potential engage coming in for whatever Genius Esports tries to bring to the table in the bot lane. And Nautilus is one of the champions that, of course, while we hate the pick in general, it is very easy engaged. You just press one button and you then have it. And that's something that, of course, can be put to great use here.
Fair. I maybe would have liked to see a Yuumi, but I do agree with your points that Nautilus is forgivable in this situation, but we're going to have Yijin go over to the Trundle and see something very interesting, Crincy. While we're watching these second set of bans, I can give you a little bit of VCS history, because I mentioned that there was a split where Yijin, in my opinion, was better than Levi. And that split, the big thing that separated them, because it was 2020 spring, Trundle was broken. Levi played one game of Trundle, and he was terrible on it. He was one of his worst games, while Yijin was the best Trundle in the league. Now, maybe saying someone's the best Trundle is not necessarily super high praise, but he could play it in the meta, and it was the meta jungler. So him going back to this troll really doesn't surprise me, and it really suits his playstyle.
That, and it also is a good pickup against something like the Nautilus, where you can just steal the tank stats with the subjugate, and also the Wukong, which is also something like a pseudo tank, I would say, also with the Stone Skin passive, and him being tanky in general with the Divine Sundoor item builds, he can go, gets quite tanky, and also the Chomp really stealing the AD from the potential damage threats coming out from the side of Team Secret. What Team Secret now goes for is some AD carry bans, as they do not want to play against Slater and his Twitch, as Twitch is one of the better matchups against the Zeri, and here we see which support he's being paired with, and it is indeed not Zodiac, as I see, and it will be BO. So it's the not new player coming in, but the player who has taken a break, if I remember correctly, going back in, as I do not remember the name BO, and I have been casting the VCS English for quite a while now.
Yeah, he is, as you said, he is not new. He has played before. I actually don't remember what team he was on off the top of my head. Blame my lack of prep. But look, I have a very low opinion of Zodiac, so I actually think this is the right decision. We'll have to see how Biob does. As Slater picks up his Ezreal, a pick that me and Yue always clamour for him to play, because he's fantastic. He's a really, really good Ezreal player. He just never picks it. But oh my word, we've got a Yone. We got a
Yone. Very, very excited.
And a Lilia.
Lilia, that means Lilia likely the top lane, right? Because Wukong is primarily a jungler right now, and Lilia is kind of a flex between both. While Wukong, of course, you can still play top lane. Lilia is something that I wouldn't I actually, in this particular case, I would actually like now more to face the Wukong here and the Lilia to go jungle. But the Lilia could also go for the top lane. And the current state of the meta, you can really have diverse item builds with the Lilia going for Riftmaker Frozen Heart, you can go Lian with Frozen Heart, or you can still just go full AP item builds and just crush the enemy team. And Lilia, very good pickup against these frontline champions like a Mega now, a Trundle, or even an Alistar would be.
Based on how they're currently swapping things, I actually do think that might be a Wukong top. To see if they do any more swaps, because that would surprise me. I definitely would have thought the Wukong was the jungler. But I'm so happy to see a Lilia. Lilia is one of my favorite champions. I think we now have two incredibly interesting team comps. You can, if you get a multi-man sleep and have a Yone follow up on it, you just win the team fight instantly.
Yes, you do. And I think in this particular case, the matchups really make sense. I mean, you want Lilia against the Trundle, you can maybe just kite around it with the Blooming Burst and then just use the insane movement speed. And Trundle, while having, of course, his Frozen Domain and having an insane slow against the enemy with the Pillar, cannot really catch up to the Lilia. And Wukong in an all-in could beat the Na. I think Lilia in the early game against the Na wouldn't really do much. Lilia top lane is usually something you wouldn't want against like these clunky, tanky, bruiser kind of champions. And Na is way too mobile for that. He's also way too more ranged than that. And Lilia top lane wouldn't really thrive there. So I like the switch around. You're going for Lilia jungle here. And also, I mean, Yone against Corki is a matchup that can really work for Artifact. And Artifact, we haven't really addressed him that much in the pre-talk. He has been the best mid laner of the split last time. And I think him going for such a mechanically intensive champion is definitely a great sight to see.
Yeah, I'm really happy that Team Secret is putting the trust in him. Artifact, as you said, in spring, he was the best mid laner. He obviously wasn't necessarily on the best team, but he was the best mid laner, I think, by quite a mile as well. So I'm so happy that they've put him on sort of a ride or die champion, because I feel like if this Yone doesn't work, Team Secret are in trouble.
That's definitely something that you can say, because if the Yone doesn't work, then where's really the damage coming from? Of course, you have the Zeri, you have Wukong and Lilia. But Wukong and Lilia, they can't just really like shred the enemy team in full unless they all like clump up into the Cyclone or something. And Zeri, while she does a lot of damage, she needs some time to ramp up. So I really hope this pick for Artifact really works. Otherwise, Team Secret isn't looking too happy about it. Gotta say so, Genius Esports, we know next to nothing about how they have the team cohesion going on. They did promote to the VCS, and I think the roster was kind of different back then. But just now with them going for players we know individually, but not how they work together as a team, is definitely something. A side that can really surprise us in both positive and in negative ways.
Yeah, so I think it was Yijin, Blazers, and Biob that were in the promoting team, I think. While obviously Conan and Slater were on different teams last split. So we'll have to see how this cohesion works out. This is their debut. As we head on to Summoner's Rift, God, I'm glad to be back. I have missed this so much, Quincy. As it looks like it's going to be a fairly quiet start. No shenanigans going on as the junglers will just start their buffs, but on opposite sides of the map. So we could have some action early.
We definitely can. And also like some top side puffing coming from Penguin. He maybe wants to punish the Na early when he's still in the mini Na form, can be engaged on by the side of Hero, but maybe not if he's going for the full clear, as he would then maybe be a little bit too late for that, as we just know the Trundle pathing towards the bot side, which means, of course, Alistar is a great gang setup. You would want to punish the Zeri in the early game, and definitely something you can do, and something you really pick the Alistar for, right? You wouldn't really pick the Alistar to do nothing in the early game, as later only just becomes a meatball for the enemy team to maybe even heal off, and like this. Yeah, it's something that I really would expect you esports to focus on. And Eddie, of course, is a player that can, with him being still kind of new to the scene. I mean, it's the third split, but now with the winter split counting as a full split, maybe that shouldn't even count that much. Maybe you can still tilt him in the early game if you really get him down.
It is kind of interesting, though, as we've actually just seen two trades go very well for Team Secret, as Hero managed to get a bit of a bully onto the Na before he transformed. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that going bot is a little bit difficult for Yijin, because he's got that Alistar, but he's also got an Ezreal. Not exactly a powerhouse early. I wouldn't honestly be too surprised. Oh, I'm going to have to tell a lie, because Yijin has come to the bot lane. Zeri already dashing on out, but finds a troll, finds a pillar, finds a knock-up, and they will find a kill as Yijin gets off to a rocking start.
And it's Yejin Trundle getting the first, but the gang setup isn't really that bad, right? I mean, you have the Alistar. The Ezreal, by not being a powerhouse early, he can just dash into the face of the Zeri, and while Zeri, of course, she can escape once with a Spark Surge, she isn't really able to follow up any damage. And Eddie didn't even bother trying to use his flash or his growth there to escape. He knew he was dead to heights as soon as the Trundle showed up. And I think that was kind of predictable, so I really think that Eddie made a mistake in being in this position in the first place. And like this, of course. Yejin with a great start on his, what you would maybe call a signature champion. You will see again, just, headbutt coming in. Eddie just gets pillared and just dies pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, good restraint by Eddie not to blow his flash there, because it was never going to save him. Means he's not nearly as vulnerable to a potential return gank. As we do just see Penguin continuing to farm it up, did go for that full clear, as you said, so has a little bit of a lead, but we do need to see something come of this, or it's really not going to be worth it. Is behind Coated if he wants to have a crack.
Now he's Mininar, and this might just be his way in. Gotta respect the double hop from Coated, so if he just gets a good hop, he can easily get at least away from the side of Hero. But I think they played out.
Swirl Seed is thrown. There's the double hop. Watch out, Eep used, but Coated doesn't mind whatsoever as he just throws the boomerang, walks on away. It's just going to be lane positioning and a little bit of health taken away from the Gnar.
That's not enough, I would say. There's a lot of time spent on the top side by the side of Penguin here, and you didn't even get a flash out of Coated. And you didn't need more ganks set up there. And for that to happen, you really need Hero to really hit level 6 to really get the Cyclone crowd control going. And so far, it's just one double hop out, and Coated is pretty fine in that regard. So, first gank definitely showing that Yejin still... He still kind of has it, and Penguin a little bit lackluster in what he first did. We also know from last match where his lanes all step up and Penguin was kind of quiet, so to say. And this game, I really want to see with what Penguin can do if he gets a few more levels under his belt, because the Little Lullaby can be such a key ability.
Oh, Yejin, he greeted for the chicken, and now he's in trouble. He's exhausted. He's got 4 on top of him. Juhao, come on, mate. But the kill is taken regardless. Team Secret firing back.
I don't think Jura wanted that kill. I mean, he used the Ignite to really get it secured in case he would somehow escape. And Trundle is surprisingly tanky. I mean, he can easily heal up a surprising amount there. And Yejin, as you said, was greeting for the chicken and is that wise again. Would have been, of course, beautiful to give the kill over to anyone else. Literally anyone else on the side of Team Secret. But, I mean, Jura getting the kill. Better than not getting the kill, I would say. So, a small victory on the side of Team Secret.
Oh, yeah, for sure. At least they did get got something back and to remove the Trundle from the map for a time, but he's back and he's going straight to the Dragon. So Yejin not deterred. Blazers not really under any threat, still had access to the Valkyrie, but this does allow Artifact to get a good shove in. So Team Secret potentially with good positioning in 2 minutes with this Herald. I kind of need to see how the dominoes fall here, or it kind of just seems like GE is running away.
GE is definitely doing well here. I mean, of course, Yejin knows, he just now saw Penguin being in the mid lane, so he knows the Drake won't be contested. It can just be snuck away by the side of the Trundle, and Trundle can just easily take the first Drake. I also wonder how his item build choice will go, because he started Barmy Cinder on the Trundle despite having a good early lead. You would usually expect a Divine Sunderer item build, but in the recent times, we have seen even Jonas going Sunfire Cap as a DPS item. Maybe he's also fancying that one, or going for like the Volibear-esque item builds with the Chem Tank into items like Deadman's Plate of Force of Nature to really get insane movement speed numbers and just working with your base damage basically. And Yejin so far looks to be one of those guys.
I mean, I think Sunfire Cape up against the lineup from Team Secret would be very good. They're going to be very clustered team fights. A lot of big lads piling in on top of each other, which is where that item really shines. But we are 45 seconds away from the Rift Herald as Coded's in trouble. There's a Cyclone coming out, Gnars him away, but Penguin is reinforcing. Flashes, puts him to sleep, and this will be a Gnar going down. Hero tanks the tower, but he's just fine as Lilia gets onto the board.
And Hero almost got that kill on his own with using a very good all-in with the Cyclone, and Coated just barely getting the Mega Gnar out, but with, of course, Penguin being around using his Flash Q, and then following up with the Little Lullaby, means there was no way out for the Gnar, easily tower livable if he is put to sleep, and that's what happened right there. Lilia getting a first kill of the game, and also, item build-wise, I mean, I addressed it in draft already, I want to see where she's really going, if it will be the Riftmaker item build, or if it will just be more into the full AP. I would expect the Frozen Nut second still, because there's just so much physical damage others on the enemy team, with Gnar, with Trundle, with Ezreal to a certain bit. And that's something where you can really make great use of that very cost-efficient item.
Oh, Artifact, bad timing there as he moves forward right as the Trundle joins the lane. Is he just going to try and trade the kill? No, he goes back to the Soul, and Matt, with a good flash, actually gets out of there. Well played there by Artifact.
Artifact really making sure the mobility of Yone is put to great use with a Soul Unbound. Of course, you know where he wants to snap back, but using his other abilities definitely makes it kind of hard for GE to track him down using his flash at the right time. But Yijin, he's still very angry and wants to go for this first Herald. And Hero alone can't stop him. He
Coded
needs more
full
people around.
Narbar. Yeah,
you
Coded
can't
has full
fight it.
Narbar. You can't go near this. I don't know. Team Secret seems to be caught napping.
They're caught napping, and they also just still suffer a little bit from these early skirmishes that were not really playing in their favor, with Yijin getting the first kill into the bot lane. And while they haven't gotten more kills, they have gotten more summoner spells. A lot of summoner spells blown just to get coded down a single time, and also Artifact using his flash just to get out this mid lane gank just now. So all the flashes down on the top side of the map, the bot lane also not around for the Herald, means you better just give away the Herald, and let's wait and see what GE can really do with it. It is the first Herald, it's very impactful, can guarantee at least 2 turret platings, meaning 320 gold into their pockets. And Yijin maybe in a position to help his bot lane out a little bit so they can get into the game, or even the mid lane to get Corki rolling earlier, because Corki on the poke build needs a lot of gold to really come to fruition.
Very true, as Penguin is up towards the top side trying to steal away some Krugs. Coded evidently doesn't appreciate it, as Artifact once again, good trade into Blazers, but they're both just going to take their resets. Oh, never mind, there's going to be a Herald dropped. As you said, Corki needs a lot of gold, and Herald's a good way to give it to him.
Definitely is, and what I'm kind of feeling bad right now is Yijin, because it just now looks to me that he's a very good jungler, but his lanes are kind of not up to the task, as the top lane kind of on its own falling away a few CS and as well. Just now, with Zeri just now taking the wave, will also get a small CS lead, and in the mid lane Artifact just now also being back. It was kind of just Yijin doing good stuff, but his laner's not really making good work of it and getting kind of the leads on their own, and they just are the happy customer for the side of the jungler and do not make use of their leads.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. That can sometimes be the nature of Trundle, though. It doesn't not really a solo carry, but he is tagged by a Swirl Seed. He'll be having a nap with the Lilting Lullaby. In goes Yone, and look at the damage going in onto Yijin as Artifact swings the sword and beheads himself a troll.
That's the kind of thing that I was afraid of here, that Team Secret at some point just uses all their strength and just can get for those kills. We have seen an off-screen solo kill coming out for the side of Hero against the Gnar from Coded, and meanwhile, simultaneously, almost Yijin, the one player that was having a good game on the side of Genius Esports, getting caught up by the Lullaby, and yeah, as you said, as well in draft, Lullaby into what Yone can do with his Fate Sealed, can easily seal the fate of a player like the Trundle. He is on the tanky item build, but of course, against Yone and Lilia combined, you take a lot of damage. It is also the Frozen Gauntlet build for the side of Trundle. Also, it is the one mythic we didn't expect him to go.
Yeah, he definitely caught us out there, but appropriate. He is an ice troll after all. Sunfire Cape maybe would have been a little bit too painful for him to carry around. Got to think about his comfort after all. As Dragon has spawned onto the map, but Team Secret seem to have absolutely no interest in it. This is going to be Yijin picking up the Cloud Drake, giving them the second stack. I'm still not sure how I feel about this lack of Dragon priority.
I kind of like it. I mean, Team Secret seems to have a clear plan. They don't even bother contesting it. They go for the gold instead and just go for trade it for waves and something like this. And they are almost 3k gold ahead, and they haven't really won these skirmishes all too decisively, right? It's kind of the scary part, I think, because it's just them slowly but surely granting themselves gold lead and trading it for other stuff, like the Herald, like the Drake. And of course, with the Hextech Drakes, potentially Hextech Soul coming up, they will eventually go for these Drake contests. But if they accumulate a gold lead of, let's say, 4,000 or 5,000 gold, then these fights will be very hard, or nigh impossible to play for the side of GE.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And I mean, the real hero to me at the moment is, funnily enough, Hero. As he got one gank early where Penguin did come up, burned his flash, got the kill onto Coded. But look at what he's done with it. You were saying that you felt bad for Yijin because they weren't making use of what Yijin gave them, but it's the opposite situation in this top lane.
Definitely is. 2k gold lead in the top lane alone. So half the gold lead is basically onto Hero against with some position encoded. And I kind of hate that for the side of Genius Esports because they were like individual players we know beforehand, and their cohesion is something we didn't know. Usually, you would expect teams like this to have decent laning phase and kind of struggle in the macro, but it kind of looks like the opposite way for me because the jungle lane synergy looks decent, but the laning itself kind of doesn't look too good.
Yeah, and obviously this is something we're going to have to keep an eye on as the split develops, is how Genius Esports adapts as a unit. Because we know the players, but we don't know the team. And so far, as you said, not incredibly impressed. But let's talk a bit more about Team Secret, because we have had our eye on Artifact quite a lot. So far, I think this has been a pretty fantastic laning phase, going even in CS up against a ranged matchup, though of course it is Corki. How do you think this Yone fares once we move into the team fights?
I think it might just be pretty unstoppable. And that's the thing that I just not saw in the shop. He's played the Wound King and the cloth armor. Now you might ask, what's the cloth armor for? If you have followed LCK, you would know it, as Chovy wear that item build as well. Yone has this insane, like Yasuo, the crit passive where he gets like the double crit chance or 2.5 times crit chance even. But he doesn't even use it. He goes from Blade the Wound King into Sunfire Cape actually, and just goes this tanky boozery item build where nobody can kill him, but he can still dish out a crap load of damage to the enemy team and can just lifesteal off with the insane passive from Blade the Wound King that will make him very agile in the team fights as well, with the movement speed still coming out. And Artifact in the team fight will definitely flourish to a certain extent. And I don't see how an Ezreal or how a Corki can kill him.
I think it's going to be extremely difficult, not to mention the threat range. Threat range is probably the wrong word, sort of the buffer zone that Team Secret have, because Yone goes in and you want to jump in on him, but then there's a Lilia there just saying, if I hit you with a spell, you're going to sleep. So it's so terrifying. It's so hard to navigate this.
Yeah, or Yone itself, like with the ultimate and also with the solar board, he just has so much potential places to be at any point of time. Like, even if you hit him and he's got the tanky item build, like, you don't even deal damage to him. Like, when do we even start? I mean, the best case is maybe even Trundle ulting the Yone, because the Yone is also a tank on his own. But I don't think that is ideal if you play against this Wukong and against this Nautilus. So you really want to soften up those instead of the Yone. And the Yone in itself just becomes such a great zoning threat. And yeah, if it's even zoning threat, I mean, if he just doesn't straight up kill you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best kind of zoning, right? Best CC is death. As once again, we have Team Secret grouping up. They did pick up the second Herald, so Penguin has finally decided to play for an objective, other than Blood, of course, but they don't drop it in the mid lane. The wave clear from Blazers was good enough. So I am curious where they're going to take this one. I have to assume it gets dropped mid.
I think they drop it mid, but they wait a little bit. They wait like around 45 seconds, and then they just drop it shortly before the Drake and force GE in this awkward situation where they either defend the Rift Herald or go for the Drake fight, and then likely they just have to opt to defend the Herald charge. And then this would be the first Drake coming over to the side of Team Secret, and them stopping a potential Drake Soul Stack win condition, and that's gaining some more minutes to really scale into this game, especially Yone and Zebi want to do that, and that is something that definitely would play in the favor of Team Secret here. That's why I think they will just wait a little bit and they just drop the Herald mid lane to have this distraction going on where GE, I mean, if they just decide to drop the Herald and don't care about the charge and fight for the Drake, maybe they get the Drake, but then they would lose at least 2 turrets. This is why I think right now they go for the Herald charge, and GE has to defend it. And this will loosen them position on the Drake.
Yeah, pretty spot on. They're going to probably lose this tower as there's a double sleep coming in, but it's just used for zoning. They don't need to overcommit onto that one, and Team Secret will just back off. But that's a big ultimate down for the Dragon. That might have been a bridge too far.
And also the Herald charge maybe a bit too early. I mean, the Drake is spawning just right now, and maybe now GE has enough time to recover from it, but Team Secret is already on it. But Yijin can just walk into the pit.
Yeah, there's the true shot barrage. Get a little bit of vision, but Yijin needs to get closer. Doesn't get the steal as the Cyclone's used as well. Blazers over the wall, able to whip in those missiles. Valkyrie's back over. Nara's picked up that first kill, and Slater desperately doing what he can up against Artifact. Artifact flashes forward, goes back to the soul, but will go down. 2 kills now picked up for GE, 1 for Secret as the fight disengages.
I think Team Secret is more than fine for that if they get 1 kill and the Drake to trade 2 kills to just really gain 5 more minutes to scale. Artifact also kind of bailing his team out with getting the kill to Slater there before dying himself. But I gotta say, Team Secret kind of lucky and sloppy in this play as they just won the Drake flip. That could have gone the either way quite easily as well for the side of Yijin. And if that happens, it would have been them being on soul point and winning the fight. Team Secret, for being such a cohesive team, looking not as coordinated as I would expect them to be.
TP coming in. They want to try and get onto Blazers. Swirl Seed won't land. Hero with a little bit of a movement speed buff, but it's only going to be moments before Blazers has access to the Valkyrie with a blast cone as well. I don't think you're ever catching him. And he gets on out of there.
Yeah, kind of greedy TP play. I mean, you try to catch a Corki with that. That's kind of not an easy thing to do. I would think they assume that the Swirl Seed would hit, but here we see the Drake fight again. Flip one by the side of Penguin to secure the Drake, and the fight just now kicks off. A lot of focus has been put on the Drake itself, so the fight itself is not something the Secret really wants here. Despite their lead, they kind of blew their pulver already. Yeah, Artifact, a lot of zoning, and the best zoning, as we mentioned before, just straight up killing the Ezreal, who also used his flash, used his Arcane Shift, and still couldn't get out. Kind of a taste of what's about to come when the Yone hits the Sunfire Cape item power spike. But even right now, he's kind of strong already, and that was a sloppy fight played by Team Secret. It likely only gets better from here.
And I have to say, so far, I'm really impressed with the killer instinct that Artifact has shown. It's not surprising. It's something that he has always shown. But twice now, there's been situations where he's been fighting outnumbered. And while a lot of players would already be looking for their retreat, he has gone, I'm just going to one for one. If I 1-for-1, it's good enough. And he's done it twice now. He didn't actually 1-for-1 in the first play. I'm referring to that first gank. But he looked for it. And then he did it again in that fight. And he did get the 1-for-1. And it was exactly enough to make it worth it for Team Secret. So Artifact really can't get enough of this player.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the easy solution to being outnumbered. Yeah? You just kill so many that you're outnumbered anymore. That's the way he's going. He's not running away from it. Yeah, kind of working this last extent against Slater, of course. Also, blowing the flash of the Ezreal is a very huge asset. I mean, the Ezreal, of course, has his Arcane Shift anyway, but if he doesn't have the double mobility and he just has a lot of offensive and defensive value in every team fight he has to play, and now I really want to see how Team Secret propels this lead they have further. They are almost 4,000 gold ahead. They equalized the Drake score a little bit more. And Eddie is now on 2 items. And Artifact so far isn't that when he hits his 2-item power spike, I think these fights get a lot of easier for them. And of course, Baron not a huge issue in the early game, as just now it spawned and nobody can really tank it up. But for these next Drake fights, I expect Team Secret to be very ready. Last time, of course, the Herald held them out a little bit. This won't be something they have next time, but the map control of them is something that can carry them through, and right now it's looking okay for them.
It certainly is, as they do have full control over this top side road. They're going to engage as well. Yejin has to burn the flash. That's a lovely Swirl Seed. The Lilting Lullaby as well. Artifact not really close enough to follow up on it, though, as that will just be GE being able to walk away. Biob being a good bouncer.
A very good bouncer indeed, as we see in the bot lane, where Wukong, or the hero, is really pushing up and just now being answered by Coda. TP would almost be back up for the side of hero. And we have seen, of course, the engage potential from Team Secret is very huge, with the potential Little Lullaby coming out, and then Artifact being there for the follow-up. This time, he didn't even press a trigger, and it was still something where they could at least blow the flash on the side of Yejin, and that is, of course, also very huge cooldown. If they ever get a good start on the Baron, Trundle doesn't have that much ease to get into the pit.
Yejin, he's been caught between a rock and a hard place, as there's the Yone ultimate, and they know where their bread is buttered, as once again Yejin is taken down.
And this Trundle is supposed to be a tank, right? He doesn't look that tanky to me, I gotta say. With the Blades of Wound King Yone having onto him, and also Lilia with the Dreamland buff passive can also deal a very good amount of damage to any tanky member. And this might just be the trigger point to start the Baron, but I think it's still too early. Even if you catch the jungler, you just take too much damage and too much time to finish it. Yeah, you can maybe bait a fight, but even that is very hard. They just now try to bait a fight without starting the Baron and just now go for the flank.
Oh, Blazers. He's in trouble as Artifact's caught him out. There's the flash, but Hero goes over the wall with the W, has the Cyclone as well, and Eddie joins on in. They will take him down. And that's a mid laner off the map. Team Secret aren't going to go for the Baron, though. They are just going to take a reset.
Team Secret is just brutal in that regard. I mean, they actually are doing what I just said. I mean, with baiting the Baron without even starting the Baron and just forcing GE to panic because GE has to do something because potentially he could go for it.
This is a good death from Blazers, if you ask me, because he just got them. They were forced to stay for that extra 15 or so seconds, and that got them the dragon.
I think that was just Team Secret sleeping a little bit, to be honest. I think they could have all moved together to the Drake, and then it would be their Drake. Or Penguin could just also try to go for the steal. But with this, GE sneaking the Drake away and didn't. I think they knew that Team Secret would maybe play on the Baron and didn't expect them to rush it down. And that's exactly what GE did. Like that play from behind from them. I mean, just now they were getting a little bit toyed by Team Secret and rushing away this Drake in their face. Penguin not trying to go for the steal, because if he doesn't get the steal and just dies, then it might just be Baron for GE instead. Just now, GE on Soul Point, that is a very scary prospect that Team Secret shouldn't have been in a position to be.
We'll have to see how it goes. As the Hexgate's being utilised once again. B-Ob's in a lot of trouble as he's found a Nautilus and a Lilia in a bush, but he is an Alistair. He's very tanky to try and turn it around. Penguin's just going to try and land a big sleep. Goes gold. He sleeps 4, and in goes Artifact with that Yone ultimate on top of them, but he just gets melted away, Crincy. It's not gone well, but look at this Lilia damage coming out from the back end of the fight as Team Secret 2 trade 1 for 1, mid for mid. And they've scattered GE. Can they actually make anything happen? Yijin is spotted. If they can kill this jungler, there's a chance at the Baron. And look at Eddie as he shreds down the cow. We need to see the other side of the fight, as it is still the hunt for Yijin. He is trying to sneak away, but there it is. The Cyclone has found him, but the slows are good. Will Hero finally be able to take him down? There it is. Brings down the pole, and Team Secret move directly to Baron.
Artifact with a huge fade seal. He kind of looked like a clown because he didn't really have the damage and just died there, but he just bought time for the rest of his team. You could just easily pincer GE, which just now means that they can on their own start this Baron up, but it's still very risky to play. Coded is still there, Slater's still there, and Team Secret has to move away.
And Coded moving forward does go down, but it stops the Baron. That's a good death. Slater maybe don't keep on going, as there's a flash forward from Artifact. They want to try and get the finish onto this AD carry. There it is, as he gets the E damage, the pop. Blazers has package that will ward off any further fighting, and we are in for a rocking late game.
We are in for a walking late game, or at least Team Secret. If GE not so much, they are now silently gone down 7k gold. I mean, they have been pulling off quite some good deaths to stop these major objectives, but they really have been bleeding gold left and center. And also Artifact right now should be on the second item power spike finally. We also have just now seen what Zeri can do once she gets her item power spikes, and that's how we see Team Secret starting off the Baron. GE, of course, they want to contest, but I don't think they can.
They have package. Yijin has flash, so he gets one Blazers, just rips his way on in. They're going to try and zone Yijin out. The Baron is still ticking down to that red carpet, so they can't quite reset it. Can Yijin get close enough to flash over the wall? I don't think he can, as Baron has gone down. It is traded for 2 kills on the side of GE. In goes Shushopara Zhuhao with the W shield. Just about good enough. And I think GE got about the best they could hope for there.
They did, but it's not enough, I think. I mean, 2 kills to lose also 1 kill and also lose the Baron is not enough for them. I think that Team Secret is very happy with that, especially considering that this Baron buff will likely translate into the next Hextech Drake, as they can just now establish priority in the bot lane, in the mid lane, and just work with the 3 Baron buffs they still have. Was still very good play by Team Secret, just washing away the Baron and just not zoning Yijin away directly, but just fighting him straight up. And Yijin just had to move away from the Baron. Then the Baron could just be washed by the side of Penguin. And here we see again how they did it. The package from Blaze is also very optimistically, and also he tanked the Ultra Shock laser, and that just alone made it so he couldn't really buy any more time against Eddie. If here we see Artifact going in with the Fate Sealed, getting, of course, as well Alistair to force his ultimate away. And also this two-shot barrage was hitting very well, but the damage is not enough. Slater is not really that far ahead right now. We see it in the farm department. He's just equal to the Zeri while having 0 kills. And the Zeri kind of popping off ahead of him. And I would expect Team Secret to now re-establish the control and just go for the next Drake.
Coded, having a go with Hero. The Cyclone comes out, but there is a teleport on the other side. This Gnar is able to do a hell of a lot, particularly when he's got back up from the Corki, and the Monkey has been farmed.
Monkey has been found. This could be huge because this is just now 1 pick away, and the Hero will still be down for potential Drake. But if GE will rush the Drake right now, if they happen to go for a play there,
Zhuhao,
he has to strike right now.
Yeah, GE absolutely needs to take advantage of that. As you said, Flash was not actually burned by Zhuhao there. I could have sworn he would have to do it. But no, he saves that summoner. Team Secret with good positioning around the Drake, but not with good numbers. Can they navigate this?
They are 1 member less. If GE plays it up perfectly, it would be Hextech still for them. It would maybe let them this 1 game. Artifact is however zoning coded.
Yeah, but he needs to be in the main
go for the
fight.
steal.
Artifact needs to get into the main fight. They need to get into the pit, but no, Yijin has the safe hands. Hextech Soul has been secured, but now the fight comes out in earnest. Good hook goes in from Zhuhao. Artifact trying to get through Beyond, but he's a tanky cow. Nautilus will be the first one to fall as Hero has rejoined the fight. He spins the pole. Slater is so low, and GE get melted away. Coded, the last man standing, but it is truly a desperate time. He's had to burn the teleport. Can they kill him before he goes away? No, not quite. He gets on out. And that is Team Secret winning the fight. But we need to see them take some structures.
They need to take some structures. They might even go for the end here. And Coated surviving might just be what actually stopped it, because Coated had like 100 HP. He gets to recall away and gets to
I don't think they can end.
They can't end because Coated survived. And this is Hextech Soul GE. Of course, this fight losing is something that definitely hurts them. Also, the map control going down with dropping the mid inhibitor, but it's just a mid inhibitor. The lane you want to have priority anyway. And here we see how the fight played out. Soul just washed out by the side of Yijin. The fight itself, of course, going in the favor of Team Secret, as they didn't have to blow anything on the Drake itself. They also still had their gold lead and find a good angle here with Alistar really getting scrambled around, and a good Yona ultimate again by the side of Artifact, and Hebo also cycloning into the backline and them just picking them apart one by one. But of course, with the Hextech Soul going over, it might just not be.
Where are you, mate? How did you get here? Did you get lost?
Shuho being like, record scratch. Yeah, kids, that's me. You probably wonder how I ended up in this position. And we really do wonder, how are you there? It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it must have just been a warding mission gone bad, but it went really bad, and he's now off the map for another 24 seconds. I don't think he's going to get punished. There's nothing up that really requires their Nautilus, but just a little bit of sloppy movement there out of the Team Secret support.
And I really wonder how these next fights are going on about, because it is Hextech Soul, but it is Hextech Soul against an 8k gold deficit, so it kind of maybe evens it out, basically. And also Hextech Soul is very good onto something like a Corki. But I still think you need to respect the all-in from Team Secret, especially with Lilting Lullaby and Fate Sealed. And Zeri, of course, being a very broken champion.
Penguin's in a lot of trouble, has to get out of there, uses the stopwatch, but I don't think it's going to matter as the rocket lands in. And Team Secret, it feels like their keyboards got disconnected for a little bit there.
Definitely does. They just get picked apart one by one. Definitely something out of favor for them. And Penguin, of course, with the Subjugate being onto him, is, even with the tank Lily item build, not that tanky and can just be buttered by the side of Corki and Ezreal respectively. Slater slightly mistiming his 2 Super Rush on the status of Penguin, but it didn't really matter as the rockets were flying anyway as well. And we see in the gold department, Blazes is ahead of Artifact right now. And the Corki, who needs a lot of gold, now has a lot of gold. And with the Hextech Soul can really come to fruition. And if he doesn't go for these crazy package plays yet again, he can be the one to carry GE in this game.
Absolutely. I think despite the gold lead, I think we actually have a very interesting game on our hands. As Zhuhao once again caught out. The pillar is up, but he's got a big shield. He's got a team to run away to as well, but with a teleport coming in, this could be a game-deciding play here. Crinzy, as Zhuhao throws the ultimate, gets a good knockup. The Cyclone has been used as well. In goes the package towards Artifact as they're desperately trying to get this Wukong out of there. Hero goes gold. He's trying to do everything he can, but he will fall regardless. Artifact, nard into the wall. The wallet follow-up is not quite there. Uses the Yone ultimate, manages to get the distance as well. So he's on the run, but with Blazers hunting him down. The flash is used. I don't think he can outplay Coded. He can't. Blazers shuts him down. And that is a Baron now for GE.
And GE just picks Team Secret apart. Eddie could get out, but while he could get out, he couldn't really deal any more damage to the team fight itself. And Artifact was buying time, but buying time for whom? Nobody was in position on the side of Team Secret to really threaten the backline of GE. And like this, GE just gets 2 free pickups here, and another one with the Baron itself going down. Penguin on another hand, though, can at least maybe trade Alistar back. Yijin is almost down.
In trouble. Yijin going incredibly low, but uses the smite to heal back up. He gets it. It's okay. As now there's a sleep, and Team Secret are going to engage. This is a 3v5, but they think they've got the health bar lead. I don't know if that's a good decision. Yijin incredibly low, but he hasn't gone down. A double kill coming out for Lilia as that burn comes in clutch. Blazes as well into the GA. Penguin is going absolutely off this fight. Lands a swirl seed, finally falls, but they have managed to equalize the numbers almost. It's only one, but the big shock blast in goes the Wukong, knocks them up and puts them down. He's got a double. Can he make it a triple? Yes, he can. Hero, change that second letter to an E.
3v5 and they just win the fight because Penguin is really smurfing that one. Buying time also for Hero coming with the TP's follow-up by the Cyclone. And Eddie just hit that 3-man Ultra Shock laser to just laser the game away from GE. It was by now thrown. It was a game that GE should have won with the Hextech Soul, with the Baron being on that table. But Team Secret just go pedal to the metal, go for the 3v5 fight and just win it on the HP bar difference alone. And this is their game that they are going to steal right here.
Absolute highway robbery as the Nexus will fall. And that was hero moment after hero moment. You had Penguin going in, buying more time than any Lilia has ever bought. Artifact following up. And then Hero and Eddie popping off. I can't believe they pulled that off. That's incredible stuff out of Team Secret.
I loved how like your caster call was changing like during the spider bit. Like at the start, I don't know what you're really doing. And wait, that actually works? And gotta be honest, I was surprised as well. I like saw the angle that Lilia can maybe stall the fight for the Wukong, but them actually just getting a full ace and then just instantly winning the game. That was really some Team Secret tech coming out and kind of showed why their team is maybe a top contender this split as well as they was last time, where they get the 3rd place and just barely missed out against Tiger Buffalo, who of course was a good representative at MSI and Team Secret. I mean, that mid to late game was looking very, very questionable, but if you can steal those games consistently, that also kind of speaks in favor of you.
Yeah, and I've just seen a screenshot. That was a roughly 2,000 damage Zeri W. That'll help you win a fight, for sure. Across all three of them, I mean, of course. Incredible stuff. We are going to go to a short little break and get ready for game 2. And oh boy, I'm so happy the VCS is back.
is my life story. My fingers to the bone. I'm running after glory. Oh yeah, I should have known. Should have known. Yeah, I should know by now. Bittersweet revelation. Let the mirror come alive. Glorified sensations. Your name in the headlines. War revelations. Salvation is poison. We mystify. It's love with a black eye. With no alibi, no illusion to save you this time. The unknown terror that stood alone, passed from the days of the early suns, through words of lost belief, laid waste and buried deep. Summer to be set to fall. But there's no fear that lives inside this soul, yeah. Inside this world, there is no way not to forgive us. I'm done. Deliver the simple and the sameness of the innocence. That lives below breathes the flames from the dying suns, and lives to wake the dying ones. The dying ones.
Welcome back, everybody, and what a game one we just had. That was highway robbery documented on Twitch TV as Team Secret snatched that game back after GE worked so hard to wrestle into a winning position. Once again, my name is Carries, and with me is Crincy. And what's your reaction after that?
That was certainly a game and a half, I would say, with Team Secret. Starting off pretty good, I would say. I mean, of course, the early Legion gang definitely making signs of life for the side of Genius Esports here. And then, but still, despite the skirmishes always being won by the side of GE and kind of Summoner spells waited by the side of Team Secret was growing a steady gold lead just by existing, basically. And that's extending to like 3 or 4k gold. Them intentionally dropping a Drake or two, which eventually almost bite their back as they drop the soul, the Hexac soul, against GE, who was still fighting a gold deficit of 8k by then. And then, of course, these Baron marches. Then GE getting that Baron after that one good fight, and Team Secret just wasn't having any of that, right? One great fight, pedal to the metal, 3v5. This game ends one way or the other. And luckily for them, it ended the right way. Gotta say though, if Eddie doesn't land that one Ultra Shock laser through 3 people, I think they just took the game there. And that would be a very huge upset, as Genius Esports, of course, is a newly promoted team. And Team Secret, we know, I mean, they are an established playoff team by now. We kind of expect a cleaner game from them.
Yeah, for sure. That was not the Team Secret I was super happy to see. I agree with you. Giving up those first 2 Drakes, I criticized it a little bit on cast, but you put me right and said, look, it seems intentional. Giving up the third was where I really had a problem. I didn't like that one. That was just seemed like very desynced timing from Team Secret. In the end, we do see that Hero picked up Man of the Match. I think that's very deserved, that Wukong was absolutely dominant, even though I think there was a strong argument for Penguin as well. Regardless, what do we need to change as we head into draft for the second game? GE, where do you just go back to the drawing board?
I mean, they just now at least switch sides, which is something I really like. If you're like the team that just lost, that you at least force one adaptation out of the enemy team, one way or the other, and they could just go for a first pick themselves and threaten to pick Zeri. I mean, for Slater, of course. I would assume Team Secret now that they play Zeri themselves, and they know it. I mean, they just now first rotation ban Zeri away, so Slater doesn't even get a chance to really flourish on that pick, and we now will have whole different ADCs. Gotta say, Zeri was kind of a difference maker as well in game 1, so that being off the table already changes a lot. Other than that, I think the Wukong top flex was something that was very smartly done by Team Secret, with having a good matchup in the top and also a very good jungle pickup. And despite Legion, of course, having a good early game, he didn't really get to do much in the later stage of the game.
For sure. Renata being removed as well. Again, you said that Zhu Hao was someone that has been playing so much of that champion, so I'm not surprised to see that one always hitting GE's ban list. Swain is going to be the final one. I don't think we're going to see too much of Swain picks in the VCS. I think he's going to be hitting the ban list quite a lot. And VCS is into champion select. What a shocker.
What a classic. I mean, I would be more worried if it wouldn't happen, you know? But by now it's like, it's a part of the day, just like brushing your teeth or going for a shower. It's inting the draft in VCS, champion selects. Either way of that, we are back pretty quickly. I mean, I like that for change, of course. And another ban I want to address is the Swain, of course, again. Swain, very strong champion in the VCS, potentially, if he ever manages to get through the pick and ban phase. So far, he hasn't been. And Viego is the first pick coming out for GE, which, of course, can also be countered. And yeah, Senna Wukong instantly from Team Secret. Wukong, they just now showed that it's very flexible for them.
So, obviously, we need to talk about that Senna Wukong, but that feels to me like a little bit of, perhaps, tilt out of Yijin. He has such a good early game, but he's on Trundle, and then he just goes, first pick me Viego. I'm the best player here, I'm playing Viego.
Pick me Viego. But aside from that, maybe that is the reason, but of course Viego is still a strong champion on the patch regardless. And Lucian Namida coming out by the side of GE, which is of course one way to just win the bot lane. And Tam Kenji I don't like so early, because you could potentially do so much flexible stuff with the Wukong, right? To potentially flex it to top lane, to go for Senna Wukong as a bot lane even. At the time Kenji kind of locks itself into the bot lane in the current meta, which it not being a top laner anymore.
I think it does get insta-banned if you don't pick it there though.
Fair. But I think there are still other options with the Senna, but you maybe, especially against Lucian Nami, want to have some safety net, and the Tam Kenji is definitely one of those.
Yeah, for sure. I do agree with you. I always like more flexibility in my drafts, and Team Secret do sacrifice a lot of that. But so far, this looks like an incredibly aggressive draft out of GE. This game, is it just going to be decided at 22 minutes? Because if GE's not ahead, they lose.
Could be, of course, because Senna, of course, with the potential infinite scaling, can, of course, vastly outmatch the Lucian Nami lane, which, of course, falls off a little bit. But actually, it kind of doesn't fall off that terribly. It is somewhat overstated, I would say. And Vigo also, of course, will find scaling on his own. Gotta say, though, with Team Secrets rounding out their draft, I think they could still go for a potential pick that also is still double flexible, like the Lilia again, to have like the Wukong Lilia flex and kind of get potentially 2 counter picks in the solo lanes, depending on who's really going where. And Wisdom being taken away means they could still go for the easy mid laner, which would be the Corki. And I just don't see that Blazes just now has the balls to like go Yone again, as the Artifact just now did in the first game. So the Corki here, a very safe pickup for Team Secret.
This also removes sort of the last of Blazer's established champion pool. If he just picks the Yona, I love it. I love it. He does have the confidence, Quincy. You underestimate him, as he will show that he can give it to Artifact just as good as Artifact gave it to him. And Gwen will round out the GE draft. Have to see now, Team Secret with the lock-in. They're hovering the Volibear. That would be surprising on the patch.
No, it wouldn't. I mean, Volibear is the strongest jungler. You could still go Wukong top again.
Yeah, this is 12-2. Yeah, it's not nerfed yet. My mistake.
They have quite some options, I would say. I mean, they could also just go Gnar the easy way. Gnar's still very good in the Gwen in the early game, and they exactly do that. Just win the lane a little bit. Gwen maybe losing gracefully, but before she really outscaled anything, the Gnar will still be very relevant in the mid-game team, but especially with a Mega Gnar just clunking them to the walls. And on the other hand, do you really outscale SGE here? I mean, that's the thing, right? The Gwen will outscale the Gnar, but usually your team is early game focused, especially with Yone being in the mid lane and him also spiking at like 2-3 items, so to say. So the Gwen kind of off theme for them, maybe the late game insurance policy to some extent. And I think in the mid game, Team Secret is also on their own very brutal. When Gnar is still very strong, when Wukong is still very strong at the engage. And Corki already has this out and power spike with the more mana coming out, and also being on the Hydro and the Ludens build will be very strong come mid game.
I also think the Gwen was perhaps a little bit of desperation to get some AP into their draft, because before that it was very, very AD heavy. It was four AD champions. So maybe coded champion pool being pushed a little bit there. Didn't have too many other AP options. Now, this Senna, we always have to talk about them. It is Senna Tahm Kench. We know that this is a very strong bot lane, but how do they actually go about surviving against Lucian Nami?
They might just need a little bit help from Penguin coming with a few visits in the bot lane. Other than that, I think they are not that hardly pushed by the Lucian Nami lane, as it has been nerfed before, and it's not that brutal that you can just instantly win the lane on its own. Also, there's actually some all-in windows coming out by Tahm Kench with the Abyssal Dive coming in, and then just together with the snare from Senna, really mealing them away to death. But that's something that, of course, relies a little bit on misplays from either Slater or BOB, likely more BOB, as he's on the immobile Nami on his own. But overall, I think this is a lane that Eddie and Juro can survive. And also, when Eddie started to become like a more prevalent player on Team Secret, it was also on the Senna. So I expect him to show much champion proficiency on that pick. And I wouldn't be worried if the early game doesn't really go that well in the first few levels, as they can easily scale into it.
For sure, but on to Summoner's Rift we ride for Game 2 of Genius Esports taking on Team Secret. It was an absolute slobber knocker in Game 1, and I can only hope for a repeat. Though, of course, the early game, or at least the ultra early game, does appear to be nice and quiet.
It definitely does, and I would usually expect the Lucian Nami lane to come out from the side of Slater and Zodiac, but Zodiac isn't playing right now, so it's not a repeat of the Team Flash from the spring split we had before. And I really wonder how BOB can pilot this Nami champion. Of course, Nami, not like the pinnacle of mechanical brilliance, I would say, but positioning very important on that champion, and also the placement of the tidal waves. Also see some Namis hitting like every bubble and some hitting neither of those, as it is one of the harder skill shots in the game, so to say, as you just cover a small area on the ground with a huge delay and not really align as you would maybe do on something like a Morgana. So Nami players definitely support players you would watch out for, as there's a lot of mechanical finesse that you either have or don't have.
For sure, and as Nami's champion spotlight says, even if you miss your wave, you do split the enemy team apart, and that's what really matters. bit of cope, but early on, Slater was confident enough to walk up, so they do have early wave control down in this bot lane. Beob loses a soul, not what you want. And that's obviously something we're going to have to track as this game goes on, is how fast Eddie can get those souls into him. He is, of course, the fasting center. So I want to see Zhu Hao actually farming these up.
Exactly. Duo will likely have some trouble against the double range lane to really get the CS numbers going strong. But of course, as long as Eddie is farming souls, it will not be the end of the world if they happen to drop a few in that regard. And the wave in a position where it's kind of fine for the side of Team Secret. The wave will bounce, however, and in the middle of the lane it is of course harder to fight the Lucianami lane. But in the current moment, it is very, very fine for them. As we see the top lane skirmish, oh, he misses the boulder. And that boulder you can't miss. I mean, the Gnar grand matchup is good for Gnar, but if you miss your skill shots, of course, it's not looking that easy for you.
Yeah, no, that's not worked out whatsoever. And we really are seeing, this almost looks like it's just a bit of a weird replay from game one, as we saw almost that exact same trade in the mid lane coming out when it was Artifact on the Yone. Now, this may well be something that you can't answer, but do you think that there might be a build difference because Blazers has gone TP instead of Exhaust?
I wouldn't really mark it on the Thunder spells, actually. I think you just go the same item build anyway, and if you don't do it, it won't really change based on the fact that you chose here TP. I think you would still go for the Blade Sunfire build here, but if you go the standard build that was before in meta, which was Shield Bow and Infinity Edge, I wouldn't be too surprised either. Gotta say though, I think the other build is just too good not to go, so you should go for the Sunfire build. And Artifact, he's actually kind of struggling right now. I think in the reverse matchup, it was kind of better for the Corki. It was at least the Corki farming next to the Yone. And with Artifact being low HP, he is a diveable target potentially for the Viego. So Artifact definitely has to watch out.
And Viego is coming around, is getting some vision. They're trying to figure out where Penguin is, but with the back coming in from Artifact, there's not going to be too much going on. Did manage to farm out that wave, has the teleport as well, so he should be okay. But look at this push in the bottom side. GE just has full control at the moment.
They have full control at the moment and can maybe turn it into the first wave that will, of course, spawn in a little bit less than a minute. And the bot priority, of course, something that cannot be established by the side of Team Secret. Bubble just now missed, and this is a way in maybe for the side of Team Secret.
Oh, there's the snare. Slater has to flash and the heal. Every summoner being burned from Genius, as a teleport as well has to be called. It does stop the play, but look at the resources this expends.
This is really a small disaster for the side of GE, I would say. I mean, no kill going down. First blood yet to be built. And you just not see that. Lucianami might be a little bit overrated, as it can die to Senatam Kench all-ins very early on, and it would maybe have happened here in the 5th minute already, and it won't get better from here, I would say. So definitely something that can play a part. Also, burning the TP so early before a potential Drake, not something that Blazes wanted on the Yone. He is on 2 daggers, not the ideal start for him. And yeah, just now Penguin, of course, knows the TP placement timing is not ideal from the side of GE, just goes instantly for the Drake and gets Artifact to help.
I think there's also the fact that they called the TP basically screams that Viego is on the top side because he had absolutely no chance to respond. So overall, good read by Team Secret. GE have absolutely no chance at that dragon. So this time, we are seeing a reverse of the first game. It is Team Secret that will get the early Drake.
Yeah, exactly. It's, at least in that regard, right?
No.
In the gold.
Never mind.
Never mind, yeah. Just some trading of ultimates, right? Although the Gwen isn't even level 6 yet, so Cody didn't have one, and he still fought the Gnar away in the 1v1. Very impressive, of course, how Gwen manages to do such a thing. Now she also got her level 6 power spike and could use the needlework if she prefers to do so. Gotta say though, the Mega Gnar ultimate is pretty low. You can basically use it every time you transform into Mega Gnar, so using that on its own doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, I don't think Hero will be too concerned. I think he was scared about Yijin joining the fight. I don't think they knew quite where he was at the time. Because obviously you don't want to give Viego anything if you can avoid it. They do now know where he is as he crosses over the mid lane. Artifact has managed to stabilize himself in mid, has the tier, stacking that one up. Going very fairly even in farm with Blaze, just the tiniest bit behind. Overall, it's just a very slight gold lead over to GE.
And I think that might just not be enough because unlike last game, this is Team Secret losing a little bit more gracefully and also being on the more scaling picks as the center time Kench lane is compared to the Lucian Army lane. So I think that is something that also plays in their part. And them this time having the Corki against the Yone and not the other way around. Corki is a champion that is a little bit more reliable, I would say, as he can just land the poke and eventually goes big ones with.
There's been a disaster top lane for GE. How is I need to know how this has happened. I wish we were looking because there's also a fight. Gwen has burned her ghost and her TP, but then had to reset. So she lost a whole wave and a tower plate. I'm not sure how Hero made that happen.
They had Penguin around for the top side all the time. And
Yeah,
I think
Zhu Hao in a bit of trouble, trying to turn around onto Biob, has to flash away from the bubble. Slater dashing out of the snare. There's the E going forward. We go immediately to the top lane as Penguin gets chased out of his jungle. Back to bot as Slater's going low. They want to try and farm this catfish, but he's got another shield. Biob's in so much trouble. There's the kill going over to Zhu Hao as Eddie brings the damage. And yeah, Lucian Nami might be a bit overrated.
Lucian Nami is becoming a bit of a meme, but this time I gotta just give credit to the players itself. Like Eddie and Johor, have we ever seen them being hit by an Aqua Puss in this game? I have only seen them sidestepping like 3 in a row so far, and of course, if you manage to do that and have the all-in pressure with the time catch coming out, it is very hard to play for the Lucian Nami. And here you now see Lucian getting zoned away from the wave by his own wife. That was kind of brutal, and also them getting plates right now. Spills small disaster for GE in both side lanes.
It really does, and this is absolutely not what they want. You don't want this center picking up tower plates. It doesn't quite get to. That one does have a modicum of health left. As the culling comes out, trying to get it back, a bit of a domestic abuse going on here as in goes the railgun, and Eddie comes out on top. Biob has to run away, and oh no, it's disaster for Genius.
That's disaster for sure. They're all in coming out by the side of Senna. Also a Dawning Shadow this time being up and available. The culling, of course, deals a lot of damage, but it kind of makes you predictable as to where you stand. And of course, with a single bit of slow or any kind of other CC hitting that can easily land. This time, that's a new one. An Aqua Prison landing by the side of BOB. I haven't seen that at all, I think, in my entire life, as I just now see the first series of BOB. And yeah. Team Secret really showing that they are like the more resilient team, I would say, with the bot lane doing so well. Getting also another turret plating, something that definitely speaks in their favor, and them accelerating in both gold and getting the first wake spells a small disaster for the side of Genius Esports.
Yeah, it absolutely does. The fact that Eddie has already got that serrated Dirk and the full boots is definitely not what they wanted to see. Yijin has not been able to have the early impact that he was able to have in game 1. Of course, he is on a very different champion. Now Artifact in trouble, but the CC misses and Valkyrie on out.
Valkyrie out is all he needs. It's basically his pseudo-flash, so to say, as to expect any kind of gang, and if he is ready to use it, he can just use it instead of a flash. Very easy to do for him. Also, Hero got another turret plate on his own. So this time the Narc Ven matchup making it a bit easier for him. Just now at a point where he can kind of survive for damage, but deal a lot of it on his own with his half-bound X being in his inventory. Will be a Triforce Gnar this game as far as I can tell. Could go for the Wits and theoretically, but I wouldn't expect it on the Gnar, as that would make his item build very, very offensively, even more so than a Triforce into tank build would be.
Ooh, the needlework does come out. Flash has been burned, as has the ghost from Coded. Hero has to respect the damage that this Gwen can do. So he does manage to shove that wave in. Good clap back there from Coded.
Yeah, definitely done so by him. And I really wonder how this matchup will turn. Yeah, Dive is incoming. Viego is around, so Hero, in his best interest, to just defend the wave as good as he can. Also, as a Mega Gnar, not that easy to dive, right? Because he had that much HP and can also, if he would have it, he could use a Mega Gnar and just knock them into the turret. But that Mega Gnar ultimate is down, so that couldn't be used by him. And yeah, this time though, they saw Viego was top. So again, a free drag by the side of Team Secret, and GE really needs to find a plan in this game because just now it doesn't look like they find really any openings.
Yeah, and with they're not able to punish for tower plates in the top side either. So Coded manages to shove the wave in. He gets a good back, but that's not worth trading for a dragon. And it just seems like Team Secret, they were a little bit sloppy on their execution. I think they had a really good game plan in game 1, but the execution wasn't quite there. But this time, it seems like everything's going right.
Yeah, everything going according to plan for the side of Team Secret. I think the only small opening that GE maybe has is his top lane matchup where a Gwen, assuming she would get a lead onto the Gnar, could just easily one down the Gnar over and over again in the long side lane with popping the Ghost. But so far, that just doesn't look to be the case at all. She's down 20 CS, she is down the plates, and not a single kill by the side of GE. Actually, right now, with this, I will probably jinx it, but they are about to get perfect gamed here.
That's a bold call, Quincy. Perfect gamed. All right, in the VCS, where we fight over everything. Chat, hold him to it. He said it. As Tom Kent will move forward, and now a teleport is coming out. Jim House in trouble, gets knocked up. And can we get a caster curse as Tom Kent goes down and the perfect game is gone?
I just said
Yone's
just to
going
make it
in as well. Penguin in some trouble, has the Cyclone, but there's the pop and 2 kills for GE. Quincy, how much are you winning from this game? How much did you put on GE?
Nothing. Either way. I mean, you heard it in my voice that I was feeling that it will happen. I mean, I would say
Yep.
I will jinx it with this call, and so I did. Here we see the Herald charge, and Artifact taking a lot of damage. But I think they can maybe stop the charge, yeah. I think he can just poke it out.
Oh, what was that movement, Shelly? Oh, does stop it, but did a little bit of a moonwalk there to stop Artifact stopping it early. Doesn't matter though. He stops it before it hits the tower, and that's what matters. As this was a little bit too far by Team Secret.
Definitely was. At least they thought to teleport out by the side of Kote to really make it a one-sided affair. And Abyssal dive missing. You look like a clown this time, Kenji. If you dive between turrets and don't even hit your key ability with this 2 cleanup kills by the side of GE, and the game get a little bit more closer, or at least it looks to be the case, as of course that TP managed to give Hero some free time on this top lane tier 1 turret, and that is almost gone by now. Turret planning is also still on the table. That means he must have gotten 4 of them, and still, despite those 2 kills, not a lot of signs of life by the side of Genius Esports. The game is still looking pretty rough for them.
It really, really is. As Eddie, I'm not sure if we have gotten the recent soul check. I was like trying to keep track of that. He's got that Umbral Glaive. Aqua Prison hits, but the follow-up is not available, not with Tom Kench that close by. Snare as well. You know, skill shots being traded. Both of them just kind of saying, oh yeah, if you've got good accuracy, so do I. Bit of showing off. As this is a tower.
Blood to it, yeah. It's a very huge gold swing that's up on the table, and it's basically those two getting it on their own almost. There haven't been that much getting attention from either lane. And if there was, I would say it would have been more in the favor of GE actually. So definitely Eddie and Joe are stepping up this game in that regard. Artifact here, we saw him burning his Valkyrie, which was maybe needed to evade something coming out.
Oh, Penguin has moved down the bot lane, but Slater with a dash and a flash will get back under his tower.
Yeah, Flash is traded by the side of the Wukong and the Lucian. Of course, the Lucian still has his relentless pursuit to maybe get out of trouble regardless of that, but had to use that as well. In the meantime, Herald number 2 taken by the side of Genius Esports. They can, of course, use that to get another Herald charge. And maybe this time they actually get a full charge. Of last time we saw how that charge went. Was Artifact very well defending it. And that charge alone might kill the turret. The paintings are gone. That means the damage is slightly increased. But no! The charge is not strong enough.
No, not quite. It does about 3/4 of the tower, by my guess. It wasn't quite there. So GE really struggling to find an angle to clap back. Their Gwen is still farming away, but he's 30 CS down compared to the Nard. Does not have that mythic item yet. Critzy, I'm getting worried for them.
Yeah, she's their main win condition too, so it's kind of a disaster for them. This is a small angle still for like maybe Viego resets in the team fight if they happen to get a catch. How do you get a catch against Senator Kench? That's also kind of hard to do. Wukong now also surprisingly tanky. The Corki may be the easiest target, but he will also have his flash key and his Valkyrie key ready, or maybe even the package, depending on what situation you really are in. And Team Secret just happily farming away next Drake, about to spawn, and also the vision control around the Drake area looks pretty fantastic, so to say. The botlane player established with both top laners facing there and now being out of the Gwen right now. Half HP chunked from the Nami just casually through one Tanglish and one Curse of the Black Mist.
Black Mist, yep. I was going to say, Crincy not knowing an ability name, surely not. But you got there in the end.
That doesn't happen here.
Exactly. You spend that much time on Sporkle. The tower has gone down on the top side. Artifact will back, has teleport to try and get towards fight if they want to try and go towards this dragon. But I think they can just give this one up. Ooh, Hero, don't get
Penguin is
caught.
around.
He's in trouble. Over the blast cone is used. It doesn't take him down. And now they collapse into the pit. Penguin can get over the wall, but chooses not to. As the smite comes in, GE will pick that one up. Hero finally falls, as does the Wukong. I don't know about this one, Team Secret. Eddie, you've got a lot to do. Picks up that first kill. Yijin ults over the wall, and the Gwen was trying to hide the recall, but can't quite do it. This should be a kill picked up, but the package was used. Bit of a spite package there. Team Secret, I don't love that execution. Oh no.
I don't
Hang
love
on
it
a
either.
minute. Walking into a few of them is the Catfish, and he gets taken out. Another kill back in the pockets of Genius Esports.
Yeah,
True,
it's 3 for
big
2
brain
and the Drake for them. Yeah, definitely them coming out ahead of it. But it was also very riskily done by them, as Penguin could have maybe went for the smite steal and chose not to do so, just went for the fight. And the fight kind of split by the side of Team Secret. And the problem was that Blazes found a very good Yona engage onto the backline and just could stall the minion of ever. Here we see it again. Namiwave coming out, and look at poor Hero. I mean, he just has to fight this Blazes of Wound King Yona and just gets hit by every chunk of damage. Meanwhile, Eddie a bit late to the fight, and the TP from Hero also. No, it's not Hero, it's actually Artifact, who's kind of late for the party, and the Drake can be rushed by the side of GE. They can play this unfair teamfight and split Team Secret apart, and this is one thing that they can maybe still do in this game, with Yona really separating the targets and Coded, yeah, of course, being a little bit on this lonesome, but he got the job done beforehand. And yeah, you call it a spite package, but I think the package will likely not be used for anything else either. Might as well use it to really secure that kill nice and quick. Then we see Zhuo just face taking a wash and dying as well. So even with that,
Hero tried to make it happen, didn't quite get there, but didn't really lose anything to give it a crack, and they get the tower anyway. So Team Secret do manage to fire back well as they get out onto the map. Despite that play, they are, of course, 3k gold ahead, so still in a good position. Eddie is still extremely strong as well. He was not the one that paid for his team's sins in that last fight, so the center still able to scale up extremely well.
Absolutely. But I wonder if these fights can be played like the last one, where GE kind of manages to split them apart and then just still get the objective done. Because if that happens multiple times, then Team Secret is really in for some trouble. All just depends on whether the Yone is really finding his angles in these fights. Last time he did. Maybe next time he won't. It shouldn't have been a Drake where GE really had any chance to fight it, as they were down in gold and also down in map and vision pressure. And GE with that, having a small comeback yet again. I mean, I just need to remind you of last game, where GE all of a suddenly had a Hextech Soul, and the game was really down to a coin flip and maybe a single ability hitting, and then Team Secret winning it off that, and could happen again.
It certainly could. And I mean, I wouldn't say no. As someone that just wants high octane league, I'm always down for a bit of a fiesta, if it means I get some good VCS style fights. But so far, remarkably restrained from these teams. We're only at 9 kills in 20 minutes. This is glacial pace for the VCS.
Yeah, are we casting the correct league is what I really would ask here. Aside from that, item builds coming out from Hero is really interesting. I think that he is going for Triforce into full tank, and I really like that because he basically is just needed for these Mega Nars, and he wins the side lane against the Gwen with the Triforce anyway. Yeah, here we see Tank Yone, nice damage coming out, but he also gets chunked quite a bit by Artifact, but he gets the flash for free, so that is something that he really likes to claim for himself and could be huge, because a good catch onto the Corki means that Team Secret maybe cannot fight these team fights. Also, speaking of those, it's a poke Corki. If he doesn't land some poke before the fight starts initially, his value in the team fight itself is not that high.
Yeah, that's very true. Artifact very much having to switch gears was, of course, so does Blazers, as they have to switch places in the matchup, going from all-inning every time to playing much more defensive, much more back, much more slow. As we've got 45 seconds on this next Mountain Drake, and I actually think it's a bit disastrous if GE do manage to start stacking these Mountain Drakes up, because it really hurts. Oh my god! And he taking so much damage. Is lucky he had Zhu Hao there, managing to get him on out of there, but this Lucian is still a threat.
Definitely is. With Lucian Nami, we were kind of mocking them initially. Now they are on their power spike with the Gale Force coming out full offensively and also Imperial Mandate coming out for the Nami. So it's the point where Lucian Nami is maybe the strongest in the game, which is, of course, the early mid game. And now they can really start to be a threat. Eddie, however, just now can start to slowly heal up. But there's maybe an angle to get chunked out again.
Culling chunks him on down, and they're immediately going to pull the trigger. The wave knocks up Penguin. There's the railgun going over the team, trying to buy them space. And look at this health bar lead that GE has now. They have used some ultimates, though, so they need to be very, very careful. They've only got access to Viego ult. Artifact is full health, as is Hero, trying to build a Mega Nub, but he gets caught by a bubble. Goes down low. There it is, secured by the Gwen. GE pick up the Dragon, but in goes Team Secret. 1-for-1 at the moment. That gives Viego a reset. Absolute disastrous stuff. Oh, we can't gnar him away.
No.
Does manage to get the Heartbreak over the wall. And GE get out of there with a 1-for-1 and the Dragon in their favor.
Another one fight by the side of GE, where of course Slater just chunking out Eddie twice before the fight could really start. It just could have been rushed down by the side of GE. Penguin also having to use his flash defensively before and couldn't get into the pit here. And here, very huge that the Heartbreaker comes out. And that, of course, denies Yijin being down for a potential maybe Baron Rush, but it could have been pulled off by the side of Team Secret. But like this, Team Secret yet again caught with their pants down, being sleeping a little bit, and their gold lead, of course, it's still there, but it's not really extending by much. And GE gets tankier and tankier, and we have seen them have poor Drake control last game as well. It could be a greater issue for them, especially if GE can do that once again. It will just show that GE is really able to claw themselves back into this game and maybe even take a win here.
Maybe, Crincy, but we have a long, long road to go before we know who will be coming out of top in this series tonight. That is a lovely 3-man binding there by Eddie. Not that
92
it really
souls.
matters. 92 souls. That's not bad. We don't have your way around to give us his verdict on whether or not this is a respectable center performance.
You would just say it's bad. It should be more. It should be 5,000.
Yeah, of course. Because that's how many your way gets. He gets that at like 5 minutes. It's kind of crazy. As Eddie once again eating a culling, taking so much damage.
And we see this too often, right? It's the third time in the last few minutes where it really happened that this alone, of course, he can heal up slowly with his own piercing darkness, but it just not something that takes quite a while to just heal 100 HP time and time again. And the culling, of course, very much hurting them. And the 5v fights itself are not that easy to play for Team Secret. As I said before, the poke needs to land by the side of the Corki, and if you get poked out, you of course are in a very disfavorable position. And gotta say also, what we might underestimate is Nami also being a very huge sustain asset against the poke coming up by Team Secret. So even if the poke lands, it's not that easy to play for them. Here we see Hero maybe being caught.
Yeah, maybe. He has the double hop, but with Yijin burning the flash and moving in, this should be a Gnar going down. He's going to try and buy as much time as he can. If he can keep too busy, it's actually a really big deal. Coda doesn't land. The snip gets slowed by the boomerang. Oh, Hero, if you can find another hop, this is absolutely incredible. I wish we were looking at his cooldowns right now. As he continues to work out, he's pulled a third one to the bottom side. He finally falls, but this might get them a Baron.
It might actually do, but Coded has CP. He could just easily join. They pull off. I think they have to pull off as well. But Hero, of course, bought a lot of time, but bought a lot of time for nothing, sadly enough, as he couldn't really get more out of it.
Ooh, Zhuhao moving forward. In goes the package. Lands onto 3. Has to immediately use his second Valkyrie out. Gets to Zhuhao, but look at this health bar damage. Eddie not really able to enter the fight other than the railgun. So it is just going to be health damage, but it looks like Team Secret want to go towards the worm. They're going to start up Nasher.
They start up Nasher, but TP instantly coming up by the side of Kota to really contest this fight. Or in this case, it is actually the TP coming out from Blazes. And Team Secret maybe rushing it down, but Yijin is around.
Yeah, Blazers takes so much damage. 4k health. Yijin needs to find his way towards the pit as Slater rips out the culling. Yijin, of course, can heartbreak into the pit as well. It's going to come down to a smite fight as Penguin is spinning in the pit, trying to do everything he can. Artifact going incredibly low. The Baron is getting lower and lower. One jungler's dead. Yijin with a smite. And GE have picked themselves up the Baron buff. Eddie now on the run, but a heartbreak from Yijin will make that one difficult. Coded bearing down on him, but Eddie will escape. But GE with a massive play to get themselves the Baron, to get themselves close in gold and get themselves into the lead.
And what was Team Secret really thinking going for this Baron flip of all people? And then, of course, not even making the flip as Penguin falls down to the damage from Yijin itself. It means 2-4-0 for the side of GE, Baron on top of them for them. And then the Drake fights were already hard to play for them. Here we see again how it happened. Of course, Yono with the tank item build can buy a lot of space, a lot of time for the members of Genius Esports. And here we see the whole team can basically easily just throw into the pit. Nobody can really zone them off. And Team Secret kind of leashing just the Baron for the side of Genius Esports. The Drake fights were already hard. The next time will be even harder, as now priority will be established for the Baron empowered minions. And the next Drake itself can, of course, be easily fought with GE by now, almost equalizing the gold department as well. And Team Secret, very much lacking in the objective control. I really expected more from them.
Round 2, Quincy, as they've gone immediately to the Dragon. The Baron has not actually established anything yet, but Hero gets taken down so low. Slater flashes forward and kills the Nah. This is it. You have to leave, Team Secret. I don't think you can do this without your top laner.
I don't think they can, but maybe they
you can find
feel
a steal.
pressure to do something.
I don't think they can. They just back on off. It's not Soul. It's only Soul Point, but GE has turned this game on its head. And Quincy, they've got the mental resilience.
Yeah, gotta say, we can also need to credit them. I mean, just now, remember how they lost the first game, and they still
Eddie's
pull off
dead.
this in the second game. Eddie's dead, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't quite know it yet, but here comes Yijin. The Heartbreaker is used. Actually doesn't quite get him, but with Coded coming in, he's still alive, Quincy, but in the end, finally will go down. Oh my word, that took some time. But the ADC is dead nonetheless.
Is dead nonetheless, but a valiant effort, I must say, for buying so much time instead of Eddie. Just similar to Hero either a few minutes ago, though it doesn't really bring them much, as the Baron is done, the Drake is done, and Team Secret really struggling in this game with giving GE too many openings at this time. And by now, of course, Lucianami, with getting all those kills back onto Slater. Slater also making good use of something that Lucianami always has, which is, of course, outplay potential, as Lucian always is a champion that can use his agency with his mobility and skill shot affinity to really just make an advantage for himself, really finding the picks in the mid game. And by now, of course, Coded as well. I mean, Gwen is one of those champions that can make insane use of a Baron, as it is such a strong push and can easily, once she is farmed, which she is by now, make a big impact. By now, she is almost a full item ahead against the Nah, or no, she's actually not. I'm kidding. But they are both on 3 items by now, and can easily match whatever Nah has in the scaling department, as Gwen is just such a brutal duelist.
For sure, this gets harder and harder for Team Secret, and it has come down to, as you have said a few times, a lack of Corky Poke actually landing. We need to see Artifact able to land these rockets, actually able to pepper them up before the engage comes in. And it's very hard because they're very tanky.
It definitely is, and the fight is about to start, but the Porg is ironically landing from Team Secret for once.
But Yijin sneaking around the back, and of course Gwen is that ticking fuse. Burning fuse. I'll just work that out. As another tower is going to go down. Team Secret not really getting anything done. Yijin cutting a wave as well. What a weird map state we're in, as they're going to try and get onto this Viego, but I don't think they can. And that was a genius move by Genius.
Yeah, Genius really showing them, or really abusing the fact that Team Secret cannot really collapse onto any position here. So Gwen gets to push the side lane, the rest of the squad can play in the mid lane, and while they are also not in a position where they can really be realistically engaged, it is just Genius Esports running them around the map and getting a turret for free, which of course further stabilizes them into this mid to late game and give them another small piece of map control, another small piece of gold that the Gwen can maybe use. We just now see that she's going for the death cap at another item, which of course will make her spike even harder once she manages to complete that one. And so far, Genius Esports, as one of the newer teams, definitely showing up, despite the loss in the first game, which they also could have won, by the way. So they would maybe be close to a 2-0 here if it wouldn't be for that Genius team fight coming up on the side of Team Secret, ironically. And we are maybe in a place where the VCS is full of maybe 7 contending teams. And that is a very beautiful thing to see.
For sure. And I don't want to write off ASE yet. Their first outing was not what we want, but as I said in our pre-game, there's still plenty of time for them to go and get better. So hopefully we have an 8-team league, a real 8-team league. But of course, it's only day 2, Quincy. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Team Secret and GE continue to square off. GE 1 minute away from a crack at Mountain Soul. Baron 30 seconds as well. This allows GE to potentially force the Baron for Dragon trade where Team Secret is put into that lose-lose position.
It's absolutely something that they can maybe strive for. We saw in last game how Team Secret did it the wrong way with giving the soul when they really shouldn't have, and then rushing the Baron, and it just being more of a thing of luck that they actually managed to do so. Here, maybe they can get a pick on Yijin, but Yijin's, of course, on the Viego is quite mobile with the Spectral Maw coming out of that, and then getting invisible with the Herald Path on his own. And here, Yone always in the snare.
Oh, that's not ideal, but he does manage to get back to the soul. So Blazers is chunked but not dead. Hero comes out of Meganar. But so any chance of a follow-up fight, not really good enough here for Team Secret. And they did use that Cyclone as well. And with the teleport available for Blazers, this might actually end up favorable for Genius.
Might actually do, because Cyclone is not a good trade against what Blazers just now lost, which is basically nothing, as he just used his HP bar for it, and now can use the TP. And this is, of course, a smart play. Team Secret, yeah, they really want this Drake more than GE will.
No.
And GE can just go for Baron. But there's a package on Artifact.
Oh, but look over the wall. They find Eddie. Zhuhao does manage to get the gobble, but that is still a lot of damage onto the center. They're moving on in. Hero very close to a Meganar, but doesn't do it. And GE just backs off. And they'll say, hey, we can do this ring around the rosy forever. Artifact, the package was timing out, so he has to use it. Oh, I think you just send Penguin over the wall to try a steal and just send someone to get the dragon.
That's exactly what you should do, but they are just too late. They just watch them do the Baron. Yeah. At least he was on the consolation prize and is getting the third mountain break on their own, but they now have to fight against another Baron. And this is late game Gwen by now. The Gwen in the side lane cannot be matched by anyone directly. So by now Team Secret is in a very huge problem. He takes like virtually half an hour to finish this Drake, which is why he's missing in the defense right now. And maybe one good poke and it could be a dive from the side of GE to just end the game.
It certainly could. They have that Yone ultimate as well ready. In he goes, finds himself onto the backline, but Artifact will survive, gets bound up, and in goes the Wukong with the Cyclone, but Penguin's just not tanky enough. Gets the shield from the center. That should keep him alive as that last little bit of burn damage does come through. Ooh, this game is on a knife's edge, Crincy, and it is Genius that wield the blade.
Genius wielding blade, as you say. Now, soul point for both teams. 5k gold is the lead for Genius Esports by now. I mean, remember that they have been struggling to get really equal in gold for a long time in this game, and we see in the last few objective trades that Team Secret was really not coming out on top of that, and the seller damage kind of not mattering at this current stage because everyone kind of has like a small shield or has enough tankiness. We also see the Frozen Gauntlet item build coming out for that of Blazes. It's not the Sunfire, so its direct damage is a bit lower, but he actually can tank skill shots pretty well, as he is actually straight up bigger than other units would be, and can also use these low fields to really make it annoying for the side of Team Secret in these fights, and definitely just a huge chunk of zone control for Slater on the Nami empowered Lucian to fight, and for, of course, Gwen and Viego to really pull through in these team fights. And of course, the Na by now is not really a champion anymore. It's basically just a worse Malphite, basically, with this Mega Na engage, and cannot really have these high impact team fight abilities anymore.
Yeah, it is going to be very hard for Hero to find a way to actually get into this game as Slater once again rips out a culling, and they follow it up with the Yone ultimate as well. They want to take down Zhuhao, take away that safety. It's a big nah, but not into the walls. Penguin chunked out as well. He needs to find a way into this fight, but it just doesn't exist. He goes down to the Viego. Eddie now in trouble, dodges that bubble, is trying to walk away, but can the legs carry far enough? Oh, Artifact with a big rocket, but it doesn't matter with the center falling. It's Corky and Na versus the world. And with a TP available for Coated, they're actually not going to try and go for the end. They are just going to keep it at an inhib.
I think Artifact just kind of saved the game with that big one onto BOB to really get the kill. Otherwise, the sustain would be forever instead of GE to just really keep the push going like this. It was a small chance that Artifact just killed them all when they are about to kill the Nexus. So GE, resilient after seeing last game maybe as well, going not too harshly on that. And here we see Zhuhao, of course, on time Kenshi is tanky, but he isn't really a threat. Here we see the Megana coming out mid-air by Hero, looking really sick, but he does basically no damage by now. Not really a threat to be feared by the side of Genius Esports, and they can just keep diving with the Yone, with the Viego. Nothing to respect on their side. And yeah, maybe should have respected the Corki damage a bit more. But other than that, very good dive by them. And this opens the map up even wider for them. One more fight and the game's over for Team Secret if it happens to go the way of Genius Esports.
Yeah, very true. And unfortunately for Team Secret, they're essentially in the position of we have to win every fight. They only need to get lucky once. And that is not where you want to be by any means. And lucky is actually not fair. GE has not been lucky. They have been excellent this game. As it is 1 minute and 40 seconds until the Dragon. Both teams on Soul Point. It will potentially be the fight that decides the game. 6k gold lead. Honestly, not super relevant right now. 6k gold at 37 minutes is not a disastrous amount.
That definitely isn't the case. What is more the case is even that the items are coming through for the side of GE, that the Gwen likely has a dev cap by now. Other than that, they just play basically against infinite scaling from the center. That's kind of the only problem that GE has if the game prolongs for too long. But actually, even that is not that much of a problem right now, as they can just basically dive wherever they please and just get onto Artifact and zone him off to really get any rocket down and then just nullify that champion almost completely. And now what I want to see from side of GE is establishing the vision control, get to the soul, or maybe even just get a good fight if they happen to find an opening. With Yona, it can happen very quickly.
Yeah, and they're just trying to press these two lanes forward, the mid lane and the bot lane. As you can see, Coded moving that one in, and they just don't want to even let Team Secret get close to the Dragon. GE is happy just to not even fight for it and just get that soul for free.
And that's exactly how you should approach it. Don't give them a single opening. You did it last game. And here, Faceil.
In goes Blazers. He only hits onto Zhuhao, though. Really not what you want from that Yone ult. So one powerful team fight tool down for a little bit. But of course, you can see how fast that circle is filling up. That ultimate is not too far away. Artifact has a huge job to do as Hero goes gold coded, moving on forward. Where is this package? I have my eyes glued to this Corki. He still has it locked and loaded. They pull the Dragon, slay it around the backside of the pit. Team Secret, this is your time. This is your moment. What can they actually do? 4k health on the Dragon. Yijin safely in the back of the pit. His stealth runs out now. They need to stun him, and there it is. It is secured there by Penguin. They will get the Mountain Soul. They will get the shield, but can they win the fight? It's 1-for-1 at the moment, but Blazers has found his way onto the back line. Can Eddie actually wipe this one out? Zhuhao doing everything he can, but he can't keep him gobbled up for long enough. It's a two-front fight, and it's going the other way, as it is 2 for 3. Triple kill for Coded, but Soul for Secret. And Crincy, we have a game, as this one is still going to continue. The bot lane tower falls. Penguin, you need to be so careful. He's not pincered, he's pincering! As he steps on down, takes out the monkey, throws out the needles, and he might have just won them the game.
He just wanted the game. Grand just goes completely over. I mean, it's just him not being locked up with those, but the other way around. The soul goes over to the secret, but it's just kited so beautifully by Slater, and they just win enough time to win this fight. TP coming in by Coated, and Penguin tries to fight it, but he just can't. And with that scaling advantage from side of GE, they just really steal that game away, just as Team Secret stole the game from GE in the first one.
Oh, and what a series we have here, Crincy. This has been 2 absolute crackers to bring myself into the VCS for this split. And oh my word, I'm so happy that these teams are fighting. Team Secret was our 3rd place team, and they were solidly 3rd place. They were Mr. Consistent. But now GE is well and truly taking it to them. A freshman team, not so much for the players, but for the organization. I need to catch my breath. We need to get our brains back straight. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Good boy, Crincy. This has gone the distance. We have had 2 incredibly close games, and we now are in game 3 of Team Secret taking on GE. And what an absolute action-packed start to this split we have had. If this is setting the tone for the VCS, we're just confirming our place as the most fun region in the world. And Crincy, how are you feeling after these first 2 games?
A little bit drained because I expected quick to 0 and then be done for the day, but actually kind of lucky that I'm not, because it just means so much for the league, right? I mean, just potentially having so many teams who are close to each other, and it means a lot for our prediction games, because how are you going to predict series if the teams are so closely tied to each other? I mean, this GE lineup we expected, like on paper, to be like maybe the 6th best team, and maybe they actually still are, but they are still close to Team Secret, who are like potentially a top 3 team in the league. So this definitely is something to watch out for, and GE right now making some good arguments for them, and I think their macro in the mid to late game looked better than that of Team Secret, and they played together for like half a year now, a bit more than that. That's definitely a sight to behold. In game 1, of course, it didn't look as clean, but in game 2, even after the deficit, definitely something that looked decent for sure.
I mean, these 2 games have been close as can be. Either team could have 2-0 in this series. The fact that we are here at a 1-1, honestly, is not the most likely result after watching these 2 games, as they have been back and forth. They have been a show of mental resilience. And that's actually something I want to just dwell on for a moment, is because that was my worry with GE. We know that some of the players on GE, to put it simply, have a little bit of an ego. So the fact that they're able to stick it out and play through these very difficult matches where they've had to mount comebacks is really reassuring. It gives me a lot of hope for the future of this team.
Absolutely. I mean, we just now saw how they, in game 1, first they kind of had a good start, and then they kind of lost it because Team Secret was just too clean. Then they came back, and then Team Secret still was ripping it out of them at the last second. And mentally coming back from that is a very impressive thing, I would say. And now, of course, on Team Secret, the onus is kind of on them to show that they have mental resilience, because it could have been their series as well. They know, of course, the game kind of got stolen away from them in one of the O's. And now they are back to the blue side. Gotta say, the blue side has always won so far, in this series at least. So maybe that's something that they are happy about.
They're going to take away that Lucian as well. We did see an incredibly good performance out of GE with that pick. So not too surprised to see it gone. Do we have the Zeri left open again? Because Eddie was an absolute monster on that in game 1. I feel like that has to be the 3rd ban, and the Viego as well. So this is, aside from that Callista, these are pure response bans from what worked in game 2 for GE.
They absolutely are, and I also agree that we will likely see the Zeri ban right now. Both teams really respect that pick. I mean, GE has to respect it after getting clapped by it, and Team Secret, when they were on the red side, they banned it themselves, even at the very first ban already. So I think Zeri will be a very obvious ban right now, but it seems like Genius Esports disagrees. And I think, even with Renata being out, I think they still go Zeri here. I think Zeri is just too good not to pick, and Team Secret seems to be on the same page as I am.
Yeah, I mean, GE have been the same 3 champions all 3 times. They just don't want to play against these picks, but that does mean the Zeri is open. And sure, yeah, as you said, the Renata's gone, but there's still so many good options to go with a Zeri. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that decision. I'm fine with letting Lee Sin through instead of Zeri.
yes, same. Actually, they actually banned Lee Sin, which is kind of criminal, right? I mean, it has been played, I think, in other guys. And Twitch as an instant response, yeah, maybe that's a good way to deal with it. But Twitch also not the best laning phase. They kind of handshake each other in that regard, despite Hunata being out of the picture. But now you have opened up multiple possibilities for the Zeri lane. Maybe you actually finally paired with an enchanter like the Yuumi, which is hovered right now and could be locked in. Or what you also could do is pick an enchanter-esque type mid laner that has at least 1 or 2 enchanting abilities like a Karma or an Orianna or something like this, and just pick an engage support. But they go a different way. They go for the Yuumi. So laning phase is not something they plan to win here, as Yuumi cannot really do that together with the Zeri. And then just build a decent front line, maybe a good counter pick into the Gnar, round out your composition like this, and then Team Secret should be good to go.
I really like the Yumi pick. Obviously, even if you ignore GE's draft, Yumi Zeri is a very good pairing, but it also denies that Tom and Jerry combo that can be so deadly coming in from stealth, and they will go the Nocturne. Interesting stuff there. They don't actually go for the counter pick on the Gnar that you suggested, but they don't bother.
I mean, they don't need to bother that early. I mean, if you want to show something like an Aurelia or Camille, maybe it's better to do it later, because then the rest of the comp of the enemy team cannot really have so many answers against it. Now you see the Wukong being picked up by the side of Yijin, which is kind of a matchup that can go both ways, I would say. Depends on the spell cheat usage of the Nocturne. And Nocturne is a pick I think it's kind of dangerous to pick, because it's a very Feast of Famine jungler. It doesn't really have that much value if it happens to fall behind. Although they found success with it in one of the games, if I remember correctly. Or was it the first series with Cerberus? I don't quite remember anymore. Either way, Nocturne is a champion, yeah, can work, but can also look very, very clownish if it happens to do nothing in the early game.
It definitely can, and it is going to be support bans coming in for 10 seconds. I'd love to see a Lulu ban. I think that's the other one that you can put with the Twitch, but so far it's just the Nautilus. Of course, it is GE's ban, so we'll have to wait and see. Camille removed from Hero. That is traditionally a very good pick for him. And Team Secret should target another support, I imagine. It wouldn't surprise me too much if they want to get rid of the Engage, just to make sure that their bot lane is safe in the lane phase, and then just handshake scaling. Where do you think they'll be going?
Leona banned, so there's no VCS support left to play. All jokes aside, you just ban another support.
Rakan.
They seem to favor the Rakan, of course, to ban your bird away. And then what is left on the table for GE is, of course, a potential Leona pick, which would be like the classic VCS standard. But what they could also go for, which would I like more, is going for an Enchanter themselves. Like go for a Karma or a Lulu to really empower the Twitch in the mid-game team fights. And they go for Singed, and they already have top and jungle locked. That is, we either have Singed mid technique or the lay hands technique and countering the Yumi with the support Singed.
Oh, it could be. It could be the Yumi counter. You're right.
Yes.
So this is interesting, because people have been pointing out that Singed mid is just gross at the moment.
I have seen it.
It's not fair.
It's a legit flex pick despite top and mid already being taken away. So kudos to Genius Esports to really go for a smart brain option. Yeah, Swain has been banned away quite a lot. That's one of the bans that got dropped. And maybe this game we will see why it has been banned all the time. Because Swain, especially in the longer team fights, I mean, we play against two poison champs here on the side of Team Secret, it can definitely have a higher impact to just heal away the poison all the time while constantly dishing out your own damage and having such huge zone control, which is something the Twitch really hates to play against.
These are some team comps, Quincy.
I'm not sold on the Gragas.
I'm not sold on the Gragas either. That could be Gragas mid, depending on where they want to sort of sort things out. There's Talia as well. Where is everything going? Who is your support? It has to be Sin support.
Sin, yeah, I think it's Sin support to counter the Yumi and the double toxic bot lane going on. And Talia would indicate that. I have seen Talia support from Gorilla when like Kingzone was strong, but that was like with shoving bot lanes, and Twitch cannot really do that. So this will definitely be a Talia in the mid lane here. And Singed, yeah, will just go to counter the Yumi. And this might be a rough lane, because both champions individually are countered by the side of Team Secret. And maybe this is something that Eddie and Juho aren't prepared for.
Well. That is a draft, Quincy. And I think if you just look at the champions, I definitely do think Genius has come out with a better composition. But the question is, can they execute it? Because how much Singed support have you really played, Biob?
I don't know how much you played. I think you must have at least like 1 or 2 games on it to really know the counter pick actually works. And I have seen it in the LCK from Gen G myself. But I always wonder when they pick it, are they really winning because of the counter? Or are they winning because Gen G is better than the opposition team? Because I don't remember beating like teams like T1 or Damwon with, but beating lower tier LCK teams with it. And I think they would maybe beat them anyway. So whether Singed support is really good against the Yumi or not, I remain doubtful of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a super interesting one. Of course, with the Swain as well, something we've talked a fair bit about how it was getting banned in game 1 and 2, but it has now gotten through. I do think it actually works. Wukong, Gnar, and Singed definitely do have to stand in that demonic ascension. But who are you really looking at? We talked a lot about Genius. So who on the side of Team Secret is really enabled to be the big carry?
I think it's either the Zeri or the Swain. I would still look out for the Zeri, of course, because the Zeri has been counterpicked, and we have seen in game 1 where she was left open, where she absolutely brutalized those later team fights. That Ultra Shock Laser solo winning Team Secret the game, arguably, when it actually got to that last point, and maybe we'll see it again. Maybe we will see the Zeri being bullied out quite a lot, because, I mean, Genius Esports, they deliberately left open the Zeri and planned to counter it. They were, of course, aware of a potential Zeri Yumi lane, and having that cinched support pick, hopefully prepared, and I want to see if they can start bullying the Zeri pick from the early game onwards, or if she can just not really team fight with the Yumi later on, because the counter pick is just that oppressive.
Well, we will find out as game 3 hits onto the Rift. Hero has that Gragas. Penguin, as you said, needs to get off to a good start on the Nocturne, or he can end up a little bit silly. This is going to be an interesting one. And I mean, where's the camera looking? Go to the bot lane. Bot lane time. Come on. I want to see Singed. Chop, chop. Let's go. Toxic bot lane. Let's go.
They
invade.
Yeah, they force map split with that as well. So the Zeri Yumi lane cannot really flourish in anything, because they constantly need to respect the Wukong being around, because the Wukong will be around. And on your own, you will have Nocturne getting the top red side jungle and also his own blue side jungle, and can hover around the Gnar. But Gnar, as we've seen in another game with the double hop as a mini Gnar, or with being super tanky as a mega Gnar, is not that easy to gank. Also, the kill pressure with Gragas Nocturne, not that insane, I would say. Not that it's terrible, but it could be better, right? And that's something that definitely works out in the favor of Genius Esports, I would say, as you just force a Nocturne to just farm a few levels and not really being able to do much in the early game, as Yejin is already level 2, trying to annoy Artifact here.
Yeah, this is a very interesting little start there as Yejin moves across the lane. Both junglers just taking some weird paths. They don't actually get the steal back, so where is Yejin going?
He's just now going for his blue buff, and then later for his red buff. He can maybe triple buff Penguin like this, because he just took his red buff, and the only thing Penguin got was it with the chickens, and that's not enough for the Nocturne to really steal there. So that interesting pathing really helping out for Genius Esports here. Gotta say though, Artifact managed to land one never move, which means he can whip away one soul, and those souls on the Swain, similar to the Senna in the last game, they also theoretically stack infinitely, and Swain becomes an absolute monster if he manages to land a lot of those.
He found the Yumi, and there is the Goo trying to take down Zhuhao. Do they have enough damage? He does! As Twitch will pick up the first blood, Eddie desperately tries to trade back, but the peanut gun does not do enough, and Genius Esports are off to a cracker of a start.
Still cracker of a start, as you said, 2 for 2 kill, getting instantly ontowards the Yumi lane, and as I said, that's the lane we really need to focus on. Them getting a first death that early definitely spells disaster for them, and look at this wave state. I mean, Eddie cannot really approach this wave pretty easily. He just now gets to at least take a few minions, but this is not looking comfortable for them. Here we see how it worked out.
Second Zhuhao comes off.
Yeah, but why does he even come off? It's a cinched. He can just flash fling you as he just now did, then Niga sees it beneath you to really ground you, and yeah, you're literally grounded. Back to the base if you go.
Yeah, you're completely correct. There's no need to come off there. Of course, everyone talks about, how Yumi actually does take a lot of skill, because you do have to hop off, but you do not have to hop off in that situation. Penguin had to think about a dive, but with the full Narbar, no, you absolutely don't do that one. You just push that wave into the tower and get Hero a nice reset timing.
And that's the thing. I actually agree with those saying that Yumi takes a lot of skill, because the good Yumi players know when to hop off and when not. However, sure, just now, there was one instance where you definitely shouldn't have done it. That extra poke that you maybe land or not land is completely irrelevant to just giving away first blood, just dying, giving Twitch of all people the kill gold. Definitely a disaster for them. And yeah, sure, we shouldn't do that ever again, especially against the Cinch lane. You cannot do that. In other lanes, sure, easily you can do that. Then be on your own without boots, maybe sidestep some skill shots and land stronger prowling projectiles, as they are stronger when you are detached. But like this, you really weren't doing yourself many favors and getting GE ahead in the early game. And what we saw earlier, right? Nocturne trying to dive the Gnar, you can't really do that. He's too tanky, and even if he is not under the turret, he's still very hard to kill with Gragas Nocturne in the early game, as they don't really have that much damage on their own.
Very true. We did see that Penguin did manage to equalize the buff situation, did end up stealing away Yejin's red. But look at this, Yejin's just back in the Nocturne's jungle. He's just poking his head in. There's nothing to actually steal away, so no harm, no foul. But these junglers are really at each other's throats in this early game.
And Nocturne was really getting the better of that. And Nocturne pick also the pick that, I was kind of scared about in the sense that Nocturne will not be that scary. Ironically, of course, considering what a champion Nocturne is thematically. But him having such a rough early game, not really playing in his favor, just needs to power farm, get his camp somewhere, and then maybe get a good paranoia of at level 6 to really snowball his lanes ahead. But so far, not really the early game he wished to have. And he's equal in CS against the Wukong, while Nocturne, one thing he is really good at is really clearing camps, while Wukong definitely isn't. That's one of his weaknesses, actually, that his early game is pretty rough. And here we see a 2v2 bot lane. Oh, Penguin needs to be there very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you really want this fight, even if you are. They go in, but the heal speed, and of course, no flip threat onto the Yuumi. Now Biob just takes a hell of a lot of damage. He was tanking a lot of minions as well. I don't think that one was very well thought through.
Yeah, it was maybe a bit too thick of a wave to really fight for, and BOB, quickly realized that. Mid lane, they forced the ultimate from Swain.
Demonic Ascension is down. That's really bad, heading towards a potential Herald timing or even a Dragon. That makes Artifact not particularly useful. And oh no, Eddie, good read there. Uses the W, checks the brush, and realizes that Yijin was lurking.
Yeah, Penguin also looking though, so they were kind of both baiting the enemy team in that regard. However, potential Drake fight is something that could be very rough for the side of Team Secret, as of course the Demonic Ascension is down, and the Swain also in a very awkward item spot as he's going for the, I think it would be the Imperial Mandate Swain mid, which really is not really going with strong components, as Benedict Mero is the weakest component in the game you can have. And right now
Penguin,
you want to give away the Drake, likely.
Yeah, good reaction there on the spell shield. Stops a potentially disastrous bit of Talia play. Singed looks like he used Ghost. That must have been a spellbook Ghost, I guess. Or maybe
Yes.
he was just moving fast from something else.
He doesn't have Insanity Potion yet, so it must have been a Spellbook Ghost. Also, Face Wash is not in his inventory, so it must be the Spellbook Ghost. Just use it to really get the next cycle of Summoner spells rolling on his end, to get quicker with the Ignite. And game kind of moving a little bit into a lull right now, with no team really focusing the Drake in the early game, and also the Herald not yet being on the table. I would assume, of course, GE to pull the trigger a bit quicker here, as they likely fear the scaling coming up by Zeri and Swain. Swain, before the one item power spike, is definitely very vulnerable, and that is something that is right now the case. Later on, it could maybe much be a bit rougher for them. And also, they punished Penguin's early game so well, I really want them to do something with it and strike before the paranoia is ready.
Well, the paranoia is up at the moment. If he can actually get something done with it, that'll be the question. Because at the moment, Yijin is on the Herald. We can't quite see how much health it's on. It's on about half as he pops an eye. Are they going to go in? I think they have the read that he's there. They're letting Penguin lie in wait, but they
Too
don't
late.
have vision. He can't go in. The smite comes down.
Yeah, Smite comes out. I think they wanted to go for the 50-50 there. Nocturne just sweeping in with the Dustbringer and then using his spell shield to just get the smite off on his own. But no vision, as you said. Yijin could just take it on his own. Yeah, that's the first influential lead that GE really got for themselves. Can also use the Herald not just to get platings, but also use it as a distraction for potential Drake that they would have been favorable to be in either way. And this is the cleanest game from both teams, maybe in the early games so far, but especially GE, who had struggled in the first two early games, just now in the third game, really starting to shine.
With a 1k gold lead when they got the Herald as well. They haven't even dropped it. This is a really good early game here from GE. That's more than just the first blood that comes from Zhuhao's mistake.
Yeah, and also the Na winning against the Gragas. The Gragas was picked into the Na and is kind of having no value at the moment, right? The pick is not really that much of a scaling monster either way, and it just being kind of next to the Na, just slowly losing the lane, and the whole team of Team Secret kind of slowly losing. I mean, we have seen the Swain in the 1v1 having to use his ultimate to just survive. Means that, of course, GE, in everything on the map that's happening, kind of pulling slightly ahead, they don't really have to trade anything.
No, they're just winning at every opportunity at the moment as they do pick up that Infernal Drake as well. Another little pull for Artifact as he does pick up another soul. Good trade there onto Blaze as he sidestepped the knockback. Makes it very easy against the Talia. But, Eddie's in a bad spot here with the Wukong in the river, but they know he's there. Penguin will pull the trigger on the paranoia. They want to make this into a real fight as Artifact is very far forward. But look at this. They're just going to turn it around. Yijin zooms on in. There's the final chapter coming out. Slater having to flash away. Eddie going extremely low, but Beob's going lower. The Wukong goes down, and Team Secret is fighting back. Critzy, the visions of Empire sees a dead rat as Artifact gets himself a double kill. Penguin survives, and Team Secret rocket into the lead.
And Team Secret out of nowhere getting a 3-4-0 in that exchange. Very much confidence coming out from Genius Esports there. But they collapsed so much onto Eddie and the Yumi being attached to him. But here we see again how it played out. Paranoia also kind of screwed the vision.
Chapter.
Yeah, the final chapter. They fling the final chapter attached Eddie into the Twitch, and Slater is, oh my god, what did you just do to me? Slater kind of flashing to the Drake pit to get some safety, but then the Noxian General is around, and against the AoE from the Swain, the Twitch cannot really stand. Also, his main damage output was already blown beforehand. So GE kind of griefing themselves a little bit into this situation and giving away free kills for the side of Team Secret. And this Swain is only getting stronger. This is kind of thing with his soul whipping out mechanic and him power spiking soon with the Imperial Mandate. This thing will get even more disgusting. He just now finished his first item. Also, he's kind of arguing with Boris right now, as we see, as he first goes Sorcerers and then just opts into the Mercs. And maybe in the next Drake fight, it will be even better for Team Secret now.
Maybe. I'm not sure on the value of Mercs. I'm going to be totally honest. I know that sounds insane, but a lot of that CC is knockups, not affected by tenacity. So that stat not getting as much as you might think, but of course it is good against all the AP damage. I don't know. That's something for the math nerds. I'm a play-by-play caster. I just say things.
He could have gone Steel Caps, I think. I think that this would maybe be better. I think in general it's cocky to go Sorcerers on Swain because you are kind of a battle mage and people will go into you and will fight you, and you just need to be alive basically to have your ultimate running. So the Sorc boots in general don't really have the highest value. And whether you value the Mercs against the AP damage from the Talia and also what Sinch can pull off with his insane slow from the Mega Adhesive, could be worth. But yeah, as you say, a lot of knockups, of course. So the Mercs not ideal in that regard. I do, however, think he will not take the 80 damage up front, so Steel Caps, maybe not either.
Oh, they're going to go in. The Cyclone is used, as the clear knockback is. It's not going to do enough, and in they go. The final chapter is going over. All of the monkeys taken down. Singed will follow him, and Talia blows up as well. And Team Secret, out of nowhere, throw the dynamite, shoot it in the air, and take down the geniuses.
The geniuses maybe not so genius after all, that they just get AoE steam up by anything Team Secret brings to the table. They played the early game so well, getting all these small leads across the map, but then them on their scaling picks not really respecting the mid-game prowess that comes out by the side of a final chapter Zeri, really smashing into you. Here we see again how they play it out. They try to engage out to the Swain from Artifact can poke the Demonic Ascension, and then both the Zeri and the Yumi are really in final chapter, really locking them in place. They all tank the Swain ultimate and all the Zeri damage coming in. That is, of course, flying into them. And it's just free for nothing yet again.
But that's 2 team fights in a row where Beob has thrown a final chapter at his team. My man,
Yes.
You need to throw the Yumi by herself. Not ideal Singed play. Admittedly, there's only so much you can do. You can't force her to detach by any means. But
I think in the first fight it would work if you one-shot the Zeri, but they kind of can't one-shot the Zeri anymore. And also, unfortunately for them, in the first fight they couldn't either. So they kind of just turned from Genius Esports to Griefing Esports in that moment. And BOB not really doing a team a favor with that. Maybe making some arguments for Zodiac to play the next series. Slater maybe also wanting him back. But I don't know. I mean, I know what you know of Zodiac, and I don't distinctively remember good performances from him. So yeah, maybe let's not go too harsh on the BOB. I actually want to applaud him for trying the Singed into Yumi counterpick in the first place, because that's something most supports wouldn't be willing to do.
yeah, Artifact takes a little bit of a walloping by Blazers there. Can't quite land that E, but this Swain is becoming more and more of an issue. We can't quite see the items right now. The scoreboard has gone away. One day it'll return from the war. It does this sometimes.
can do a guessing game on the
taken down. Ooh, guessing game?
Yeah, too late. I was like, he goes Solnas now, but actually he maybe doesn't. He just sits on the stopwatch and goes for a different second item. He could just go Demonic, I think, is what maybe is the angle, or maybe Wild Eyes to really have the sticking slow to everything.
Lights are out. They're going under the tower. This Talia's in trouble. Once again, it's a vision of Empire as Artifact grows stronger and stronger. And Noxus is reigning supreme.
Yeah, another kill onto the Swain. The Herald also, with that charge, easily taking care of this mid lane tier 1 turret. It's not the first turret, so it won't get the bonus gold. Meanwhile, Yijin got the Drake.
But into the pit, they kill Yijin on the side, so Drake is the consolation prize for 1 kill and, 2 kills, I should say, and a turret going over to Team Secret. Really not quite good enough, and it's another turret onto the Swain. And Raum is feasting tonight.
And GE kind of looking like a rookie team right now. Of them really tunnel visioning onto the Drake. If they just drop 1 kill or 2 for the point, I think it would maybe be arguable that it's okay. At least if it's like 1 kill. And the Wukong was 0-2 already. That's fine. But you also opt out of defending the mid lane. Lose 2 turrets there. That's so much map control. And here we see, even with those turrets standing, you don't have the map control to even defend yourself against a Swain Nocturne diving you. And this looked easier as a Swain also got another kill. And with that mid lane collapsing, it will only be harder for you to have any standing ground in this game. They basically cling on the side lane turrets right now. And Team Secret can just maul over them over and over again. And it doesn't look easier, especially also with Zeri taking these kills from the mid jungle duo.
I feel like that early kill that Zhu Hao gave away was kind of like when someone says, hey man, do you want to arm wrestle for $50? And they've got like one really weak arm, and then you agree and they just drop like an absolute gun onto the table. They've just hustled him. He acted like he was a terrible Yuumi, but he's actually just smurfing.
Maybe that's his sticky in this regard. To just I'm gonna say it as the CLG way. Int 1 play to give the enemy false hope, you know? Yeah. And BOB falls for it every time.
Well, I mean, if it was a CLG play, it's, int 6 splits and then get some hope back. I'm sorry. One of my friends is a really big CLG fan. I'm sorry. But anyway, talking about better leagues, we have Team Secret currently up about 5,000 gold at 17.5 minutes. Surely this game's not going to be close as well, right, Crincy?
Right. I mean, we have called the other 2 games over as well, and they weren't over, let's be honest. So I'm holding my horse this time. I mean, wasn't it last game also with the perfect game, and then actually the other team won? Maybe that was.
You said there was going to be a perfect game, and then within 10 seconds there was a kill. As Yijin has a little poke forward.
The other team actually won.
Yep.
That's the fun part.
Oh, there's the Zeri ultimate. Getting Yijin's flash. Really didn't want to step into that Swain W. I mean, I can't blame him, but I don't know if it's worth your flash. And they will lose this tower as well.
I don't want to step in that vision of Empire either, to be honest. I mean, he also has Rylai's now, so he's extremely sticky. It has a slow on itself already. Another paranoia coming out.
Yeah, they have found onto Talia in the mid lane. Good cleanse will get him away with that blast cone as well, but Biob is left in the wrong part of town. Does flash away, and with the Insanity Potion, they know not to chase the Singed. So Team Secret will not pick up any kills, but they do have full control of the map.
They indeed do. We see the TP in the bot lane coming up for Hero to even defend that wave and not lose any resources on the map. I mean, right now, they are really not pressed to really use his TP offensively, as it's also something they can just use the paranoia to really go for fights. And Artifact also in a sterile position to just fight this alone in the top lane. I think Slater cannot ever dare to step near him. He's 3 levels down on him, by the way. And this is something that you do not want to fight against the Noxian in general. And Twitch also champion, he kind of needs a power spike, but he went for the Nunkura first. Usually he has a good first item power spike if he goes play of the Wound King first, but not if he goes like the standard mythic way. But maybe they catch Artifact here, but Artifact has his flash.
Yeah, he does. He binds up the Singed. He's got the Demonic Ascension running. He is on top of 3. He has a stopwatch. It's now 4. It's about to be 5. He flashes away. The final chapter comes out. Artifact is still alive, Crincy. He's getting the healing. Look at them desperately going forward. Conan wants to take down the general. No! Noxus wins the day. Noxus carries the battlefield. And Team Secret are triumphant.
And they did the mistake of not committing all 5 at once at the same, because that's apparently what you need to do to kill this thing at any point of time. They
Someone
free
clip
man him.
these birds' wings. This is ridiculous.
Here we see again on that fight. I mean, I get why they really want him. It's a very juicy shutdown. They go into him with 3 people, cut off the entrance from Penguin as well. And here, of course, Artifact probably called, I have this, guys. I have this. Just follow me. And then just with Sonya's, they buy time with the final chapter, healing up with the Yumi, and his own healing, of course, as well, to really get Swain really going. And then, yeah, he just finishes one off with the Death's Hand. The collapse on the other side of the map is, of course, very easily done, as they use so many resources to even kill the Swain and not even killing him, which results in a 4-4-0 for the Secret, Baron on top of them as well. And now the game. No, it's not over. I refuse to
Can't
call
say
it.
it. Not
Yeah.
after game 1 and 2. But that was GE tried to answer back by moving up to Hextech Soul Point, but they couldn't do it. If they had stuck around, they potentially would have lost a team fight and just immediately lost the game. So that is going to be Team Secret stopping the Dragon Snowball as well. And it is all in favor of the Eyes right now.
Definitely is. 8k gold by now. The Baron also now on top of them. And Swain also, I mean, despite all the gold, he also gets his soul fragments that also help him amplify what he really can do as a presence in the team fights. And I think at one point, Artifact can maybe just 1v5. I wonder if that will ever be the case, that maybe literally everyone collapses onto him and he just still wins, because that's just how Swain is right now. And I gotta say, we have seen many Swain bans so far. Now I kind of understand them, you know? I think banning Swain completely justified also in the first rotation. I mean, that thing is not normal.
No, that is a fearsome bird. And trust me, as a bird owner, you don't want to be near them when they're angry. And this is a particularly furious Artifact. I don't think he's happy about having to play 3 games today. I think he wanted to wrap this one up nice and early, get into bed. And now he's getting his revenge as Blazers is in the bush. Does land a decent knock-up, but they're just so far behind. Artifact is so tanky. How do you even start here as GE?
Usually I would like look for a seismic shove into them, but that's the thing. Like, I don't think when you hit the seismic shove on the Swain, you're really happy about, because you knock the Swain into your own team and he just kills you. So it's going kind of hard. Maybe they get a catch on Hero.
Maybe, as they do take down that Gragas. That is a decent start. Going a little bit too far forward was him, but he trades for a tower. So gold-wise, it's not even particularly good for GE. And even less good in the sense of the map positioning. But hey, it's better than nothing. Oh, never mind. In goes Nocturne. They're trying to get something done. Eddie flashes forward, uses that ultimate as well to get some move speed going as they dive directly under the tower. Double kill already picked up for the Zeri. Has to kite back to break turret aggro. Penguin now tanking. And that is just 2 kills out of absolutely nowhere. And Team Secret want to crack open the base.
Yeah, but they are going for a flank for the Hex Gate.
He's spotted though. There's nothing. He can't do anything.
It's also just BOB. Like, what is tank support Singed at this point of the game? He's just a glorified fling bot. Yeah. What can he do? Nothing.
Nothing whatsoever. He's behind the lines, but they just don't care. He has the Insanity Potion running, but it's going to be the towers falling. A second inhibitor on the menu for Team Secret. Yijin can't even get in. Gets knocked, gets ulted, gets Everfrosted. He does manage to get the Cyclone off, but it doesn't matter as they all turn around. They take him down. Gragas getting the kill. Decent shove comes out of Blazers, but there's just nothing they can actually do. Artifact is not too far away from another Demonic Ascension, as well as Hero gets healed up by the Yumi. They need to get onto Artifact now. This is the time to go. There's the Demonic Ascension. He goes gold as well. Needs to desperately try and heal, but can't. That's 2 kills over to Slater, and that might be just a glimmer of hope.
Oh, BOB, what are you doing?
Oh, BOB, what are you doing? This was such a singed play. Why?
It was one good play, and BOB just checked his paper. I was like, I'm on the payroll of Team Secret, I guess, and yeah, I have to do what I'm told to do. Either way, I think there was 1k gold and more for Slater just now. Don't undersell it. I mean, he really got the shot on an Artifact. He must have been like a 1k shutdown, and it was 2 kills for him. So probably Slater will be a threat in the next team fights if he is allowed to auto-attack, which is, of course, remain to be seen. But BOB still has, of course, Team Secrets back in the fight. We just now saw him abusing the Hex Gate. But again, he just did the same thing twice, by the way, right? Once on the top side of the map, once on the bottom side of the map to just really go for the flank and being, I would say being useless, but he was very useful for Team Secret, giving them a little bit more gold.
Hex Gate's fun. I can't blame him.
They are very fun to watch. Yeah.
as Team Secret will move into GE's bottom side jungle, clear that one out. They want to make sure that they can pick up their second dragon stack. Don't want any snafus or any mishaps going on. They are so far ahead. They just need to close this one out cleanly. They've already made a bit of a mistake by giving Twitch that gold. But we just want to sort of watch them as they keep this one going. We want to make sure they don't make any major mistakes.
And now we see Penguin escorting the window. Penguin,
Oh.
he has a spell shield. He could get caught if they commit multiple CCs onto him, but they, of course, aren't allowed to do so. And they really need to be careful of Slater. I mean, one good angle for the Twitch, and he just pentakills them. He got so much money.
Oh, but he's caught out. He takes a lot of damage. There it is. They find him, and in goes the Nocturne. Immediately goes gold. But it's got the Zeri follow-up. Eddie is already spooled up, ready to go. Nah does absolutely nothing. The final chapter is huge. And look at Team Secret as they absolutely flatten the geniuses. One kill does go back. Shut down from Zeri. Slater could get something done. The health bars are low. That tower really, really pesky for Team Secret, but still a 2-for-1 with a dragon now on the map.
But that 2-for-1 is not worth, I would say, because the shutdown. I mean, Eddie on the Zeri, he basically counts as 2 or 3 champions. You could argue which one of those is 2. And Slater, yet again, getting more money. Just now, they played this fight actually by the book and playing it slowly. And Slater, while he could free hit, he cannot free hit them all. And 2 members of his own team are melting while he's hitting them, so it's definitely not ideal. Eddie taking a bit too much damage from him and giving him another shot on. And Slater, yeah, be careful of him. He is on a Hurricane right now. He can hit multiple targets, and with the spray and pray, he could do that either way. And here we see the fight again. It's, of course, the 2 to it being traded. And Slater got chunked out initially, and he still could do so much in the team fight. Here we see again how it really plays out. Eddie going in with the Yumi attached to him. Final chapter it's been coming out right now. They get coated pretty quickly as he gets melted, as well as BOB, of course, on the Singe, who doesn't really have any value. And Eddie straight up face tanks the turret with his shield bow, which is something I would recommend him not to do again.
I think he might have to take your recommendation. Sage
Don't try
word.
at home, kids.
Oh my word! But now, look, I'm not saying the comeback is on. I'm not saying GE is favored or anything insane like that. But they do have a good Twitch, and if I know anything about Twitch, I know that he can do some magical things. As Baron has been started up, knockback comes on in. Blazers has to play this one careful as Hero tries to find a way out. There's the Paranoia, has a Yumi on top of him as well. Talia just deleted from the map. And surely that just means Baron for Secret.
Maybe it does.
Oh,
Fight is still on.
Eugene, what are you doing? He throws himself in. The health bars are fairly low. Slater, this is your time to shine. But Hero bonks him to the side. No chance. Taken down by Nocturne. And it will be Eddie picking up a kill of his own. Only Beob. How appropriate that Beob is the one left alive as they move on in to the Nexus. They will take down these final 2 towers. And that will be Team Secret starting their split off with a bang. It was a bumpy road, but in the end, they get there. Our 3rd place team, Mr. Consistent, starts off with a win.
They do. All 6 members from the side of Team Secret are alive at the final push, and it is almost like they pulled the switch and were like, all right, time's up, we tore enough. After that mid-game from the game 3, where they were already looking like to be maybe looking down the barrel of a loss against Genius Esports, the new team of the league, but at the end of the day, Team Secret just too clean in this death ball composition, where Artifact, especially on the Swain, was pulling ahead. And we had this one early game skirmish, of course, by the side of Zhuhao, where he was trolling a little bit, I would say. But other than that, definitely good stuff from them. The Nocturne also having a very rough early game. But once the mid game hit, once their power spike hit, it was absolutely beautiful how they could snowball their mid game lead.
So now we have seen 3 games from these 2 teams. What's your overall verdict on Secret and Genius?
It's all over the place, to be honest. I think Genius Esports, their macro surprisingly good. I mean, you would expect them to be like a team with good micro and not so good macro, but it's kind of the other way around, I would say. I mean, the macro looks kind of sound, and the lanes are surprisingly not as good as we expected them to be with all these known players coming out. Yijin definitely, to me, like maybe looking like one of the better players of the team, and Slater also. I mean, just like last bit, he had his moments, he had his bad moments, and for Team Secret, I think. Same as last split, maybe a tad weaker, but of course it's early in the split. Every team in general doesn't look as strong in the first game day, I would say. So, yes, our judgment to behold, I would say.
Fair enough. And with that, we are actually going to say goodnight from us here at VCS English. Thank you so much for joining us. I am so happy to be back. I'm so happy to have Crincey alongside me. I also want to thank our lovely producer, Spoods, who makes everything happen behind the scenes. All of these amazing graphics you see are thanks to him. He really makes everything happen. Thank you for joining us. If you do want to support us, we'll be putting some links in the chat. Every dollar helps. If you want to sub to the stream, that helps us as well. We will see you tomorrow because we've got even more bangers to come. The VCS is the most fun region in the world. We'll see you tomorrow.